in a world shaped by events and happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while a problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú agolo ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hulk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests narrating life's ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these. Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. Why choose Obidi Foods? From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails, Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients. Obidi Foods, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, whether you are in Nigeria or abroad, Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor, fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grains. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm-sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, oha, and more, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings, from ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper, our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. Email info@obgfoodslimited.com. Website www.obgfoods.com. OBG Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
Right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Another segment of a beautiful Friday to share our thoughts and ideas with ourselves. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being part of this once again. I welcome every single one of you. I can see Chooks, Gideon, TK, Da, Ekwe, and Ada. Guys, if you can hear me clearly, can you give me 100 thumbs up? 100 if you can hear me clearly. I want to be certain I'm being heard. 100 if you can hear me, guys. 100 thumbs up if you can hear me. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Um, Thanks, guys. Okay. All right. People can hear me clearly. All right. That's beautiful. So yeah, welcome, guys. Welcome. We're on to another segment, another beautiful one today. It's going to be interesting. Hopefully, it will be short, as I always say, but you'll see how it goes. We will try our best to making sure we get the best out of the conversation we're going to be having today. Today is going to be epic. I know that for a fact. So, thanks, guys, for being part of this again. Um, it's another unfiltered, unedited, unapologetic episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. And today we'll venture into a battlefield of biology, belief, and we're trying to strike a balance between um, business, emotions, religion, culture, and everything that surrounds it globally. I mean, controversial um, point that has to do with surrogacy. Ethically, it is great, but it's debatable. It is something we've not been paying close attention to for a very long time. But I think it's okay for us to talk about it now. These are the kind of topics that we don't really like talking about. We see it as it's a Western thing. It's not. It's beginning to manifest in our society in Africa, and it's getting out of hand. And it's something people are not paying close attention to. So today we'll be venturing into it, talk about it, break it down, understand the purpose behind it, understand the religion aspect of it, understand the cultural aspect, and draw the line between sanity and business transactions. Um, is it a selfless act of giving life, or quite a form modern day slavery? I'm not here to make that judgment. That's the reason why I'm creating a platform for we all to talk about it. Um, is it female empowerment or the commodification of womanhood? Is it business? Is it exploitation? And I've had a couple of people send me DMs regarding the topic. I think Space talked about it sometimes last week, and people thought, I should address it properly on my platform. They think it's only fair I give people on a larger scale, on a louder voice, to talk about this, listen to what people have to say about it, hear from people's perspective, share some experiences, share some real life events that have actually made the topic controversial, which I'm going to be doing. I did some research um, on the topic, and it was jaw dropping. And I'm gladly going to share those with us very soon. So we're going to be talking about that today. Is it just business to some people? Is it an exploitation? Who has the child? Who is entitled to the child or the children? The carrier, the donor, the woman, or the egg donor? Because we have a couple of donors in this. And that question is actually pregnant itself. And we're going to be delivering all that today on my platform. Unedited, unfiltered. We'll bring it the way it is. You know how we do it every Friday. Is it a societal problem? And it is something we've ignored for so long, and it's beginning to emerge as a monster we cannot control. I'm sure people don't understand what I mean by that. As time goes on, when we dive deep into this conversation, you'll understand that in a world where wombs are now being rented and morality is for sale, ethically, legally, even spiritually, from the lens of culture to the claws of capitalism. You see, religion doctrines is playing a huge role as well to feminist debates, um, and emotional tears from mothers, from carriers, and people that are bonded with the pregnancies that turned into a controversy. We'll be talking about all that today and nowhere else on my platform, Off the Cuff with Jimmy. And yes, this is a bold conversation. Um, it is a conversation that a lot of people try to shy away from, but I love controversies. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to jump on this project. And I just want to hear from people's perspective, regardless of how controversial these topics are. And we're here again today. And yes, again, it's a bold conversation, and it's powered by the brand behind Off the Cuff with Jimmy. You know, the brand that dares to feed the people in America with the locality of their culture. They help in bringing down Africa to the United States. And I'm talking about the nourishing company of OBG Foods. They're doing great job, guys. And we keep bonding almost every single day. I have a communication with the CEO, and it's a privilege being part of this beautiful company. We'll be doing this for as long as the contract lasts. But for now, OBG Food is ringing on every of my listeners. Well, maybe not every listeners. A couple of people reached out to me and they were like, Jimmy, since you had that advert, I've been hearing OBG in my head anytime I go to African stores. OBG, 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 OBG. Well, that's the whole point. We're not just selling you false hope. We're selling you quality. What I can put my mouth on, what I can put my money behind is what I will guarantee anyone to be part of. And that's just the fact. So, regards, thanks to OBG Foods, the sole sponsor of the Cuff with Jimmy. Thank you so much. So, we'll be diving into different segments today. The first segment is going to be focused on the culture and religion, the invisible chain. That's the first segment. But you guys know how I love doing my show every Friday. I always like to give my inspirational talk. I do it every Friday. And the whole point of that is to um, touch a part of our consciousness, enlighten us to what we don't regard, call our attentions to things we easily overlook. By the way, I apologize for the noise behind. Um, there's some renovation going on in my house. So you might be hearing a couple of those as time goes on. but I apologize. So yes, I'll be diving into my inspirational talk for today. But before I do that, let me acknowledge everyone watching and listening to the sound of my voice from all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube. I see every single one of you. Thank you. Welcome. You you've decided to be part of Off the Cuff with Jimmy every Friday. And I see my people on Twitter Space. People are still used to the conventional method of Twitter Spaces, so I decided to dedicate a phone just for the Twitter people. They can be part of that. And I see every single one of you. I see my brother Tudo. I see Chooks. I see Miss Moyana. I see Mazi Uche, Gideon TK, the first person in the building. Mooney, I see you, my dear sister. Tai Lulu, I see you, my dear brother. Behihimi, Ikenga, I see you, my brother. Inyonda, I see you. And the Alien, I see every single one of you. And one invisible anonymous listener, I see you as well. Welcome. Thanks for being part of this. So today, before I proceed, I'm glad everyone can hear my voice. Okay, I can see the thumbs up. Let's confirm, guys, if you can hear my voice. I like to do the mic check, so it's not as if I'm talking to myself. Um, 100 guys, if you can hear me clearly. 100, 100, 100, if you can hear me, guys. 100 thumbs up. All right, beautiful. Thanks for that. Um, thank you. All right, yeah, acknowledged, acknowledged. Thank you so much, guys. I'm pretty sure people are going to be joining pretty soon. But before we do that, I'm probably going to take a poll to the question of, I don't know, should I move my inspirational talks to like the middle of this the space or the live stream, because it's quite important that it's not just about talking about it. It's about the people that listen to it, the amount of people that actually listen to it. And I've come to realize that there's an habit of people always trying to join the platform like an hour later on. They want the conversation to be heated up before they join in, and by then they don't want to start with the whole monologue, the song, the advert, and all that. They just want to come in and just start listening into the deeper part of the conversation, which is not a bad thing at all. Which is the reason why I'm asking from my audience to figure out if it's okay. I move my inspirational talks to maybe during the live stream. That way, more people can actually listen to it. That way, people can actually understand um, the point of the inspirational talks, because I believe my inspirational talks has been focused on things that I believe a lot of people can, use a little bit of those in their lives. Um, but many of those people actually join the space afterwards. They join the space in the middle of the live stream, which is quite, difficult. But it's just a question, and I would appreciate if people can acknowledge that. Um, I'm using Rest Stream now. I have two platforms. I've been, switching in between StreamYard and Rest Stream. I'm being told to move to OBS. And for people that have been listening to me since I started this podcast late last year, it's been going smooth, but I find myself in a position whereby I'm experimenting with a lot of tools within my disposal. So I'm going to be doing a lot of experimental things. It's going to take a while before I get hang of it and I know what works and the effective ones. So apparently StreamYard has issues with connecting to TikTok. I didn't know that they had the option, but connecting it was a major problem. Reststream doesn't. Streamy has StreamYard has more features than in Restream, but Restream only has TikTok feature that makes it different from StreamYard. Um, so I've been struggling juggling between the two of them, and I've been introduced to OBS. So the whole point is I'm gonna try all the available platforms that I think um, fits what I want for the audience, and by the time I do that, I'll get a hang of it, which is, to me, it's priceless. It's what you call experience, and I consider myself a pace setter in this aspect because anyone that wants to do something like that, I think I'm in a position to actually put them through because I've done quite a bit of spending and couple of experiences trying to put things in order. It's not as easy as people think it is, but yeah, I can. I've earned some experiences to be able to put people through, and I would love to do that at any given time. But that being said, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Without wasting any much of your time, I will dive right straight into today's inspirational talks. Again, I apologize for the noise behind. There's a renovation going on in my house, and it had to be done today of all days. But yeah, they needed a time I'll be at home, which is today, and that's the best time for them to walk on the property. But thanks for understanding. You might be hearing the noise on the ground. I'll try as much as possible to speak above it. But here we are. So today, I'm going to be talking about breach of trust. Breach of trust. Um, I chose this topic as my inspirational talk because of a lot that had happened in the past couple of days. Between last week Friday and today, a lot had happened, and it's almost as if we need to be reorientated in some things because we've normalized a lot of abnormalities in our society back at home. It's only fair for me to talk about these things so we understand the perspective this is coming from. So I'm gonna try and put it on the jumbotron. If okay, so I'm gonna try and put it on the jumbotron. I just made a tweet. It's been drafted. I just made the tweet now. I'm waiting for it to load up so I can put it on the jumbotron for people to understand what I mean by breach of trust. All right. So there are two tweets on the jumbotron. The first one is has to do with the topic, and the second one is if you want to be part of the conversation on Rest Stream, you can click on the link. I'll accept you. Give privileges to people on Rest Stream over people on Twitter. You have upper edge. Gideon, I think I saw you come on Rest Stream earlier on. Yeah, anyone that comes here will have the edge over speaking before others on Twitter. So as you can see, the first tweet talks about apologies, and it has to do with my inspirational talk for today. I mean, the caption says, "Apologies don't erase harm. You can't uncheat, unsay, unhurt, or undo by just saying sorry. Saying sorry won't reverse time. It's acknowledgement, not a reset button. It's you acknowledging you know what you've done is wrong, and hopefully you regret doing it and you don't want it to happen again. But the sorry does not undo what has been done, which is why I came up with the topic of breach of trust. Trust is not given, it is earned. And when you earn it, you're meant to nurture it, you're meant to protect it. When it's broken, you failed in nurturing it. You failed in protecting it. Something more than promise is shattered. It is worse than promising someone and failing. It is something more fundamental in human spirit. When it collapses, that is it. And I'm going to elaborate on that, ladies and gentlemen, today. On Off the Cuff with Jimmy, I give it to people the way it is, raw, unscripted, unedited, unrehearsed. And this is what I will keep doing. I don't care who get hurt by what I say. I'm going to speak my facts. Again, whatever you hear on my platform, whatever you hear me say on my platform, you don't need to take everything hook, line, and sinker. You can take what you can make use of, what is useful to you, and you can discard of the rest. I don't claim to know it all. I don't claim to be the best at what I do, but I do my bit to support, help, and enlighten the people. It's now left to you to make your decision. Um, so today, breach of trust. You can term it as a betrayal, and not just an ordinary betrayal. It's betrayal of confidence. It is a moral fracture in its own moment. When it happens, it's almost as if you've been stabbed in the heart. That is just me explaining or trying to describe the feeling to you. And the most hurting part of this, I mean, being stabbed in the heart, it's not the fact that the blade pierces through your skin to your heart. The painful part is the person it's coming from, the perpetrator of that act. I'm talking about the person that actually carried out that stabbing. It could be your partner, it could be your leader, it could be a system, it could be something that puts itself first. It's more important to it. The self interest is more important to whatever it is causing that damage. And that destabilizes whatever foundation you're talking about, whatever relationship, whatever community, and whatever governance. The painful truth is this: the deepest wounds are not inflicted by strangers. In fact, they are carved by the people you once believed in, the people you love, the people you care about, and the people you trust. As humans, I've come to realize that at a point in time, trust could turn into a currency. At a point in time in our lives, as human beings, trust can actually become a currency for a meaningful interaction between two people. This is what makes love work within us as human beings. Friendship, society functions on that. It's more like this invisible glue of handshake, trust. It's meant to always solidify whatever relationship we have with people. But when that trust is breached, it doesn't just destroy what was. When that trust is breached, the trust does not just destroy what was, it does more than that. The trust destroys um, what is meant to happen and what could have happened. That is how damaging it is. Because the moment you lose that trust, it destroys everything you've had with that person, what you're having with the person currently, and what you're meant to have with the person in the nearest future. Everything all gone. I'm going to give some examples. From the relationship we have with ourselves to the religion to our political affiliations to our parents, name it. There's always a breach of trust. And I'm going to give some examples. When a partner lies to you, your home becomes a battlefield. And I mean partners like husband and wife couples. When you find out it's a lie, the homes become a battlefield. When friend gossip, silence replaces laughter. When a friend gossips about you, you find out the giggling you do normally, it's now turns into something else. Like you probably don't want to engage them. You probably don't want to find out if it's true or not. But the usual conversation you used to have replaces by silence. There's a fraction there. And when government manipulates, the nation begins to bleed. Nigeria is a very typical example. We see everything going on now. It's almost as if many of us can see it from outside the box, but the people in the box cannot actually see it, right? So when the government manipulates, the nation bleeds. That's a fact. When the law in any given land favors the wealthy, the street loses their faith in justice. The people loses faith in justice as a common man. Only the poor is guilty in that environment. So if you consider the most dangerous form of breach of trust as betrayal, then the system should be designed to protect the people instead of exploiting them. When leaders fail, when justice is selective, when promises are weaponized, when people stop believing, and when belief dies, progress becomes impossible. That is what is going on in Nigeria right now. But there's a redemption. You can survive a breach of trust. As the tweet I made, I put it on the Jumbotron. It shows a glass of wine. The glass of wine was intact initially, but it was broken. Now, how it got broken could be debatable, it could be deliberate or accidental. Whatever the case is, it's just an example. You can see from the video, the glass cup is trying, well, they're trying to put it back and they use band aid to stick it up together. Well, they did a pretty good job, right? Putting it together. But guess what? The cracks are still there. It's still going to leak. And that is how you describe a breach of trust. It's never going to be the same again. It's never going to be the same again. And the redemption is this: you can rise above it because though the trust has been broken, you have you have the ability to rebuild. And you can only do that. You don't put it on the people that actually broke that trust. You can do that. You can rebuild yourself and put yourself in a position whereby people don't get to break or breach that kind of a trust with you again. You somehow rebrand yourself in a way whereby you're fortified, you're welcoming whatever comes your way, but you don't want to be put in that situation again. And that's the reason why you see a lot of people just pulling back and just being like, you know what, we're going to be doing this from afar. You set boundaries in your own capability, your own wisdom, however you want it. So I'll ask you, ladies and gentlemen, listening to the sound of my voice, not just to think about who broke your trust, but to ask, what will you do with the pieces left? Will you will, will you kill yourself because of that? Or is that going to kill you? You have to be stronger, smarter, and figure out a way to move on. But the point is, how do the people that breaches trust actually going to realize they've done the wrong thing? That will be a topic for another day. There should be a form of self realization of what you've done, what you're doing, and the damages it's causing to the people. Because healing doesn't start when you just say sorry. A lot of people say sorry not because they feel sorry, they say it to escape that moment, or they say it for saying sake, or they say it because people expect them to say it, or people told them to say it. That is not you being sorry. That is you playing to the script. The moment you stop bleeding for people that refuse to carry every load for you, then you're freeing yourself. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. Off the cuff with Jimmy, that will be the end of my inspirational talk for today. Don't be vulnerable. Don't put yourself in a position where people are going to make use of who you are. Don't let people take you for granted. Thank you for listening to me.
bóúnjẹ aṣara lóore bá ti ń ṣèṣe amúnúkún lásán ojúlówó àdámù àdùnnú ẹ̀ ló ṣeé ṣe kó ti bá kẹ́míkà ajílẹ̀ ìsọnù lọ má dáfun tòlú asán mọ́ ọ̀nà àbáyọ ti wà. ní Òbíjí Foods níbi tí wọ́n gbé ń ta onírúurú oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ wa tá à ń ṣe lọ́jọ̀ tí í ṣara lóore tí wọ́n sì tún dójúlówó. ṣé tàwọn ewébẹ̀ bí ẹ̀fọ́ ewúro tá a sá lóòrùn tó ṣe é músè lọ́bẹ̀ nígbàkúùgbà ní káwí ni àbí tàwọn ẹja tá a yan tó fi dórí àwọn ìgbín apinnu tá a ti ṣáàyàn ẹ̀ tó gbẹ tó yí tẹ́kítẹ́kí. ẹ ti rẹ́jà panla wọn sí lórí ayanran tá a kùnà ẹ̀ gidi mọ́ láì pa àpẹ̀lẹ́nu pẹ̀lú òórùn aládùn tí ò ní yé ta sánsán nú ọbẹ̀. ní Òbíjí Foods gàrí kíkan tí ròní nípa rì ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ wọn pẹ̀lú gàrí elépo pupa rúbẹ̀rúbẹ̀ bí wọ́n ti mọ́ lóló tí wọ́n tún ṣara lóore ẹ̀gàn níhẹ̀. epo pupa wọn ò láfiwé ó mọ́ lóló tògéré ti kẹtẹpẹ kì í wò bìnàbìnà kò lẹ́bùn nú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kì í rùn bíi káfetí ìlú ẹ̀wù dímú títa sánsán ní ta sánsán símú ẹni. wọn kì í fi kẹ́míkà ṣe po tiwọn lọ́jọ̀ kó lè lálòpẹ́ fún sísè lọ́bẹ̀ nílé ìdáná bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ò ní cholesterol nù. ewé ewúro pẹ̀lú kàzì ọ̀há ń bẹ láàyè tá a ṣe wọ́n lọ́jọ̀ sí gbogbo èròjà aṣara lóore wọ́n pẹ́ síbẹ̀ ni. bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ata tí mọ́bẹ̀ ta yẹ́rìyẹ́rì tí wọ́n ti ṣe fi dín ta láàfíà sí ni lẹ́nu tòun tàwọn èròjà mọ́bẹ̀dùn bíi banga spice irú ọ̀fọ̀ ata ìjọsìn ata súyà sọ́ẹ́sọ́ẹ́ ẹ̀gúsí lílọ̀ akidi àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. àti ìṣekúlékúlé Òbíjí sí ó gbẹ ó dùn ó sì dáa pọ̀ fún gàrí ọ̀sán. L'Amẹ́ríkà wọ́n ń bẹ ní Africa Rib Market, Adam African Market, AA&T African Food Market ní Houston, ilé ìtànjẹ tútù tilẹ̀ Africa, African Food, ẹ bá wọn bẹ̀. Ẹ pè Òbíjí Foods sórí +1832 710 6747 tàbí +234 703 062 3860. Òbíjí Foods, ẹ̀mí gígùn ń bẹ nínú oúnjẹ tó ṣara lóore.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Yoruba version of Òbíjí Foods. It's still in works, and I'm still expecting the Igbo version and the Hausa version. The English and the Yoruba is ready, and we'll start, dishing them out as time goes by. But that's just the intro for now. Thank you so much for paying close attention to that. I see people joining the Twitter space. Thanks, guys, for being part of this. Chukwebe, question for Mike. Right. I'll start bringing people up in a bit. But I want to lay a foundation to the topic. I want us to have a solid talking point where we can bring our, artilleries and shoot at. Because the topic says surrogacy. Who, what matters? Culture, religion, gender, money. That's a huge one. I did a very good research on this, and I was shocked on how damaging it has actually been across the whole globe. And I have some cases I'm going to be mentioning now to people, some instances. So, as I said earlier on, we're going to be having 3 segments today. The number one segment is we having a conversation about the culture and religion. Okay, the invisible change, which is surrogacy culturally acceptable or accepted or culturally silenced in our community or in our country as Nigerians or as African, right? How do traditional societies see women that does this? How do they? How are they? Are they stigmatized? Do they see them as people that commodifies, you know, um, their body for rent? And religiously, is there any contradiction to that? Is it creation or is it people playing God? Does the Bible, the Quran, or other spiritual texts support or condemn surrogacy? Can anyone be morally upright and still choose surrogacy? These are the talking points today. Can you be a Christian and practice surrogacy? Can you be a Muslim and indulge in that? Culturally, are your parents, elders, people that brought you up, what do you think they would see surrogacy as? Is it women empowerment? Is it freedom of doing whatever you want to do with your body? I watched close to about 30 videos yesterday night about people that had actually gone through surrogate um, procedures, and it's quite complicated. I mean, I have more than 10 cases that I looked into yesterday night, and it's shocking. It is shocking on how they've somehow turned it into an industry, an industry in an octopus shape, and has different connections now, has different links now, right? From human trafficking to egg harvesting, name it. It is an issue worldwide. And even besides that, it has its own emotional attachment, emotional issues. It is a mess. But I'm not going to be talking about that alone today. Um, I have great minds on my platform listening right now, and I'm pretty certain people will request for the mic to give their own 2 cents on this. So the first segment again is going to be focused on cultural and religious aspect. The second segment is going to focus on feminism, gender, and modern slavery. I don't want to go there yet. I want us to do it one at a time. But the way I know my live stream goes, people would want to go at every single one of them. In fact, I'm having a feeling that people would want to stick to the feminism, gender, and modern slavery, because there's been a couple of protests about, women can have the right to do whatever it is they want to do with their bodies, and it's a mess, right? But there are instances where, right, a woman has a right to do whatever they want to do with their body, fine, and she went ahead to do that, but she got trapped. Now, mind you, many of the people doing this, many of them, right, it's strictly business. It is strictly business. Like, they want to do it for business purpose, money for hand, back for ground, sort of business, right? But uh, along the line, there is always an issue, always an issue. Always an issue, and it comes in different form. It could be a situation whereby couples, newly married couples, they've agreed they don't want to give birth, or maybe it's a situation that the woman cannot conceive, or the situation whereby the man sperm cannot actually, it's not fertile, right? And they agreed to go for the surrogate option. And along the line, during the process, it's been sorted out, the agreement has been made, they've signed up, agreed on the payment. Now, there is another business aspect from that point in time. They'll have to reach out to people that actually want to donate sperm. So they look for sperm donor, they look for egg donors, right? And they look for carrier. So sometimes it could be the carrier that will be the egg donor. However you want it, you're still paying, right? So I'm still on the example of people that just came together to get married. And along the line, they've agreed. Sperm donor, it could be the man. The man could still donate his sperm, whatever the situation is. And if the man is not fertile, then the woman can um, donate her own egg. The wife can donate her own egg. The man can look for someone else's sperm to donate, and they know how they do it together, bring it together. Then they now need to look for a carrier. A carrier is the person that will carry the baby for 9 months. And the moment they get to that point and the carrier carries the baby, now we've got 9 months. During the 9 months, they check up on her, there's treatment going on, they pay for all those things. And shit happens. Now this couple's are on the edge of getting divorced. They don't want to be together again. They're getting a divorce. And the divorce is going to cost either one of them, right? But what happens to the woman carrying the baby? Now they're now left with court or legal mess of who's going to handle, who's going to sort out the remaining balance. Okay, the money is even minor. The money is minor. The husband can decide, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to sort it out. No, no, you guys can figure it out yourself. I'm going to pay the money. But that's not the point. So the divorce can be so devastating. The divorce can be so bitter. The divorce can be so bad that they don't even want to see themselves again, ever again. Okay, fine. Go your way, I'll go my way, right? So who's going to take the custody of the child? Who is going to take the custody of the child? The man doesn't want to. The woman doesn't want to. And guess what? The carrier doesn't intend to have a baby. She's only doing it transactionally. She's only doing it to get her money, get paid, and just give birth, and boom, that's it. And now she's stuck with a baby. And it gets so emotional because she's got hormones all over the place because number one, um, she doesn't even know the person that owns the sperm. It's a mess. And some people sometimes just get rid of the baby, like ham the baby. That's just one example. Another example, a situation whereby husband and wife, they're okay. They wanted a boy or a girl. And they carried it out, they paid, no divorce, nothing, everything went on till the very day the carrier gave birth. Now, the carrier gave birth and gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. That's a good thing, right? Beautiful thing. But yeah, one of the babies had Down syndrome. Who is going to do that? And just because of that, they divorced, right? The deal didn't have any Down syndrome baby. No one planned for that. Nobody planned for that. So the struggle now is both the husband and wife are now fighting over the baby that doesn't have Down syndrome. And they're fighting over who is going to take custody of that, abandoning the other baby with the carrier. The carrier, she's not ready to be a mom. In fact, she's a feminist. She doesn't even want to have have a child. And she wants to live her life the way she wants to live it, but she doesn't want to. So to her, it's even if I'm going to be with a baby, it's not a Down syndrome baby. That was her position. And they all packed themselves to the court. Another legal mess. Another example, Ukraine happens to be a place where they practice it a lot. A lot. In fact, people travel from America, any part of the country, they go to Ukraine. And one of the major reasons why this happened is due to poverty. Let's be frank. So they go there, look for, you know, they go through a lot to select who they want. Age matters, health condition, they do a lot of tests before they can come because everybody wants healthy babies, right? And there are other women that they have. It's a huge business out there. Like you have women with CVs explaining how nourishing their body is, what they eat, what they drink, because the body is seen as what will bring a baby out, and they want healthy baby. They're going to check your lungs, all forms of diseases. You do the test, they pay for the test, right? So they have this on their CVs to show how, and the age is very important. Age, the younger you are, the better, the more fertile the eggs and everything is. So they did that, and at the end of the day, about dozens, I can't have the right figure right now, but dozens of women were trapped in that situation because when the Ukraine war started, nobody knew what was going on. Everybody just left the place, they left their houses, homes, and a lot of these women have actually given birth. But now the people can have access to the kids, and the kids are not getting the love they deserve from, because it's strictly business to the woman or to the ladies. They didn't want to have a child. So now they have facilities where babies are abandoned, motherless baby home where they just take those kids there and just abandon them there. It's a legal mess out there. 10 different examples. I just mentioned three. I still have about 7 or 8 more. I'll get to that. There are factual evidences and proofs, names, dates, location, when it happened, the procedure, how it happened. I'll read out everything to people so you understand where we're coming from. But for now, we just want to dive into um, the cultural and the religious aspect of it. There's this invisible chain. So I think we should talk about it generally, right? If you want to, talk about it in Nigerian context, yeah, you're free to do that. But I want us to talk about it generally. Like as a Christian, what do you think? Do you think it's a right thing to do as a Christian? Does your religion support it? As a Muslim, do you think your religion supports it? And culturally, is it acceptable in the Yoruba land? Is it acceptable in Igbo, Hausa, Efik, whatever your tribe is? Is it something accommodating? It is something you guys here, it's not a big deal. I would love to hear from people's perspective. Does the Bible support it? Does the Quran support it? Does Ifa support it? Or in your own spiritual context, does it condemn it? I would love to hear from different people. Welcome to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Chukwebe, you're the first speaker today. Thanks for being part of this. I saw the moment you requested for the mic. Seems you have a lot to say about this. How you doing, my brother? Jump in.
I'm very, very fine, my brother. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, all right. I have a lot to say, but I will cut it short. I'll join it back then because I want to catch up something as well.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let me just start by saying that I myself, as an Igbo person, our culture made it possible for everybody to feel free, and our culture do not reject child, regardless of how the child comes. As long as it's human being, our culture do not reject it, right? Our culture do not say you are from the no. Our culture welcome everybody and treat everybody equal. So now, talking about surrogate now, like I said, the culture do not reject anybody. We don't reject human being, and we accepted everybody. Everybody's welcome. So having said that, for me, I put humanity first before anything. I put humanity first before religion or anything in life. So for me, even as a lady, people usually say, for example, we usually say the lady gets pregnant out of wedlock and all that. For me, instead of a lady I'm not talking about marriage aspect. I'm talking about a lady who is not married, right? I'm talking about a lady who is not married, who is still single in her 30 or 35 or going to 40 or what. A lady in that age or stage and get pregnant and have a baby, and that baby is officially welcome in our culture. Our culture did not deny that baby. So our culture did not reject human being, and our culture treats everybody fairly, whether you are a woman or you are a man. Everybody is treated fairly. All right. So when people says our culture, make woman to is misogynist or treat woman, it makes me laugh. But somebody like me who grew up in my home, who knows everything about our culture, not propaganda, I know that our culture, welcome everybody, treated. Even women has more pride, has more, right, has more things, than male in our culture. And I'll give you I'll give you reasons. For example, everybody here knows Abba Women Riot of 1929, right? This means that our women have always been loud. They always have the voice. The culture do not suppress them. The culture always give them room. And up till today, as I'm speaking to you, in our culture, in Igbo land, they are what we call Umada. These are our sisters, both married and unmarried. And believe me, these Umada people, they are well respected. When I say respected, they are well respected. No matter how much you have as a man, no matter who you are as a man, once you know that this person is Ada, there are kind of respect you give to such person in our culture. So you see, all these things we have it, you make it, it's available. Our ancestors are very wise. They put our women first. They give them whatever they needed. And a woman in our culture who is not married, a woman, I'm not talking about married woman, a woman in our culture who is not married or have a daughter or have a son, just have a children, whether you don't have or you don't have, or you have or you don't have, but have or don't have, in our culture, your family will give you a portion of land where you cultivate. They will tell you this place belongs to you, where you cultivate, where you farm, where you do your thing, where you live happily. Unless when you are getting married, you will give it to your brothers. Or you let it to your brothers. So you see, this is the problem. So people comes and misinterpret what we do. And our forefathers who made it this way to avoid problems.
So, Chukwebe, before you proceed, let me ask you a question. This is what I want to focus on. Are you married?
Yes, I'm Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So let's just say, for instance, you're married, and you and your wife, you've not had any kid whatsoever, and you just decided, you know what, we need a child, and we need to do something about it, and you decide to, and you have an option. Let me put it that way: you have an option of um, allowing another woman to carry the pregnancy. Like, is that okay by you? They will take your sperm, put it, you know, they can use your wife's egg, add the sperm to it, and they put it inside another woman, and that other woman will now carry your child for 9 months. And the what the woman is doing is now using her body as the engine to bring the child to life. Probably your wife doesn't want to go through the stress of giving birth and screaming and everything, so this woman is ready to do it, but she's doing it for a cost. You pay her whatever amount she's asking for, and she will do it. And when 9 months is over, she will hand over the baby to you, and the baby will be you guys. Is this something you can do?
Okay. Listen, let me answer that question. You know, first of all, I cannot marry a woman who is healthy and can give birth and say with no reason, not healthy, not a medical reason or whatever healthy reason, and the woman said that she doesn't want to give birth because she wants to maintain her body structure and all that. I won't accept that excuse.
Yeah. So
No, listen, I will accept it, whereas my wife is inability to give birth for some medical reasons.
right.
So for that aspect, I'm going to accept it. But for the fact that my wife is healthy, you know, she's very medically, she's healthy, and she doesn't want to give birth because she doesn't want to have part of her body to do it, or whatever reason it might be, then I won't tolerate that.
Okay, I think I understand your point. So if it's a situation whereby circumstances changed, it's not as if she can't do it, but maybe health wise she just couldn't, right? So you're welcoming to the idea of using someone else, right?
Exactly.
Okay, all right,
Because
all right.
you know what? There are millions of women on earth, but few are wife. So for me to find that woman that I love, that woman that I place with, that woman that I know, oh, this is person I'm going to grow up with. Because marriage is not just about coming together to have fun or coming together to know. Marriage is all about planning your future, planning your old age as well and all that. So for me to, you know, for years after years, for me to find that person that, yeah, this is where my heart belongs. I will do it, you know, to keep that relationship, to keep that healthy relationship going. All right, because to find good wife is not easy. But I'm telling you, if it's just that this woman do not have any medical, you know, any medical issue, and she just want to do the surrogate because she feel like, you know, giving birth will deny her one of these, or you know, it doesn't make sense to me, and I won't accept that.
Okay, all right. That
Yeah.
makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Um, thanks for that. Thank you so much. That was a different way of seeing it, but yeah, thanks for your contribution. Um, Kaneke, how you doing, doctor? How you doing? Jump in.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. I'm surprised. What was this the topic you were to go this Friday, or you just came up abruptly?
Yeah, it is this topic. What topic did you think I was holding this Friday?
Toxic masculinity, something like
No,
that.
we did that last week Friday.
It's true.
Yeah.
So okay, surrogacy with who, what matters. I mean, I'm surprised that Kikuba is Igbo. I didn't know that Igbo people used to practice surrogacy in their culture. It's in the mountain. Like, you know, yeah, so Jimmy, let's look at the agenda this week. So, if you get into the argument about the people that talk about, now I'm not trying to deviate.
No problem.
The people that talk about homosexuality in Africa, part of the examples they give are the examples of Igbo women marrying wives. Now, in giving that example, they tend to cite that as a source. But the real context to it is that the Igbo women were marrying wives because of children. Do you understand that, Jimmy?
Right.
So you can see that surrogacy is something that I won't even debate about. People marry
Right, right.
It was a normal thing. It had nothing to do with religion or gender wars. It was very cultural. It was normal. Now in that culture, some people trying to say that, oh, because of that, these women were, maybe, I don't know. So again, let me clarify. What they did behind the beds, I don't know. But see, why they married wives was simply because of children. So I don't get this whole ethical question right now about certain issues. These things have become, I'm trying to defeat and get other cultures. They were doing it. They were doing it.
Like someone else will carry the baby for them.
Wait, Jimmy, hold on. You never heard this before?
Well, I don't know about it in my own culture, right? So, yeah, I mean, I know I've heard about it a couple of times, but now, like a full time, proper business right now, it is shocking to me.
So, I mean, but the business aspect, I don't really, I mean.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the business aspect. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Jimmy, I can't jump into the business aspect when my own tribe practiced it as a cultural thing.
Yeah, so when you say cultural, are they using it to help someone? Like someone cannot give birth and they decide to use another woman to give birth. And yeah, so I mean, yeah, in Yoruba they will say "Ojuni Ojushanu." In some cases, it's more like yeah, let me just pity that family, and they don't even do it openly. What they do is the woman will probably be wearing calabash for the next 9 months, and they have someone else that is actually really pregnant, right?
So Jimmy, the issue why it's different is that these women married them. So they actually pay. So, like Jacobe said, the child of a woman belongs to the person who pays the bride price. Do you understand that concept, Jimmy?
The child
Of a woman belongs to the person who pays the bride price. Do you understand that concept?
right.
Beautiful.
Right.
So, if these women marry these women, they have paid for them. Meaning that even if they give birth, the child belongs to them. So, which is why some people tell that there's no concept of bastard in Igbo land. So, if a woman marries, has a child outside and she's married, whether the husband likes it or not, that child belongs to him because he has done what Jimmy.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely different. That's not the surrogacy I'm referring to. I'm referring to the one that has to do with strictly business. It's the one you're talking about is giving, just impregnating someone outside, and that way automatically the wife needs. I mean, you just need to go and pay the bride price, and that's it. It's done.
Yeah,
But the woman doesn't even want to get married. The person.
Jimmy, it's the same thing. I mean, is it because I'm using an official term titled?
No, I don't think it's the same thing.
Sorry, Kennedy. Sorry, Dr. Kennedy. Let me just a second, please. Jimmy, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, you see what my brother is saying is, let me tell you, in Igbo culture, I mean, in Igbo land, a woman, for example, it's in different dimension. Maybe this lady, the father do not have a male child, right? Right? Do not have a male child, and the father dies. And maybe that woman, there are like 5 women in the house or 4, whatever. The woman can marry the woman on behalf of their father, in the name of their father.
No. I'm not talking. I understand those. I'm not talking about that. No, it's absolutely different. Oh, Chikwebe, hold on. All right, go ahead.
The woman will marry on the behalf of the father, and that woman will be, giving birth for that family, and they pay the bride price, of course. And another example is that women who do not give birth at all can marry a woman, can marry another woman, and the woman will give birth, and the name of the husband, and they own the child. All right. So there is nobody, like he said, nobody is a bastard, nobody is a tainted blood in Igbo land. Everybody is a child, and a child is welcome. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think the problem is that you're making it a business. So which might say, you're talking about the ethical part. So let's even assume in our own place, we pay the bride price. You marry the woman. You're not looking at it that way because we are married to women. Okay? The surrogacy, I'm not paying them. I'm not paying them.
Yeah, so the surrogacy, all right, so surrogacy, it's either you do it with um, money or you do it without money. And what I mean by do
So,
it with money or that
sorry, Jimmy.
so
Let me explain it to them because that's not what they're saying, but I don't think they understand that that's not surrogacy because the woman birth is allowed to nurse her child. So basically, the
there you
child,
go.
the woman who gets pregnant still is in the child's life, even though she's been married. But with surrogacy, sometimes the baby is taken away on the
It's not
day
even.
the baby is born. In fact, the mother, the one,
Yeah, sorry, Sonia, hold on. So,
the person who
Sonia,
carried.
can you hear me? Sonia. Oh, okay, all right.
I
So,
can now.
yeah, Doctor, Sonia is speaking from Rest Stream, the live stream platform. Yeah, so I've been promoting it for the past 10 years, but you still keep coming on Twitter. Come on the Rest Stream so people can hear your voice too, loud and clear. I know you're shocked with that. Oh my goodness. All right, Sonia, go ahead. You're onto something there.
Okay, yeah. So with surrogacy, the person who carried the fetus sometimes doesn't get to see the baby at all. Doesn't get to see what the child looks
Right.
like. But in these cases
100%.
that Dr. Kenike and Chekube has talked, gets to be a part of her child's life. So it's not really surrogacy in the way they think it is. Do you understand?
Right. So let me put a context, a more elaborate context to that. I'm gonna read out some of the sorry guys, I see people joining. I see Icon, Inyan Yelugo, I see you. Ikenga, my brother, I see every single one of you. All right, I'll be right with you guys, but let me point out a couple of examples to paint a little bit of picture in that aspect. Okay, number one, these are real life cases, right? Number one, baby gami. They call it baby gami case. It happened in 2014 in Thailand. Summary: an Australian couple hired a Thai surrogate. She gave birth to twins, one healthy and the other with Down syndrome. What went wrong? The couple abandoned the baby with Down syndrome, Gami, and returned to Australia with the healthy twin. The surrogate was left to raise Gami. Controversy: the commissioning father was later revealed to be a convicted sex offender. You listen to that. Now, the moral question is, are children being treated as commodities? What safeguards exist against child abandonment? That's number one. Number two, in India, they call it the Indian surrogacy debt. Shushma Pandey. It happened in Mumbai, 2010. Summary: a 17-year-old Shushma Pandey died after a third egg donation within 18 months of a at a surrogacy clinic. A 17-year-old girl died. Do you understand what that is? This is due to poverty. And she had to go do that a couple of times to raise money. So a 17-year-old girl named Shushma Pandey died after a third egg donation at 17. It is really dangerous for you to be donating egg at that stage. So people, someone is requesting for the mic. I don't know who that is. Sorry guys. Someone requested for the mic. I'm trying to multitask here. So anyway, what went wrong? She was underage, illegally used for repeated donations, and died of complications. Controversies: clinics operated with minimal regulation, targeted poor women for risky surrogacy or egg harvesting. Implication: exploitation of impoverished women in fertility tourism. That's what they call it. Is it modern slavery? I think it is. In my own, humble opinion, I think it is. It is another level of modern slavery. Then the third one, before I move on, The third parent legal battle, USA. It happened in California. Summary: a gay couple used an egg donor and a surrogate. So the person that is donating the egg, they one side. The carrier, which is the surrogate, they one side. So these are two different people. Even though they will be third person, but maybe they didn't mention it because we need a sperm donor as well. Now, a gay couple used an egg donor. Maybe the two gay couples decided that the two of them will use their sperms. All they needed was an egg donor and a surrogate, which they got. After birth, the surrogate refused to give up the baby, claiming emotional attachment. What went wrong? Court battles ensued over custody. The surrogate sought to become the legal mother. That was not in the agreement. They didn't agree in that aspect. But at the end of the day, the surrogate won the case, and she was given the right as the legal mother of the child. Now, the controversies that followed that was the contractual surrogacy clash with emotional reality. Should contract override maternal bond? The question is now, the woman that carried the child for 9 months now has an emotional attachment. When all the trimesters within the 9 months, there are different kind of stages where you feel like the baby is kicking. I know how many times my wife will show me the baby is kicking. I'll put my hand, I'll hear bush from the bond. When you talk or you say something, the baby reacts. You are bonding with that child. So now it was business, because these are two gay couples, right? But at the end of the day, the woman got attached, emotionally attached to that child, and she didn't want to release it. It happened in California, USA. The fourth one, the surrogate who changed her mind, again, happened in the USA. Melissa Cook. You guys, I'm giving this figure so you can Google it as well. Melissa Cook. It happened in USA, 2015. What's the summary? A surrogate was pregnant with triplets for a man. He asked her to abort one fetus for financial reasons. Okay, triplet. And the man is like, you know what? I know if you look after 3 kids, financially I'm not capable, so I can only afford 2. All right, get rid of one. So what happened? What went wrong? He asked her to abort one fetus for financial reasons. So what went wrong? She refused, citing ethical grounds. She later wanted to keep the babies. Controversies. The buyer's wish versus surrogate's conscience. Who really owns the unborn? That case is still ongoing right now, since 2015. Another one, the unwanted baby girl. This happened in Japan, 2014. Summary: a Japanese man commissioned 16 babies through surrogates in Thailand. What went wrong? After a crackdown on surrogacy, Thai authorities rescued the babies. Controversies. The man was suspected of wanting to create a baby factory, all for personal ambition. Implications: in surrogacy, opening doors to human trafficking. At that point in time, the man was now figured out to be known as someone that traffics young women for the purpose of using their eggs, using them as surrogates. In that aspect, let me call out the 6th one so we can move on with our conversation. Baby M case in New Jersey, USA, 1986. Was the summary of the case. It says a surrogate mother, Mary Beth Whitehead, changed her mind after giving birth and refused to hand over the baby. What went wrong? The biological father sued for custody. A bitter court battle followed. What's the outcome? It was granted custody, but the surrogate retained visitation rights. What impact did it have on the nation? One of the first and most public surrogacy cases in America. It triggered national debate on legality and morality of surrogacy. Let me hold it there for now. I just had to do that to put a context to what we're talking about. So, in you guys' case, when you impregnate someone, knowingly or unknowingly, however you want to put it, and they end up, getting pregnant, they can decide to keep it. You can decide if you wanted to keep it, and you both can come to an agreement. You know what? I want you to keep it. I can afford it, no problem. Oga, your madam go talk, and my mama no go like am. Okay, no problem. I'll come and pay your buy price. I'll make you the third wife or fourth wife or fifth wife. I'll get you a house somewhere. That is not surrogacy. We're talking about the non-attachment of you doing this for a purpose. And by the way, it's not always financial transaction. Some people do it out of love. Just because they love some couple, they'll just give birth to they will do it for them, and they'll be like, you know what? All you hold me is to make sure you take care of that child. I can check on the child every now and then, a hug, spend time, and do whatever, but I'm not getting it. I'm not doing it for money. And they just break it off like that. It is happening, right? But it's now becoming something that Nigerians are paying close attention to now, and it has become a serious issue in Nigeria. I'm still going to read out cases that has actually been controversial in Nigerian context that had happened in Nigeria itself. But for now, I had to read out this to put context to what we're talking about, to let the people understand where I'm coming from. So it's more like they're using the woman's body as a factory to just produce and just give birth, like give me, take money. Is that ethical, religiously, or culturally? That is the conversation. Thanks, Ikenga, for jumping in. Before you go, I see Kyle Day and I don't know how to spell your name, but I'll call the last name Lugo. I love the Lugo in that aspect. I'll let's leave it at that. Oh, the guy dropped. Okay, Chukwuebe dropped. All right, Ikenga, jump in before we go back to Sonia. Sonia needs to give her own submission as well. Ikenga, how you doing? Icon dropped. I don't know what happened. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Look, I just came up here because of some controversies from my brothers. Mostly Chekube and Kaneke. I've had people try to give this misconception about the Igbos, their tribe and their traditions. About this same gender marriage, I've had some people compare it and make it look as if it's lesbianism and all of that. It is not. And it's not also surrogacy. Okay, I will explain to the best of my knowledge. I've witnessed it. I have someone in my place who is doing it right now. A woman who married a woman. But the difference here is lesbianism or same-sex marriage. The baby that is being born in that family, be it through surrogacy or through other means, tends to bear the woman's name. But in the case of Igbo tradition, the baby bears the father of the woman's name. I don't know if you guys are familiar. The name that the baby will bear is going to be the name of the woman's father. In other words, the marriage is supposed to, the woman in question who was married to that family was not married to that woman. According to the tradition, you are married to the father of that woman because you want to consider the lineage of that family. And the woman who married you is not going to be having sexual activities with you. In the case of lesbianism, they do have sexual activities. Now, it is not also surrogacy. Why? Because you are not being paid. And nobody is taking the child away from you. So you are coming in as a married woman. In surrogacy, nobody marries you, nobody pays your bride price. Okay?
Right.
In surrogacy,
Right.
it's just business, it's an agreement. Give
Correct.
the baby and then go your way.
Correct.
That is surrogacy.
Correct.
And that's what dictionary defines surrogacy to be. In most cases, like you said, Jimmy, it's charitable and otherwise. Someone can say, okay, you guys are childless, you can't have babies, I can help you have babies, and that's it.
Right.
Nobody pays anybody. So in the case of my tradition, the Igbo already have babies in her father's house. And those children are considered bastards. If anybody say Igbos don't have bastards, we have bastards. The only way you eradicate bastard is when the father of the girl who begot those children goes through the traditional way to make some ritual and rites to claim those children to be his own. If not, whoever marries that girl can decide if he wants to marry the girl and go with the girl's baby or abandon the girl's baby. It's a choice. It's not a must.
Right.
I'm going to give you instances of communities that does this in Igbo land. In Abia State, you go to Logbanta, for instance. In Abia North, you go to Logbanta. They practice it there. The woman can have like 4 kids. If you don't have a child as a man, you can go marry her and then go with the babies. Automatically, the baby becomes yours because the tradition permits you to own the babies automatically if you want. If you don't want, you can abandon the kids and take only the woman that you married. Nobody's going to force them on you. So this is our tradition. So in the case of surrogacy, people really don't understand what it means in our own way. We feel is when the same gender gets married and all of that. No, that's not what it is. Please, let's not mislead the population out there. That's not what it is. Please. We don't do it. In my tradition, we don't do it. What we do is a traditional marriage to represent and to continue the traditional and the family heritage to keep flowing, not just the family tree, not to stop. So in that case, another point I want to make is this. A woman that is married to the family by another woman, in most cases, they have to direct you on the kind of men you sleep with. So you don't give them some blood that they don't need. That's also another strong point that people don't see. But I have to make it clear. Because in most cases, when you marry that girl, most men actually know that you cannot sleep with her. So it's a food for them, So everybody wants to jump on the girl. But then the woman who married this girl is going to caution the girl and say, look, from this family, don't have anything to do with them. But from here and here, you can do your thing. And they don't allow you to sleep with as many men as you want to. It's more like it's a planned deal. Okay? If you want to be sleeping with somebody, you let the woman know. And the woman also is going to accept the person you are going to be sleeping with. So the person don't have to hide to sleep with you. So it's going to be more like a planned thing. So nobody is scared of sleeping with anybody. It's allowed. So I don't like when people misconjure this whole situation and make people like we condone lesbianism in our tradition and all. No, we don't do that. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me just correct something. First of all, I don't know where this guy is thinking from. I mean, we cannot be Muslim and man. There is nothing like bastard in Igbo land.
Right.
The problem is that when the English will come to like Igbo land, it will be the 70s.
Wait, who is speaking?
Now you're speaking.
I can't tell the difference between your voice and Dr. Kaneki.
Because they are twins.
Jesus Christ. All right.
So first things first, I don't know. Again, there's this Christianization of culture. That's the first problem. Bastard is an English word. If a woman gives birth in her father's house, those kids belong to her father. There's no, you don't need to do any traditional rites, not documented in any Igbo cosmology or Igbo social cultural, nothing. If you get pregnant, I mean, think about it, Jim. In our small land, we are overpopulated. How do you think that population came up? Do you think they were trying to raise babies? No, it clearly shows you that it didn't matter when if you give birth to your father's house, it is your father's child. That is what it is. That is how it has been. Forget all this Christianization of it's a sin, that no blood must be. The way those concepts were created, it was not it wasn't a doubt. That's the first point. The second point I will make again, it is surrogacy. Because if a woman who has a husband marries a wife, she has taken the agency of that woman's, as she has taken the agency of the woman she's married. In the sense that if the woman gives birth, she has a right to those children. And if she divorces that woman, as far as she has paid bride price, those kids she gave birth to, she doesn't want. The woman that gave birth to doesn't want them. They can't divorce her. In this situation, You can marry a woman and you can divorce the woman. I don't like when people, I'm a married man now. When people come out, I don't know what you're trying to hide. Whether it's just keep quiet when I'm doing that. You can't. Yeah, I'm not fine. I just want to know. You know, I don't need to tell you. I don't want to interrupt you. I don't actually interrupt you. I just be quiet.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
Jimmy, give your space. I mean,
All right, fair enough.
so you have all these people that come up here, talk rubbish, and say all sorts. There are three things that happen. If I am married to a man today and I don't have kids and I want to secure whatever I want to secure, I can marry a wife that will bear kids for my husband. And when she bears kids, I can take away that agency. Because what you're trying to do now, you're trying to see, okay, how do we legalize this thing to protect the woman who carries baby? I mean, good point. I don't know. I mean, it's left for people who have the intellect, the lawyers, people who understand this, how they interact culture with the law, to create a framework where at every particular point in time, the surrogate is not unduly cheated. Because whether you are paying dowry or you are paying someone to do the actual surrogacy, the way we see it today to the Western world, the key fact is that you are taking away the agency or the rights of that woman to own those children. So if I pay down for you now, right, and I marry you, if you give back to those kids, I, the woman that married you, those kids are mine. You that give back to those kids, they are not yours. I have no right over those kids, none whatsoever. And when I feel you, I am okay with your rule. I will divorce you. And what will I do? Divorce you and say, see, our agreement has ended. I am no longer married to you, and those kids belong to you. Unless on the notion I go back and return the bride pass as a woman to the people I bought and got those kids from. Now, so that's on the situation where I am married to a husband and I want to what? I don't have kids. I want to ensure that I get kids in my husband's name. Now, there's a second point where a man has only daughters. Only daughters, right? No, there's no male son. The woman can also do this thing, marry someone. The child is to marry someone, and they will keep the kid that we got in that compound belong to the father. Like I said, there's no husband. These are those women in the compound, no husband. You can also, and you can apply whatever we want because of our own cultural or human life, whatever. We will only allow you to sleep with men from this village or men from this woman or men from nearby. You can always put those shoes. And if any child that comes up from that interaction does not belong to the man who is kept, it belongs to the woman who has married you. And therefore those kids will bear the name of the man in the compound. And you see to it. So there are two angles here. So when people come up and say this thing, it's tiring how people try to protect. I don't know. Culture is not perfect. People, when ancestors see these cultures, it was not to defeat, it was not to do the ugly or do some form with my country, but it was to, at the prevailing moments in society, what were you dealing with? And so at that time, these were the issues they were dealing with. Remember, we have to forget that slavery was a big issue in the 15th, 16th, and 17th century. So think about it. The number of slaves that were living Bight of Biafra or Bight of Guinea, right? And what they needed to do to replace that cost. So when people say, oh, they sold 2 million slaves, ask yourself, how did they replace those people they sold? It means clearly that they must have been doing to ensure that at every particular point in time, people were giving back, and it was never only through marriages. So this is what I'm saying. I mean, on the legal aspect of saying, okay, in China or in America, how to protect, most important is how to protect or ensure that the surrogates have at least something to stand on legally. So, like I like the example you gave, someone enters in surrogacy agreement to someone. The woman gives birth, and one of the children has autism.
Yeah.
Now,
is it autism? No, it's Down syndrome. Yeah. Yeah, Down syndrome.
And now, that person now says, oh, because this child has Down syndrome, we will no no longer take the child. Why will you not take the child? Why? Are you blaming the woman are you blaming the woman for Down syndrome?
Well, they argued in court that they didn't bargain for Down syndrome. Like they wanted Down syndrome, they would specifically say they wanted Down syndrome.
Nobody gets pregnant with the intention of giving birth to a child with Down syndrome.
Yeah, but I mean, legally, based on the contract, they will tell you Down syndrome is not in the contract.
So that's exactly. So when you have the exceptions, what the law is supposed to do is, like I said, the law is meant to protect the weak, not the strong. The law has to protect the surrogate from saying, should any exception happen, Down syndrome, sickle cell, blood, any medical, that the exception or anything happens does not take away from anything the agreement has reached, that the agreement is to give birth to 2 kids, irrespective of the outcome of the kids.
Right.
So, I mean, this is where I want, people who are in this space. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a sociologist.
Right.
I need lawyers and sociologists and people who are into women's rights to be able to carve out a system that protects the surrogates. Because at the end, what we all want to ensure that, in as much as you are taking the agency of the surrogates, the modern agency, the right to those kids from her, there has to be something that protects her from unfair disadvantage. Example, giving birth to kids that have medical issues. Why should the surrogate bear that cost? When the agreement was our work was also to carry the kids and give back to them. So it opens a big conversation that this is what we should learn on. How do you protect surrogates from people who are much more powerful? I mean, for exceptions, how do we deal with these exceptions? What is the law to protect them from this? Because what you've read now are all exceptions. Surrogacy happens every other day. It goes through, some of them go smoothly, some of them don't go smoothly. But when you highlight the exceptions, the question is, how do we deal with the exceptions? Thanks.
All right, thank you. Well, I listened to you, but I think we're still missing something here. So you don't marry a surrogate. Yeah. So let's do this. I don't want it to be back and forth. And by the way, thanks for keeping it down, keeping it under control. Yeah, he only wanted to engage you, but clearly he doesn't want to engage you. So, but I'll give you the opportunity to speak your mind and say what you intended in that engagement. He still probably doesn't want to engage you, but I'll give you 2 minutes so you can do that. We can move on to the next person rather. Sonia is on StreamYard. I'm actually waiting to hear her own view regarding this, though she gave a more simpler explanation to the surrogacy thing, which I believe was brilliant from a woman, and I would love to hear a take from there. But I see you, Kyle. Don't worry, I'll be on to you in a minute. Mind you, Icon was here earlier on. She dropped integrity. I believe they're still at work or running 1 or 2 things underneath. It's their house. They can come up and request for mic anytime. But Ikenga, go ahead. 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Now you go, my brother. We are not fighting. I think this is not an argument, okay? It's just we trying to explain our culture so that people don't misinterpret. Like I said earlier, I will explain to the best of my knowledge. I'm a traditional man. I wasn't born and brought up in Lagos or outside Nigeria. You understand? You said that bastard is a Christianized name or Westernized name. Igbos don't have it. We have it. And Igbos in Igbo now, so no, that's why I ask you, where are you from in Igbo language? If you can tell me your dialect in Igbo language, then I will tell you what people call a bastard in your dialect. Okay? We have tribes in Igbo land who calls bastard one more. We have tribes who call it Okaramadu. We have tribes who call it Nolo. So many terms and derogatory names are given to kids who doesn't know their parents in Igbo land. So the father of the girl who begot those kids, claiming ownership over those kids, does not necessarily mean that those kids are not bastards. That's one. Secondly, you made assertions of the woman marrying another woman in surrogacy. I repeat it again and again. You can Google it, fact check check me, that is not surrogacy in any term. And if anybody, be you man or woman, who engages in the traditional marriage right, at any point decide to divorce the woman, and if the bride price be returned to you, those keys automatically does not belong to you anymore. They belong to that woman and to her family. You can return your bride price to you. Whether you're a woman who marries another woman, that baby that they got for you will not bear your name as a woman. That is why no Igbo man is bearing the woman's name. We all bear men's name. And that marriage is so properly just to continue the family lineage. Nothing less, nothing more. If you say that bastard is a Christianized name, there is another name for Usu in English language, which means outcast. So I don't think there are things we don't have the English words for them. Igbo language, we don't have the Igbo terminology for them. We have it in English as well. So why are we having this back and forth about our own tradition? So if you don't know this, you ask questions. Don't guide me and don't try to make it look like you're talking to someone who is not an Igbo person. I'm proud of it. You can engage me and ask me questions in Igbo language and I'll answer you directly. So we are not talking about something that doesn't exist or something that came out of the blue. Surrogacy is surrogacy. Traditional marriage and Igbo tradition is the same. We are not the only people who practice this tradition. There are people who practice it in Kenya. The same thing Igbo people do. You can Google it. They are called the Nandes or Nando tribes in Kenya. They do the same thing. Make a research. It is not called surrogacy. It's done so properly just to continue the family lineage and inheritance purpose. Because the woman who married another woman might as well be married outside already. Do you understand me?
Right.
If I am the woman here, maybe I'm in my husband's place, and my father has no male child, okay? I can come back and marry for my father. That's how it is in Ebola. That's how important it is. Because my own place in my own husband's place cannot come and claim my father's property. So I actually needed someone to continue the lineage. So I can even leave my husband's house, marry for my father. Or maybe I have a late brother who didn't marry before he died. I will marry in his name. And the case that the woman will pay, we continue answering my brother's name and continue the lineage while I'm still in my own husband's house. That's how important this practice is. So it's not in any way surrogacy. And if that woman decides to divorce that marriage and say she's done, she has the right to go with the kid if you return the bride price. If you don't return the bride price, if you like to go with the kid, they automatically belong to the family that married. That's why it is in Igbo land. I'm sorry, not in Igbo land.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Kinga. Sonia, you there? Oh, Sonia dropped. Okay, my bad. I'll be waiting for you when you come back. Who's meant to go next? Integrity goes, then we'll take Kyle in that order. Integrity, how you doing? Welcome.
Hey, Jimmy. Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, hi everybody. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes. I haven't been listening though. I just, just in, but doing other things. But I'm going to, I'll just address the topic. I mean, Jimmy, I've kind of heard people talking about. There was a time when my volume was increased, and I could hear people talking about a child being a bastard and all that. So first of all, I'm not sure about the women, but as a woman, as a mother, I think it's very derogatory to call any child a bastard. I understand the meaning, I understand the reason why we want to call any child a bastard, but I think it's very derogatory to call anybody or any child or refer to a child as a bastard. So I'll leave that there. Jimmy, I hope you can hear me, right?
Loud and clear.
So I think some of these mentalities that we have in the name of culture, I think at times we kind of we take it too far. Now the world is evolving. The world is evolving. We're now beginning to be open-minded about how we see things and how we see life. The world is not a global village. All those, no child acts including us here, nobody has to be bettered. And however we come is how we come. Thinking we have a right to attach a tag to anybody as a result of how they were born, I think it's very unfair. Yeah. So, but anyway, surrogacy. I want to my submission. I'm going to connect it to the affair. I don't know if anybody was following the affairs. I think her Twitter name or her social media name is, I think, that Nigeria. I sent it to you. I don't recall again. That Nigeria.
Let me check it out.
That Niger girl from the Diary of a Niger Girl, something like that. Ife, I know she's Ife on
Yeah, Diary of a Niger Girl. Yeah. I actually sent her a message. She's meant to join, but I didn't get a response from her again, so I guess she's probably busy. Yeah, I reached out to her.
She's scared of being attacked.
Yeah, I think that's the reason. But I engaged her in the DM, and she hasn't probably heard about me, so she's not certain what is going on. But I totally understand. But the moment you spoke to me about her, I checked it out, and yeah.
And I'm sure you went to the comment section and
I did.
a lot of women were attacking
Man, I saw that. It was a mess.
So, well, yes. So, the surrogacy had just one meaning. It's an arrangement, whereby a woman can get pregnant, on behalf of another woman, or even a man, or a couple, and I could see, I went through the comment section, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago. It was all over, even on Instagram. There's a lot of people bashing her. Even though I think that their problem was not really what she said, but maybe how she said it. And maybe the audacity to even voice out that kind of a thing. Particularly since, she's a public figure and, we know she does not marry. We know her husband, and of course they're Nigerians. We want to control what people say. The problem I have with us as a culture, as a people, is we want to live our lives and live other people's lives for them. We don't want people to live their lives. We don't want to live, we don't want other people to live. Everything we do in life is a choice. And people, just like us, have a right to their choices. If people want to give birth through another person, which is happening. In fact, in Nigeria, it's on Instagram. There's a big surrogacy agency in Nigeria right now, and people are using them. I had a very good friend who had 3 of her children through surrogacy. If I mention the man's name now, all of you here will know him. He was the top guy in the NDPC. The 3 children were through surrogacy. I think they were married for almost 20 years. He couldn't get have a child. I know he had a child outside wedlock, and it was a big deal. The family, they were furiously against it, and they eventually settled for surrogacy. With his wife, his legal wife. He only has one wife, and that one now. In the UK, they used to live in the US. They were in Nigeria, but when it was time to do the surrogacy, they moved to the US. And it was a white woman. It was a white woman, the same white woman that birthed 3 of those children. It was her egg, it was her husband's sperm. They had all that, stored. And, 3, they're all grown now. And of course, they paid. I heard somebody trying to talk about laws protecting the surrogate. No. In her case, they had lawyers. They had their own lawyer. The surrogate woman had her own lawyer. And, of course, when lawyers are involved, of course, there will be definitely protective clause that will stop clauses that would, protect, each person on both sides. And they did all that, and they have the 3 kids now. In fact, I think the last one is about, I just saw them at a wedding, about 10, 11. That's the last child, twins. I think it was twins, and then the first one, and then the twins. So, My point is, however we want to look at this is my opinion. This is my opinion. I don't believe in all that cultural BS that we do in Nigeria. Or religious, everybody wants to be part of the crowd. Everybody wants to think like the crowd. And when one person stands out and say, no, I don't want to be part of this mentality. I want to be my own person. We don't like that audacity. We don't. Particularly when it comes from a woman. And I can imagine, so I saw some of the comments bashing her husband and, calling him a sick, what with your wife. It's their choice. It's their choice. Why a woman wants to give birth through a surrogate because she's not able to give birth, or because she's too old to give birth, or because she doesn't want her body. She has the money. Yes, there are agencies now. The motive matters. I'm not talking about picking a girl on the street or taking advantage of a poor girl, and that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a legitimate agency, a registered agency. There's one in Nigeria now. I can find the name. I know that on Instagram. Do it legitimately. When you pay, it's a lot of money. If you're not rich, you can't go in for surrogacy. It's a lot of money. It's not for poor. It's not even for middle ones. You have to be super rich. Because it's very expensive. Because a lot of things are put into consideration. If a woman, together with her husband, agree that she doesn't want to change her body, or she just doesn't want to even carry a child or use her womb, whatever reason, they have a right to. But we're not giving them money to do that. We're not in their lives. But we have no right to make their choices for them. And I'm relating this to Ife's post.
Right.
They have every right. What I can't stand is this idea that we want to put everybody under that mentality of culture. Culture. What is culture? All this culture we talk about, what is it really about? In the Igbo culture, in the Bible culture, in the Hausa culture. When we die and go to heaven, is anybody going to go to heaven because of culture? Why aren't we broad-minded about these things? It has to be done in this way. And the same people who are calling her out and cussing out her husband are people with a woman who marries another woman, like the way they do it in the Igbo land. It's very common in Igbo. Marries another woman, and the woman, of course, some of them have specific household or families where the woman can, pick any man and sleep with the man. It doesn't matter, it's a good family. And, at times they have 4 children, different men. And some of them just move around and, sleep around, within the village, So, do we drop one and we pick the other? But my main point is the choice. People have a right to make their choices. And it is not in our place to get upset because maybe the person has so much money and she's able to do what you cannot do. I can see a lot of women bashing her. If you don't believe in it, that should be a cup of tea. She believes in it, then let her do her. Live her life. I understand because of social media and she's a content creator and that's why she's saying it out loud. Because for me, that's very personal. But she's a content creator and I'm sure she has got a lot of followers because of that. So whether we keep quiet about it or we say it out loud, it is her choice and it is her rights. It is her choice and it is her rights. That is all I have to say. I don't think culture or religion or whatever it is should stop people from doing what they want to do. Like I said, very soon we're going to get into 2026. The world is evolving. Everything now is a business as long as it's legitimate. Legitimacy is what the point here. And the motive. As long as you're not doing it as a way of exploitation. don't think there's anything wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
So Jimmy, that is all I have to say. I wasn't really listening.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for that. I mean, regardless how we see it, we cannot ignore the fact that our tradition, our culture still stands against this thing. And what I think the thing that is trying to let us know is based on the topic, because I mentioned religion and culture. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, based on my own observation, I'm just saying, and to let the people know that the reason why we came up with that is simply because of the first segment, and the first segment is talking about religion and tradition, and that's the reason why I'm emphasizing on that. And she said she's not been listening all along, and I'm just using the opportunity to explain further to her. So I know you can handle yourself, so I have no problem with that.
Jimmy, let me quickly say something. I'm so sorry. So I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Honestly, I was not listening. I wasn't listening. But I want to quickly touch on what you just said.
Right.
We cannot ignore the fact that our tradition frowns at certain things. And I will reiterate that our tradition should not be the basis of our life or how we live our lives. Our tradition should not be the yardstick for the way we live our lives. Even religion. I have my rights. I have my own right as a person. I have my rights as a group. I'm in group with my husband. And certain things I will have to agree with my husband before I go forward. As a person, there's something that I like personally. And I don't think any tradition or any culture or anybody should stop me from doing it. Because I think all that too. If we let other people live, I understand all the tradition and all that. If you want to follow tradition, that's fine. Whoever wants to follow. I don't follow tradition. I do me. And I think every other person has a right. If they want to do them, they should do them. If you want to follow tradition, good for you. So what has the tradition done for us? Has the tradition stopped being able, has anybody within those traditions been able to call things out? Look at all the things going on in Nigeria. Has any of them come out to call things out? Or we only do tradition when it comes to controlling people's lives? So that is the part of the Nigerian tradition and Nigerian culture that gets me, doesn't make sense to me. Okay, look at the religious leaders. How many of them have spoken about all the things going on in the country? And we are tied to them. Or when we want to say things, when we want to do certain things, our religion frowns at it. Then when it's time to stand up for the truth, none of these people that believe in all those traditions and all that stand up and speak the truth. So why are we deceiving ourselves? Why are we deceiving ourselves? So that is the point I'm trying to make. If the culture frowns at it, that should be their cup of tea. Just like my husband, my father frowning at the man I'm going to marry. If I'm going to marry a man, and I like that man, I only need to inform my parents. If my parents do not agree, allow me to make my mistakes. So when I make my mistakes, I pick myself up and I keep it going. And I'm not going to allow what I know now. I will not allow. It's okay to guide, but you're not going to force people into a tradition or a culture. You do it this way, do it that way, because you believe in it, that you want me to believe in it. So the point I'm trying to make is people should be allowed to think however they want to think. Do them. It is not our place to live our lives and want to control how other people live their lives. That is the problem I have with the Nigerian mentality. We want to live and we want to control how people live. So thank you so much, Jimmy. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. All right. So without wasting any more of time,
Can I just say something? Madam Integrity, I think I heard you loud and clear. If I'm not mistaken. The thing is, I think we are. Let me just ask this question. Yeah, so I hope you're married, right? I can't see her anymore. She good.
Yeah, she's probably busy. She'll be back.
Okay, so the thing is, what I want to say is, if she's married, she must have gone through traditional marriage or white marriage. That is culture. Culture is people's way of life. Culture doesn't stop you from anything. Culture doesn't control your life. Culture doesn't mean you should be timid. Culture doesn't mean you should be civilized. Culture doesn't stop progressing. Culture doesn't stop development. Let us not complicate things when we talk about what collectively we should do as a people and blame it on culture. Culture doesn't stop people from learning what to do and how to do them. In fact, there are cultures in Nigeria or in Africa or even all over the world. Those in developed places, like here in Netherlands, they have cultures, but they are developed. But nobody worries about the culture because they are developed. There are things they practice here. Do you know that here in Netherlands, it is not a normal thing for you to discuss about salaries? Like someone has the right to keep you quiet when you ask such questions. But where we are coming from, we don't see anything problematic about it. That is their culture. So because they are developed, we see nothing wrong with it. But because we are underdeveloped, we see everything wrong about ourselves. We celebrate festivals. That's our culture. That's what we are known for. And there are no people without culture. We cannot omit culture in our life. If we do that in our existence, we are not existing. We have to have culture. That's what makes us weird. That's what makes us unique. So I just want to chip in there. And when we talk about bastard, we are not saying it's right for you to denigrate any child. Okay? Every child is born through the right channel. They came to life through the same channel. So, but what we are discussing about is quite different from what she's trying to make it look like. So let's not turn this space about culture. We are trying to, people came up with this misconception about surrogacy and Igbo tradition. That was one we're discussing about Igbo tradition.
Yeah. So
To be the topic at all.
yeah.
What is the misconception? The misconception is that most of you guys think that when an Igbo woman marries another woman, that is surrogacy. That is not what surrogacy is. That's a misconception. And again, so we cannot rest about sources. Why were they doing this women? They were married those women probably because they have no other male child to continue the. So they were married them for children, right? Not just for children. They were married them for the right thing. For marriage purposes. Any man who marries the woman marries the woman for child. Are you saying that we are not my wife? It is not true. I did not marry my wife because of children. So this is what I'm saying. Hold on, this is why Igbo men make me tired. Feminist speaking, but this is not asking the first question. This is why you guys say people do not necessarily marry for children, marry for companionship. Again, the simple question is why were those women married? Again, we go historically. Because of slavery, people were not married. People married those days because of children. So how is that different from surrogacy? Now, how is it different from surrogacy? If you pay their bride price and there are kinsmen witnessing it, in surrogacy, you can reach an agreement with one person without a third party. You can do that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the idea of the idea of surrogacy is for someone to give birth to a child for you. You can look at the definitions. If you're saying that they pay the price, so Jimmy, hold on. If, like what Index just explained, if they go to a lawyer, sign a lawyer, both parties generate a third party there, so does that stop you from being surrogacy? Now again, before you continue, when they marry those women and they bear them children, the children does not bear the woman's name as their surname. Prove me wrong. Do they? Have you heard in Hebrew land that kids bear their mother's or a woman's surname? So I don't get the point that you're making. The point anybody said here. In the case of surrogacy, when two women approach a lady to bear them a child, the child automatically can bear any of those two female sons. So again, if you get a time, if you get a time in Igbo land that women will do that, what are you going to do about it? If you get to a time when women start doing that, then it means the tradition is no longer evolving. So what is surrogacy? I mean, whether it's no longer surrogacy. That is not true. Whether you determine the method of the people doing it, it is still surrogacy. Surrogacy is surrogacy. I don't get this.
All right, guys. All right, guys.
This guy came out and said that people understand. Anything. Let's even talk about people. How many which sources can you cite that disagree with what anybody has said except you? What are you talking about? Even what do you say? Which sources can you cite? Because I mean, let's remove me and you. We're giving opinion. Which sources can you cite now? Jimmy, let's not. So because then don't tell me what I have to
It's now becoming about.
because you're going to talk about this.
It's not about the argument.
So, guys.
Your opinion is not the final answer.
So, guys, 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 guys. I don't want the space to be out, please. Just one mic, please. All right. So no, guys, guys. Coyote, don't worry. I know you're vast in this field. I give you speak, but I want to, guys, just hold on. Now, please hold on. Just wait, please, guys. I don't want this to be rowdy. I've got full control of this platform. I'm multitasking. I have people on rest stream as well. It's not just people on Twitter. I don't want this to be back and forth. I love the intellectual engagement. It is shocking that we're not even dealing with the topic anymore. We are now struggling to define what surrogacy means. It's not a problem. I can do that. Let's do that intellectually. Please, I beg of us, okay? What I'll do now is everyone on the speaker section, you're going to have a go. No doubt about that. And it's going to be according to how people came on the platform. But before that, as I always say, I give priority to people on the live stream simply because people can hear them on all the platforms. And there is Icon and Maureen here. I would love to hear from them. Then I'll go back to the list on Twitter, and we'll let people have a go one at a time. Icon, how you doing? You there? Icon. Okay, I guess Icon is busy on Icon and Maureen. You keep going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
How you doing?
Hello. Yes. Hello, everyone. I just want to encourage you, please, if you can come on the, if you can come to the streaming platform, it would be so helpful because we can like barely hear you
Yeah. So
on here.
for life, we can barely hear, what is going on. And so what I did was I tried connecting another microphone to it, but it's not as easy
It's
as
not. Yeah. Yeah. So it's literally just a link. It's not. You don't have to download any
it's
app
on
or
the
anything. It's
jumbotron.
just a
Just
link.
click on the link. It's on the jumbotron.
Yeah, and it will just bring you here, and then you can go back on Twitter when you're done speaking, please, because it's so like I could barely hear anything. So I just wanted to say that number one. But yeah, so hello.
So,
um
Icon, before you proceed with your quick submission, could you please, in your own definition of surrogacy, I think I will start with that.
yeah,
Anyone, yeah, I think we need to reestablish the fact of what we're talking about before we go in depth into the conversation. What
yeah.
what do you
Um
consider surrogacy, and what matters? Culture, religion, gender, or money? Let's take it from there.
yeah. So just starting off, I think and that was what I was going to start with, which was the definition of surrogacy, which is when a woman carries a child for a couple, or but essentially carries a child for someone else who is going to be the parent of the child. So it's not a child that you are expected to keep. It could be your eggs, or it could be the couple's embryo, right? So that's what I wanted to start with. And like
Does it involve money transaction?
Um, again, it depends on where you're coming from, right? So some countries, I think like the UK specifically bars you from paying for surrogacy, right? So you can pay for the surrogate's expenses, but you cannot pay them outrightly to be a surrogate for you. So depending on what country you're in, I know America, you can pay people to be your surrogate. So I think they charge about $60,000 to $70,000 at the minimum for surrogacy here, as well as their medical expenses, right? And I also know that like like some people have insurance that covers surrogacy, in when it comes in case of like infertility. So obviously the uber wealthy, like they've said, is some people don't want to carry their pregnancy, so they use surrogates. Um, and so that normally would be private cost. So you have the likes of Kim Kardashian, right, who went down that route, who carried two pregnancies and then chose um, not to, carry anymore. So, she used surrogacies for her last two children. Then you have again people who, like, because of medical conditions cannot carry a viable pregnancy or cannot carry a baby to term. Those normally sometimes insurance will pay for it. So when it comes to money, it just depends on the laws of the lands of where you live, right? So America is very capitalist, um, and the UK is a socialist country. So you essentially do it out of you want to help a couple that want a child, right? So it just depends on where you are. So that's that on it. And then when it comes to culture, I think um, finding the middle ground in what they were saying. Again, it just depends on different, where you come from and how you see it. Even like religion, right? So I've seen people who will say things like they won't even do IVF, right? So anything that it's not completely natural, as they put it, then they are not interested in it, right? Because they are really, I don't know how that works. I don't know where they get it from the Bible. I don't know. But, I've heard people say on religious grounds. Cultural grounds, I think there's a bit of truth in what everybody was saying. And it's, again, I think that's something that we shouldn't like ignore because it does play a role in terms of like culture. So for me, I'll give examples of people that I know very briefly. This is no longer as common, I think, in our culture that's in the Igbo culture. It used to be very, more rampant, and it's actually a mixture of religion and culture. So I'll give an example: couples who couldn't have babies. So, and I'm talking about the kids that I know, or the kids that were born via surrogacy, when you look at the pure definition of surrogacy, are now in their 70s, 60s. So this was something that I think was more commonly practiced in Igbo land, years and years ago, especially when they were mixing it with religion. So you'd have people, especially like Catholics, right, who were like, okay, I cannot marry a second wife, right, because I'm a Christian. And so what they did, of course, like, just trying to bypass and bend the Bible, which, that's another case, is they would go out, they would agree with their wives. So it would be an agreement. It's not something that they would just go out and have a baby and come back. They would agree with their wives that they would go out, get another woman pregnant, not marry her with no intention of marrying her, and the woman will give the baby to her in exchange for money, whatever it was, starting a trade for her. And, this was practiced by a lot of like very wealthy men. And so you have a lot of that was very common in the 50s. At least let me speak on what the people I know in the 50s, in the 40s, 50s, 60s. It was something that was very common. So that's that, right? And it wasn't frowned upon. It was something that was done. And I have seen, and I know people personally that's how they were born. Because obviously in those days you did not know where the infertility was from, but it was like a very loving, loving couples who had mutual respect, but they wanted children, again because lineage is very important in Igbo culture, and so that's what they did. I also know people who did it. I know of a family who him and his wife agreed. You know what? We're gonna bring in someone to be a surrogate for us, and at the end of it, the man decided, okay, you know what? I would rather have a second wife. So it's done in multiple ways, but it's something that is not particularly frowned upon. It's funny how I would say, like, in the olden days, it was probably more accepted than it would be accepted today, right? At least it was, or it seemed like it was more common, like in days gone than it is today. And I don't know why, but that's just how it is. Like I said, I know multiple people that's how they were born. Um, and yeah, and then when it comes to acceptance, again, I think it's very important that we don't just generalize and say Igbo, right? I think different villages, different cultures have their norms on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. Like, I come from a village where somebody was talking about Osu, which are outcasts, is not recognized in my village, right? So we don't discriminate against people because, quote unquote, they are Osu. So we marry them, we have, like it's not a thing where I come from, versus if you go to some other cultures, like it's the worst thing that you can do, if that makes sense. Like it's completely out of bounds. So I think it's very important that we say that again, like they said, is in some cultures, when you return bride price, again, in my culture, it does not mean that the child no longer belongs to you. No, it's like you're no longer married to the mother, and that is what it is. But if you do have a child out of wedlock and the father does not accept responsibility, your father takes on the child. So even in my family, you have kids that have taken on the name of the family um, because the father has not shown responsibility, and the girl's father is like, you know what, this is my child, I'll raise the child, like we're not taking your last name, right? And you're going to have nothing to do with the child. So again, everything just depends on the vicinity, the culture, and what they accept. Another one I have seen, which is this is like with widows, and this happened to like a family friend, where it's like maybe a son dies without ever having a son with his wife, or maybe just never got married. Their mothers, their families will go and adopt, a young girl who is pregnant and maybe, has been rejected by her family, or her family does not want her, and they essentially marry her for their dead child, right? And then that child takes on their name, takes on their lineage, right? So I think it just depends on where you're from. And again, I don't subscribe to these things like, oh, and I think like what Madam Integrity was saying is that there's beautiful culture, and then there's just culture that needs to be gotten rid of, right? So I don't believe in, oh, because something is your culture. The British used to burn women at the stake for being witches, right? They used to behead people, but they don't do those things anymore. That was their culture. But I think it's Africans are the only ones that want to hold on to the most archaic things that really should not be around anymore, that serves nobody, if that makes sense. So again, like with the marry for a dead son, I've seen the trauma. It happened to a family friend of mine. It sounds all well and good until you see what it means. So imagine being a very young girl in your 20s, you and your husband are married, have two beautiful children, and because your husband dies, you're dealing with widowhood, right? You're dealing with that trauma. Your mother-in-law decides to go and bring somebody. You have no idea who the person is. Your husband never met this person in his lifetime, and then decides that this person is now going to take on your husband's name. Do you understand? So we also forget to talk about the humanity of this rubbish that people do, right? And it's like all of a sudden, the home that you've built, somebody comes in and is trying to scatter it because they want their son's name to live on, thereby, saying that your daughters are less, or that your daughters cannot carry on their father's legacy.
Right.
So anyways, so that's, I just wanted to say that, those are the ones I've seen. Another one, the most unusual one I have seen, but this is not has nothing to do with Nigeria, is adopting embryos. So a lot of times, like we talked about, is when people want to go through like IVF. So when people have infertility issues, they have to get like your, let's say your partner's sperm and your eggs, and then obviously that becomes an embryo, and that's what they now put in your like in your whatever to like conceive. So what happens is that they do multiple, right? So when you go through the IVF process, they could bring out multiple, let's say 50 embryos, right? They don't expect that all of them will become children one day. But what I have seen, and this happened to somebody that I know, is she suffered from secondary infertility, and they were able to adopt someone else's embryo. So another couple allowed them. It's like, you know what? Like, we have all those embryos. We don't plan to have all those children, but here you go. Like, you guys can have, so that you have an opportunity to have a child, right? So they're able to adopt that. So, again, when it comes to like money getting paid, I have nothing against it. Ife, I saw her post. I honestly don't understand what the what the issue was, right? As I am today, if I want to have children, pregnancy is not easy. It's not for everybody. Some people find it easy. Some people want to do it. Some people don't want to do it. And I think that is okay, right? And as long as both parties are adults and consenting adults, and each person is getting what they desire, I'm not really sure what Nigerians' problems are, right? I just feel like that's like just misdirected aggression, right? So carrying a baby over the age of 35 is considered higher risk, right? So if she decides that, you know what, I don't want to go through that, and there's somebody that is willing to do it and I can make their lives better, what exactly is your problem? Right? So that's my attitude towards it. So I saw it. Honestly, I know most of the time the things that like outrage Nigerians tend to blow my mind, but I'm like, she has the money. She does not trying to snap your body back or get your body back to where it was. in your 20s looks very different from in your 30s, in your 40s. So if this is something that her and her husband have consented to, and they find somebody that is willing to do it for them, again, we need to, figure out what our priorities are. So that's all, Jimmy. Thank you.
Thank you. Icon, thank you. That was beautiful. I love the angle you came from, and it's part of what I read yesterday. And to put it in a larger picture to people listening, um, it's not the way people think it is. I don't know how. I'm still trying to figure out how it's similar to what's been going on as a cultural thing in Nigeria. Uh, Look, surrogacy is absolutely different. I don't know how we got to that aspect, but it's absolutely different. And in fact, it is so different that it's almost as if they're going shopping. It's almost as if two gay couples or two lesbian couples, they're going shopping, and they are specific about what they want. They can decide, you know what, we want a baby with blue eyes, and they'll go for someone, a woman that has blue eyes. And this is where human trafficking comes in. All this American, Thai, Korean movie you watch, you see them trafficking women from America and all that. They are high commodities. They use them, they collect their eggs, they because it has to do with their genes, right? So they do these things based on the customer's specifications, what the customer wants, and they are ready to pay for it. If they wanted a gingered hair person, if they want someone with dada, it is up to them. So what people are talking about is maybe you mistakenly impregnate someone outside. Love is attached to that. Love is not attached to. In fact, you guys don't even have to have any, intercourse. It's just a process of collecting your spermatozoa, collecting eggs. It, what the people are explaining about the cultural thing in Igbo land is absolutely different because number one, you don't even need to contact the person that will carry the pregnancy for you. Like you can see physically, but like you don't have any sexual intercourse, like body touching body. You don't do all that. They will collect your sperm. You have options. There are three phases to it. Three phases: sperm donor, egg donor, and the carrier. Some cases, the egg donor can be the carrier. However you want it, it's all about your money. The sperm donor, they go to sperm bank to now give specifications. Okay, now this kind of person we want. We want a strong black mandingo from Kenya, very tall. We want a sperm from that. 19-year-old. They give specifications to these things, preferences, right? But the ones they're explaining is like it's more like a cultural thing, right? It has nothing to do with. In fact, you have options of marrying the person. You cannot marry a surrogate. It's not in their contract. You cannot. It's basically contract, right? And that's the reason why they have this clause about women that carries. I mean, the carriers. They have a clause about emotional attachment supersedes the contract because they put a lot of things into consideration. You know, the bond, the connection. So women don't even bother about that. It's just simply about giving birth. You see people, a couple of interviews I was watching, a woman was saying it that she has done seven pregnancies, and she doesn't have any of those kids. None. And she doesn't even know the parent. She doesn't know the parent. She doesn't know the fathers. She doesn't because it was just basically egg donations, sorry, spam donations that was taken and injected into her. That's it. So thanks, Icon, for that. Let's no, Kayode, you will. Yeah. So Kayode, 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 hold on. Look, I understand you're itching to talk. I know.
carrier. That is surrogacy.
So what?
Are they different?
Sorry?
Float is only the carrier. That is surrogate.
Yeah, the carrier. So the carrier is the surrogate, right? But surrogacy, it comes in. For you to carry, you need sperm donor. They'll collect the sperm, egg donor, and carrier. So some people can donate sperm, some people can actually donate egg, and some people can volunteer to be the carrier, right? So the carrier can now still say, you know what, I want to donate my egg. So if they are charging 90,000 K for being the carrier, they want to charge another maybe $40,000-$50,000 for their egg, right? But they can actually get a carrier, a sperm, get the egg, and just do whatever they want to do and just put in the carrier. So they do that because we have people that they harvest eggs from women. They harvest them from women. So, but if you're lucky enough, if it makes the, you know, specification the people want, why not? They should just go for it. Maureen, I see you. Thanks for being part of this. You are on live stream. I just quickly want to take someone on Twitter Space so we can move back to live stream. I give priority to people on live stream. I'll keep saying that. So the line, the new queue now is Coyote. Carigwe dropped earlier on, came back again. So Coyote, Carigwe 20, 10, 20, and Brian in that order. Brian and Maven in that order. All right, Coyote, go ahead. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. But this can I explain to something?
Sorry, you came before Brian.
Yes, you came here.
2010.
You what?
I was there before Brian at 2010.
Really?
Yep, I was there when Brian raised his hand on December 2010.
Okay, fair enough.
Please, can Maureen go? Please,
Maureen.
I think
Amazing.
guys,
Okay, Maureen on StreamYard, right?
I'll wait. Listening to people's perspectives is extremely important in this case, please. So, I don't mind it.
Okay, so you go after Maureen,
I
right?
don't mind going after.
All right. Okay, let's do that then. Maureen, how you doing? Are you with me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh my goodness, crystal clear, loud.
Oh, brilliant.
I love the StreamYard. I love how loud and crystal it is. Everyone can hear you. My neighbors can hear you.
Oh, sorry, am I a bit too loud? The thing is, I can't really hear the people
Right?
on X. You
Yeah.
know, there's a bit muffled, you
Yeah.
might say.
Let me see what I can do about that. Well, yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I think Iconium has said most of what I wanted to say, to be fair to you. I just wanted to add a couple of things. Like, you know, she gave a good definition of what surrogacy means, which is basically a woman carrying a child for another person or people or persons. Like you said, also, it could be of course, there has to be three things involved: the sperm, the eggs, and the carrier, which is the woman who is actually the surrogate mother.
Right.
So here in the United Kingdom, surrogacy is not really permitted by law, but there was something that you call altruistic surrogacy, which is basically you don't get paid. You know, because some countries you get paid or for carrying the child, and you deliver the child, you're paid a certain amount of money. You give with the parents, you're paid a certain amount of money, and you hand the child over to them. But here, it's that is not allowed at all, from the best of my knowledge. Also in Nigeria, it's not allowed as well. It's legally not permitted. But you know how it is. We always find a way around things. So, for as regards surrogacy and the religion, well, I would say that religion, both Christianity and I'm not a Muslim, but I would say that both. I think Islam as well. They both have issues with surrogacy. I think they both believe in the natural way of giving birth, which is the mother and the father come together, get pregnant, and have the baby, and everything is natural.
Right.
It's frowned upon, so to speak, when you have
a sperm donor or an egg donor, but they're both being carried by somebody else. Society frowns on that, and not only does society frown it, the child as they get older, if that such information is revealed, they are also kind of ostracized or treated in some way that they like bullied or something like that, something like that. So religion in Nigeria is not, doesn't really support surrogacy. Or that doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but when surrogate, most times when back in the day, back in the olden times, I'm guessing, I want to believe that surrogacy was in existence, but it was hidden. It was kind of hushed. But now Nigerians are more enlightened. Africans are enlightened in general, and they don't frown upon it so much, except for those that are really, really core, diehard traditionalists, core Christian, core Muslims, and what have you. I think they will some still frown upon it. Traditionally, hmm, tradition, it depends on where you're from. Like in some parts of the Igbo culture, yes, surrogacy is permitted. If, like Iconium said, if the mother is unable to conceive, or the father is maybe doesn't have a very high sperm count and is not able to impregnate a woman, yeah, it's done, and it could be done in the way that Iconium mentioned as well, which is the wife. If the wife is the one that is has the problem, she can go out. The husband can go out, have kids, and then bring them in, and then the wife becomes his children's mother. But we must never forget that, as I mentioned earlier, this is not legal. And in the event that the birth mother, or decides that she wants her child back, there's no legal documents that the surrogates, sorry, that the adopted mother can use to get to have say the child is hers, even if she pays for the child, even if the child is bought and paid for. So we have to be careful in terms when it comes to in terms of that. But basically, most of what Iconium said, in fact, she just took the words literally out of my mouth. And I was thinking, what am I going to say? But I just want to say that for me, surrogacy is not. We've moved on. The world has moved on. The world is changing. The world is evolving. Surrogacy has moved on. Times have changed. I have nothing against surrogacy whatsoever. I mean, it might not be as natural as people think it would be. My only concern would be, for example, if the woman's eggs are not viable, or the man's sperm is not viable, and then they start mixing different sperms with different eggs. I'm a little bit skeptical about that, because you're not really sure the kind of child that you want. But in the days of the modern days, like you said, Jimmy, you can. It's like going to a shop and you say, okay, I want a child with blue eyes and blonde hair, and I want a child that's brainy. And they go to their banks, and they know the sperm they're going to bring out and the eggs they're going to give out. I mean, they say, okay, this is it. I mean, they give it to the impregnate the whoever it is, and and the child ends up being that way. But in I don't know. I'm kind of like a little bit skeptical about that, but it happens, and well, to each their own. That's what I always say. If that's what floats your boat, or if that's what you feel you want, if it's beyond your control to have children, why not? Go for it. But at the same time, we have to be very wary of when you go into such an agreement, because you never know what you're going to get. And it's not. I'm not meaning that in terms of whether it's going to be a boy or a girl. I mean, you know, the nature of the child, because children inherently will be take the genes and the traits from their parents, their birth parents. The where the sperm and the eggs, they when they combine, they form genes from both parents. So you never know. You never can be sure what you're going to get. But anyway, that's my own little take. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Hear me? Oh, shoot. Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually muted myself because I didn't want the feedback to be disrupting your submission. Thanks. That was beautiful. So, um, again, we have three segments. Let me right on time. We have three segments, and we've been talking about the first um, we've been talking about the first segment, which is culture and religion. We've not gone on the second one, which is feminism, gender, and modern slavery concept of, you know, um, surrogacy. And the third segment is money, law, morals, and dilemma. So, regarding what you just said now, I mean, considering the fact that we're still on the cultural and religion aspect, while doing my findings yesterday, I read about the cultural and the religious aspect of it. And in some parts of Africa, they believe womb for hire is seen as unnatural or something demonic in Africa. And countries such as Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda, surrogacy is seen as tampering with the divine order. In fact, some traditionalists they believe spiritual consequences comes after you borrow someone else's womb to give birth to a child. They believe you need to have this love, blood, and physical connection with the woman that will bring a child to the world. They're now seeing woman's womb as well. Some of them they claim it as a soulless um, field when it comes to surrogacy. They consider it a taboo. A woman's womb not connected by love or blood, they consider it as carrying a contamination. In Africa, believe. And when I say Africa, three countries that believe in this: Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda, to be precise. And we have Pentecostal pastors that talks about these things, and in some of their preaching, how can a woman carry a child that is not hers by the blood and spirit? That is not childbirth. That is childcraft. It's unnatural. And this is from a Pentecostal pastor in 2022. You can Google it. I'm not going to mention name. And it has been attached to that religiously. And there are a couple of movies out there. I don't want to base my argument on movies, but it's good as an example. There's a particular movie. I saw that movie back in 2014. It's called The Devil's Due. A couple that they got married and they went to, I think it was South America for their honeymoon, and they got involved in, I think they went to a nightclub, and apparently on the floor of that nightclub there's a particular circle there that has to do, it has signs of devil and all that. So that was where the wife was dancing. So I think someone, some people were fighting, they punched themselves and blood just dropped on the ground, and somehow something spiritual happened and this woman got pregnant. She got pregnant while on honeymoon, and it was true demonic ritual. And it turned out that the baby was an antichrist, and the woman just turned into something else entirely. She didn't bargain for it. They were not ready to get married. The woman was eating raw meat. Again, this is not to scare people. It's just showing another side of it when it comes to religion. Conception and pregnancy. It's a very delicate thing. You're bringing life into this world. There should be a form of attachment to that. Are you shifting responsibility, what you're actually meant to do naturally? Are you shifting it to someone else? Is that what it is? Is it a situation of fear, or is it a medical situation? Whatever the situation is, I'm not here to be the short caller. I'm here to create a platform where people can talk about these things. And that's the reason why we're having this conversation. Thanks for being part of this, guys. I see every single one of you on the social media platforms, on Restream, the live stream, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Thanks for being part of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. I do this every Friday, and we're here today talking about surrogacy. Coyote, you're up. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. Thanks for the opportunity to share about this conversation. that I feel women will know more about. I can only give an academic breakdown analysis from what I've read and some things I've seen. But to experience it is not possible. The closest thing and pregnancy I've always seen is constipation. And I know it's a completely different feeling. And say, let me start from the religious angle. There's some other things I actually wanted to build where I realized that you actually put this in different segments. And this gives me the opportunity to be more specific.
All right. So before you proceed, I would love you to start with your submission with your own definition of surrogacy, so we can take it from there.
Mostly my definition is just that's why I asked, because I've seen multiple definitions of surrogacy, and mine is just a carrier, carrying maybe like a sort of vessel to carry a child or an embryo or an egg to birth for another woman or couple. So that's it. There's no complexity for me. So
Right.
the sperm donor, the egg donor, I don't. As much as they're important in surrogacy and the cycle of the surrogate itself is actually has to do with the carrier. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I get that point, and which is a compelling one, by the way. But based on issues that had happened in the past couple of decades, that has prompted those questions, and it has created a lot of legal mess. Okay.
You actually talk about them, and I love some of the examples you gave, like in Thailand, in a couple of cities in the US. It doesn't. You talk about the woman, the situation in
California.
Also one in New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get there. We're still dealing with culture and religion now.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I want to go with the religious and the cultural angle. One, anything that has to do with things that has to do with women. The first thing I would do is to take religion, wrap it, and throw it in the dustbin.
Say that again.
I'll wrap it up.
Wrap what up?
Anything that has to do with religion, what religion relates, things that has to do with women. When you bring religion to light, to religion is I wrap it up in a crumpled paper and then throw it into the bin, and I'll explain why. One, religion is extremely biased against women, especially the religions or the two major religions we have in practice. They are patriarchal and they don't allow the woman to play parts in actually putting together the rules and the regulations that actually make those religions. So, if we bring things that were actually set to over 2,000 years ago, which then was more of their culture, and we try to use it to solve the dynamic problems of today, I think we're just not only going to be stagnant, but we are going to be we are not going to move. And we've seen what religion has done. For instance, look at what you just said. One thing religion does not allow, why religion and surrogacy keep having both have issues. One, the most important thing in religion is actually the soul, faith, and fire. Every other thing is built around those three things. So the soul. Now, the more they believe the mother and the father coming together to form to have a child, and that's the natural process, natural procedure. But unfortunately, we grew brain overnight, and we can think, and thinking to religion, which is logic, is a crime. Since everything in religion is based on this faith-based, it's going to completely knock out things like surrogacy, things that have to do with tech. And a good example is in Islam. At least I know a little bit about Islam, Christianity, and probably in religion. In Islam, years ago, they were probably ahead of everybody, almost in line with the Greeks when it comes to how smart they were. Most of the maths, things we know about maths, arithmetic, algebra, about the algebraic numbers and everything, actually came from that region.
and say that you have achieved it, then we get you to come and teach our people how to be doctors, how to be cases. And this is extremely dangerous when it comes to the dynamics of today. Look at Nigeria for instance, and this is going to also look off the cultural parts. Look at Nigeria, for instance, we have the higher maternal mortality rate in the world, or one of the top three. Maternal mortality, for those who don't know, is mothers that died during childbirth in the world. You know what that has done to a lot of women's mind, or a lot of young women, young girls, in their subconscious, when they think about kids, they are not just thinking about having a child. They are not just thinking about the child. They are yes, sir. Yeah. They're not just thinking about the child. They're thinking about the process. They're thinking about the pain, and they're thinking about the infrastructures or ground to support them to have the kids. So automatically, majority of girls think about, or women think about pain when they think about having kids, and if they are going to survive or not. So you know what that does to their psychology? It creates a lot of women with what is called tocophobia, fear of getting pregnant and having kids. So it's not just about physical health that they are scared of. It has also become a mental thing. So what do we do to help them to actually be able to do this? First, put the infrastructures right on ground. Then put the right laws. I'm not going to use UK because I know UK does not support it. Then there are 3 countries that outrightly banned it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so the cultural. So let me quickly. Yeah. So culturally, unfortunately, again, we have a patriarchal um our culture, our what we call our, in fact, what I don't even understand is what is culture and tradition. Culture and tradition is completely generational. So what was cultural or traditional 500 years ago in Lagos, for instance, is 150 years later completely changed. And it happened like that. I think after every 150 years, you have completely new cultures and traditions that show up. The kids of today that were born in 2000, 2001, they are indigenous internet kids. They are different from some of us that were born probably in the 80s. And we're also different from people before us. So our mindset, our the way we think about these things completely differ. Let's take culture and religion out of this, because if we do, it would never support the opportunity for growth, and women appreciate and understanding their body more. Let's just make sure that we protect the surrogate. That's all the other things. See, why I had to cut this short is because the most important part is actually the protection, the legal part of this. Culture and tradition, that I think they're just a distraction to this, because everybody chooses. You see, bro, you see what just happened now, and I loved it. 2 people from the same ethnic background just talked about 2 complete lens that's a particular issues. Do you know that's our reality? Do you know both of them could actually be right? And that's what it is. It was not even surrogacy they were talking about, because when I listened, I realized that yeah, no, unfortunately, I did not understand. That's why I said, please, can we listen? It's a little bit away from surrogacy. It's not a figurative thing, it's literal. Surrogacy is literal, is direct. And I love the fact that you gave the 3 cycles that are involved: the egg carrier, the eggs, the sperm donor, and uh, the egg donor and the carrier. So anything outside that is just, we are trying to be figurative about it, bringing metaphors to define surrogacy. So let me not speak too much. I know you heard me speak about it in another platform.
Yes, and yeah, and it's different from what that. So that when we get to the more elaborate conversation, I'll talk about So those are things. But I think culture and religion is just they're just distractions. Yeah, 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 yeah. Thank you, bro. Yeah.
Hi, Jimmy. Good evening. Am I audible? Okay. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. All right. Okay. Thanks for having me. Um. Okay. Sorry, Jimmy. Just so I let this know, when your mic is on mute, it's giving feedback. When Ikenga and this doctor, I've forgotten his name, they were going like they were talking about surrogacy and the Igbo culture, and and I just wanted to come up to explain. And thank God Icon came up and she really she said a whole lot that I wanted to say, and I really appreciate her for that. She gave more insight on what surrogacy is and and how it's done. So for I think what Ikenga is saying and that doctor, but mostly Ikenga, I don't think it's that surrogacy. I don't think that's not what surrogacy is when it comes to the Igbo culture. And it's like uh, when it comes to Igbo culture with okay, you want to marry you marry a woman, even if she already has a child out of wedlock, the moment you pay for her bride price, that child is yours. And that's kind of what it is with Igbo culture. And when you marry to a woman, that child is yours. The child bears your name. Not when surrogacy is not when okay, two women meet and the other one decides to get pregnant and they start discussing whose name they are going to carry. No, that's not surrogacy. You're trying to talk about two lesbians meeting, and you're even talking about two lesbians, not surrogacy. When Jimmy, when you're saying something, it kind of caught my attention. It's like, okay, you made it seem like, okay, it's shopping, like you're checking for eye color, you want blue eyes, you want this, you want that. And to me, it's like, okay, when we use movies to give examples, like adoption, when the couples are going to adopt a child, that's when that happens. They are trying to check for this, trying to check for that. When it comes to Down syndrome as well, when a lady is pregnant, which is she's already pregnant and decides, okay, she wants to give that child up for adoption, and they find, okay, a good family that wants to adopt the child, and she ends up giving birth. And ends up giving birth, and the family and the child happens to have Down syndrome. You see the family be like, okay, no, they don't want the child because we did not sign up for this. It is not what we signed up for. It's not part of the plan. And in that case, they don't. That lady doesn't get paid whether they adopt the child or they don't. The lady doesn't get paid. That's a whole different thing that goes through the system. That's a whole different thing. Then when we come back to surrogacy, we want to put it that way. Okay, the other surrogacy is when, okay, there's the sperm, the father's sperm, which we call the donor, then the surrogates, her egg, and she's the biological mother of the child, and the child still go back to the couples, and the child go back to the couples, and there's another one, gestational something. It's called something like that. Sorry, but when it's the mother's egg and it's the father's sperm, the donor. So it's like the surrogate, the child is not even biologically has. In that kind of situation, if the child has Down syndrome, it has nothing to do with the surrogate. Like she's the carrier. She just helps them carry the child. And that is what it is. That's what I think we're kind of like bringing the two up together. Sorry, I need to step outside. So we are kind of like mixing the two up together. So when the child now has Down syndrome, that has nothing to do with the surrogate mother. She's just the carrier. And when it comes to our culture or Nigerian culture, as I would like to say, I feel that is I just don't feel. Go. Sorry, I'm bringing my dog out to pee. So I feel that is something that is there to control women, and it's one of the reasons why it's mostly focused on when we talk about Nigerian culture. 90% of the time, if not even more than, it's something we do. They say to control women, to have a say when it comes to women's body, what they feel a woman should do, what they feel a woman shouldn't do. When it comes to this surrogacy and our culture is like, okay, as a woman, you should not be doing this. It's a way to control women and tell them, okay, this is your body. We don't, even when it comes to religion, it's a way to control women, to have a power over women, to have a say over women and tell them, we don't want you doing this. Your body is not supposed to do this, or we don't want it like that. It's just about power and control. Once it's something that can control women, it is culture. They will put it is culture. They will put it is religion. You have to obey, you have to follow, you have to listen. That is how it's been said. So when it comes to women growing, when it comes to women and getting more knowledge, not just women, when it comes to even people getting more knowledge about things like this, religion doesn't want that. It wants to box you. So no, you're not allowed to do that. Then when it comes to the culture, it's like, oh, you want to start following the Western world. Oh, well, we're not going to talk about other things. When it comes to the Western world, it's just when women want to decide certain things about their body or what they want to do, that is when it becomes a problem that, oh, we are not focusing on the Western world. So for me, when it comes to that, it's like, okay, it's about control. That's just what it is, simple control. So what Kenga was saying, I don't view that as surrogacy when it comes to the Igbo culture. I don't see that as surrogacy. That's not how it works. We're talking about an okay, surrogate doesn't is not even in the life of these couples. Like, it's given the child, you help me carry the child, either because the mother doesn't, because of her body, her mental health. Like, it's just between those couples. When the wife expresses herself and says, this is one of the reasons why I do not want to give birth. And also bear in mind that a surrogate can also help a mother, help a woman who is not healthy enough to carry that child for herself, and she still wants to bear a child that will be biologically hers and that of her husband. They will also go for the choice of a surrogate, and it works out fine. So it's not, I won't put it that, oh, it's shopping, we want to check for blue eyes. No, yeah, they won't put it like that, especially in situations where the child is now biologically the couples, that is the wife and the husband, and the surrogate is just the carrier. So for the culture, I just believe what Nkenga was explaining is like way different. I won't put that as I won't put that as surrogacy as an able person as well. I will not put that as surrogacy. I'm like, okay, that's different. Yeah. Jimmy, I'm done.
Hi, Jimmy. I'm very well. How are you too? Good to know that. You actually already defined surrogacy. So I think um, you agree that it is just basically a woman agreeing to get pregnant and have a baby on behalf of another or people or someone else who cannot have a child naturally, or right? Oh, amazing. Okay. That's I think you are asking people to define it for themselves before they could carry on, and that is absolutely what I was going to say. So that being said, I have listened for over an hour now, listening to people, saying different things, and everyone's opinion, contribution actually makes sense in their own way because they are all personal opinion to everyone, especially how they understand things and how they see them. So that being said, I actually wanted to, because I have encountered this surrogate thing, not personally for not personally that I actually did surrogacy, no, but I have um, handled issues that have come up from surrogate mother and the guardians. So I think I wouldn't want to believe that culture has a way of suppressing surrogacy, so to speak. I think I would say religion does. I don't also think that gender has a role. Gender plays any form of trying to subdue surrogacy. I think it should be about money and about the law. Um, I mean, there should be money, which means that money is involved in surrogacy. I mean, it requires a lot of money, and then the law to protect both um, the surrogate mother and the guardians. I mean, the donors or the people who are supposed to own the children or the child. These are the two most important things that I mean that we should fight for, talk about to come into play. Having said that, saying that culture does not, breathe down the neck of surrogacy, I would say that the things that most people have talked about here, for me, I see it as surrogacy because basically we've already established that it is just basically a woman agreeing to get pregnant on behalf of a couple or a person or someone else who cannot actually bear children at a particular time. So that being said, I think if you look at the things that some of the things that have been in our tradition, in African setting and culture centuries ago, it's the same thing, but just that modern medical sense involves IVF, the artificial insemination, instead of the social and cultural practices that served similar purposes, helping childless couples, have children through alternative arrangement. I mean, if you look at it, where the Igbo people, a woman would marry a woman or get a woman to bear children on behalf of the husband. Now, if you look at it, the woman, the husband might be late. Let's say, for instance, the husband might be late. The widow of the man goes ahead to get a wife for the husband, and then get someone else, a man also from outside, who would impregnate this particular lady to bear children for her husband. Isn't that surrogacy? That is surrogacy. Because I think surrogacy has two types, majorly two types, but which can actually still be broken down. They can actually have subcategories in between: the traditional surrogacy and the gestational surrogacy. I got to know about all of these things when I handled a case in 2022, 2023, thereabouts. I'm going to tell the story later on. So that is where I think we should have strong law that actually protects people who are getting involved in anything surrogacy. The traditional surrogacy, this one, I think that lady was trying to make it make sense. It's basically mother, the one who's carrying the child, the surrogate mother here now, who's going to carry the child in this form, the traditional surrogacy involves her using her eggs as then the sperm of the man. This is the traditional setting. For instance, a married man and the wife get a lady from outside to carry their child. The woman's egg is no longer functioning, or she cannot produce eggs at this moment. Then the surrogate mother will bring her egg. Then the husband of the wife of the woman will bring his sperm to fertilize that particular egg. This is traditional surrogacy. So in this sense, the woman outside, the surrogate mother, is a biological child of that child. Biologically, because it's her eggs, just that the sperm belongs to the woman's husband, and the child now belongs to the woman. But if you look at it biologically, it's the surrogate mother's child as well, because it's her eggs. And then if you bring it down to tradition, we've seen instances like this where even if they claim that, oh, the woman is married into the family, yeah, where the woman can't bear a child, the husband gets another wife to make children. This is the same thing. The only problem here is that in the modern eye, the woman will not be married into the family. She will not be married into the family or gotten to be a part of the family and bear the man's name or stuff like that. But if you look at it in this modern sense and the traditional sense, it's the same thing. That's how I see it. And then you talk about the gestational, which is just basically the egg of the wife and the sperm of the husband, then fertilize it using IVF to inseminate it in the carrier's body. That one, she just comes, bring herself as an incubator for the child. She carries the child, 9 months, she gives them the child and goes away. Right? So that means if you look at it, the things that we practice in the Igbo culture and I think the Nandi people of Kenya as well do that. You know, these people often choose people to marry, particularly women who are wealthy. They get another woman and choose a man from outside to impregnate the woman to make children for their husband. They also have, I think, children that are born from this form of union belong to the female husband, not the biological father. It's not a biological father. And then you also look at this. Look at the levirate marriage. It's also practiced in the Yoruba culture, where a man dies, the man is not, he doesn't have a child, right? Then the widow is made to marry the brother of the man. So the brother of the man helps the widow to make children. So this same way, you see that the sperm does not belong to the man. It belongs to someone else, even if it's his brother, but the egg belongs to the woman and they make children. This is a traditional ways of surrogacy, but that is what people say is not surrogacy. But for me, I see that as surrogacy because these are just arrangements. These are just arrangements. Jimmy, this is basically the modern way of doing surrogacy. I'm just trying to connect it to how alternative that was in the past. This is alternative that is current now. Most women whose husbands have died might not be willing to allow their husband's brother to touch them. These are modern ways of making children, but I'm just trying to link it back to the alternative that was in the past that we didn't have.
And my brother, 2010, that's like a continuation of bloodline. That's nothing to do with surrogacy. That's just bloodline continuing because they want Yeah, they want their lineage to continue. That has got nothing to do with surrogacy in any form at all. So I think we shouldn't mix it up. And I'm sorry I jumped in, but I just couldn't. I didn't have the patience to wait to hear that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's a continuation of bloodline. They don't want the person going somewhere else, or they feel that maybe the brother wasn't did not enjoy the wife enough, or that they spent too much time with that person, so she has to stay in the family. She can't go anywhere else. Especially maybe if the brother had the will that said everything goes to the woman, and then people think, "How dare you carry take carry our money and our name, all the brother worked for to that person. You must stay here and marry one of us and continue with the wealth." There are so many reasons. And then I also think, you see, this is my problem with Johnny. This is my problem with so much English and terminologies. When we now decide that we have to break it,
I can barely hear her now. Okay. Um, Jimmy, if we're to say that, okay, um, bloodline.
we start confusing ourselves.
Okay, she's back. We lost you for a minute.
Oh, you mean me? Okay. I said yes. The terminologies, when we start breaking the terminologies down, apart from what is written and straightforward for everybody to understand, then we confuse ourselves and we bring in things that really do not matter. I mean, for instance, now we're diverting into bloodline, which has absolutely nothing to do with surrogacy. Surrogacy is just another carrier sack from another woman. Permit me, please. I apologize for making it sound so low, but I'm just trying to break it down. It's just a carrier of one woman through IVF or artificial insemination, and that's it. When we now start saying, "Oh, there's a traditional past and there is that past," now we're confusing ourselves because we will now rope ourselves in, and at the end of the day, we end up not even understanding what we're talking about in the first place. I'm sorry, I had to come from that angle.
Okay.
I didn't get that. Take it again, please. Oh, Ikuchi wine. Okay, Ikuchi wine is more like if I join my ancestors in our own terminology, my brother can continue my marital affair with my wife in my absence. So when the other speaker came up, sorry, just a moment. She didn't actually hear my own side of the argument. She thought I was the person insisting our tradition. It's surrogacy. So, And also in that terms, you don't need to see the family for acceptance or anything. But in our own tradition, you have to see the families because they have to know where their daughter is headed. And yes, and they, yeah, and Jimmy, we have moved on from that tradition. We have moved on. We are no longer that. Normal wife material.
no plan B in crisis. They had everything planned out, but there was no plan B for a crisis. No one could do it. So kids were stuck in that country. So the real question is, should children be born into a contractual system with no contingent plan for them whatsoever? It's more like a and they don't want to put it into consideration that they didn't ask them. They shouldn't be put in that situation like that. They shouldn't. Number one, people, surrogacy ban for felons, 2015. A British couple is up in the middle of the surrogacy process in India. Both of them have a divorce while there was a surrogacy plan going on. Ongoing surrogacy. Maybe that of the implementation. So within the 9 months, maybe the 15 months, the couple broke up. What went wrong? Legal institution. Over who takes the baby. The surrogate mother was caught in between. Because now, the husband wants the baby. Husband gets a lawyer, went to India to meet the surrogate mother. Now me pay for this baby, give the paper. The wife took got a lawyer, went to India. I agreed to this baby. It is man to have a the surrogate mother was right? So it's what the question was, how now based on the practice of law in India, eventually bans right and illicit when foreign wealth meets local poverty, morality is low. People don't think they're like it home, because they know it's not about money. They know they capitalize on the fact that this is what war and the need. China so this standard actors Zheng Chuan hired surrogates in the US. She and her husband broke up before the baby. What happened? Public outrage. So what went wrong? Alleged, um, allegedly refused to take care of the pregnancy. Now she the teens triggered outrage in China. So it's a matter of This is my son. All the donor, his farm donor, una want any small thing, fail, what's the law, any small thing, kill your cause, which don't come up. You don't get that. It's in your DNA, it's in your attitude. You don't write there, as this people, it's very violent. I don't like this, I don't like that. It's a devil. Any small thing within the house, you'll be hearing things like, I am about you with them. So who is that child with? Whatever the child does, and how do you say it? Who will let it wrong? I don't know why.
All right. Thank you very much. So, that being said, I'm getting an echo. Something is echoing back. Okay. So I have a story that I wanted to share earlier, using my submission, but somehow I think I've lost the train of thought. I was trying to, establish some background to traditional surrogacy and gestational surrogacy. Then I talked about some case that I handled sometime in 2021 or 22. It's about US based Nigerian US based couple who contracted a family member of the woman to make children for them or to make a baby for them, but it became twins eventually. And there was some sort of oral agreement. These are like family members. Okay, Auntie, you're going to take me to the US to study nursing. If I'm going to do this for you, Auntie says, okay, no problem. Just go ahead and do it for me. They harvest the girl's egg, they get the man's sperm, they fertilize, they infuse back to the girl's body, and she got pregnant. Along the way, it was twins, but things went bad when she claimed that the auntie abandoned her and stopped picking her calls, was querying how she's spending 600K in 3 months, for antenatal, upkeep, and all of that. And she was actually lodged in a hotel in Lagos. She was moved from East to Lagos to do this for them while they are actually in the US. They went back to the US after the insemination and everything was completed. They stopped taking her call, and she eventually lost contact with them at a particular time. She couldn't reach out to them. So she didn't know what to do. She had to return back to the East to go meet her mother, whom then she now explained to what happened. She didn't tell her mother, and the woman in question is the sister to the mother of this girl, and they never told her. So the mother accepted the faith and helped her. She gave birth at 32 weeks, and then this couple resurfaced and wants to claim the children. Being that it's the man's sperm while it's the girl's egg. So that has been a problem since 2022 up until today. Even the last time we were at the court, the judge was saying that this case is novel to her because she has never seen something like this. She doesn't understand surrogacy. I mean, she has never handled a case about surrogacy. So this is why I talked about where the law needs to come in and where money also plays a vital role. Sometimes Nigerians, particularly those who know how cheap it is to get people to give to help them produce children here, often leave the US where they know they will pay so much to get a surrogate mother to do anything for them, to come down to where they come from, which is Nigeria, to be able to get it cheaper for themselves, cutting costs, cutting all manner of things just to, get what they want. And at the same time, try also to take advantage of some of these people. So in this situation, Jimmy, how would you handle this kind of situation? This is where I was talking about where the law needs to come in, where there was no proper documentation to this effect. It was just oral agreement, based on family and what have you. If you still look at it, you might say it's not surrogacy, but it is what it is because this woman, this girl in question, did not sleep with the husband of her auntie. The man only donated his sperm. They extracted the eggs from the girl. They fertilized it, inseminated it, and she carried it and gave birth. Yeah. So in this kind of situation, I was trying to use this to make reference to, talking about the modern day way of surrogacy. But since you people have agreed or said that there was nothing like surrogacy in the past, it's never surrogate. It can never be called surrogacy. It's okay. So in this situation, is it still surrogacy, Jimmy? No, not to my knowledge. It was not really transactional as the girl said. It was just an agreement to, okay, auntie, I'm going to do this for you. You're going to take me abroad for me to study nursing. And the two of monetary. Oh, okay, transactional. Okay, it might be monetary and yeah, it's transactional. Yeah. Even their daughters too. Even their daughters.
No, Jimmy, it wasn't. So Sarah using hand give Abraham picking make him sleep with.
your head will just be because you'll be imagining things that you know you spend time with your husband to do. When your husband is in the other room, you'll be wondering with those things of like, do with this other woman, I can't stand it.
Okay, Jimmy, you just caught my attention. See, there is another angle traditionally to this that is really, really biased, like the Bible. Seriously, because in our tradition, if a man is a problem, like the man is not fertile, but the woman is, then the woman is open to have some sort of open relationship, sleeping with men to make children for the man. But if the woman is the one with the problem, the tradition permits the man to marry another wife. You see the biasness. And Jimmy, when you bring up that Sarah issue where you talk, that thing. Well, it's just I don't want to go overly religious, but Hagar was raped because nobody talked about whether she wants it or not. Yeah, no consent. No consent. Yeah. No consent. Let me just say something quickly. So, surrogacy, when it comes to surrogacy, culture, religion doesn't matter. What matters is the gender and money. Surrogacy is kind of seen as empowerment of women, both the surrogate mother and somebody that wants to use that part to motherhood. Those two people are the people they are the ones with the power when it comes to surrogacy. What the culture says is it's not their business when it comes to whether they want to have a child or not. Like me, there was a time I thought about it. I was kind of, are you sure if I have enough money? Yeah, I thought about using surrogacy to get a child. Then I will be sure I will just know that I'm the only person with the right to that baby when the baby comes. I'm still thinking about it. So when it comes to surrogacy, the buck drops at the table of the two people that are making the agreement, not the man that is donating the sperm, maybe the husband of the person that wants to use surrogacy to become a mother, doesn't even have a say. It's the person that they are using. When it comes to children, based on the UK law, the woman has the bulk rights when it comes to the child. And when it comes to, yeah, no, I'm not even talking about the carrier here, the mother of the baby. So let me say I get married to a woman and she doesn't want to carry a child. She wants to use surrogacy. It is her choice. I don't have the right to force her. The only thing I can say is I'm not doing this and I end the relationship. But I can't force her to carry a child if she doesn't want to. So the two people that make the decision when it comes to all this should be the mother that is donating the egg. If it's going to be maybe I don't want to carry, I want to use my egg and my husband's egg and rent a womb for the baby. The mother that is donating the egg, then the person that is going to carry the baby has to play a role, a major role, because there has to be agreements. There has to she has to decide how she should be settled before everything starts. And they have to, as in when if it's in a country that has good if it's a country that runs a good system, they will include clauses that will protect the woman during the pregnancy and after she has given birth, to avoid all those you give birth, the parents of the baby no one can carry baby again. In a good country, you can go to jail if you do that, because that's not the agreement. So when it comes to surrogacy is about choice, consent, and the decision of the two people that are going into the agreement. The man is just there as maybe, I won't say figurehead, because if you say figurehead, it would be as if he's the leader. He's just there as the sperm donor at that point till the baby comes. Thank you. And Jimmy, this thing that you said, although that one is not surrogacy, but it's part of the reason why Ekuremadu is in jail today. If you do, if let me say now, if I go to Nigeria and do that surrogacy thing, maybe when it's time to give birth, the girl comes to UK, and then during the betting process, she reports me that, as in she reports abuse, I'm going in for it. Because number one, that's where the power gap comes in. They will tell me, although she gave her consent, they will tell me that the poverty in Nigeria influenced the decision the girl made. So I used her. And that is what happened to Ekweremadu. Although Ekweremadu, the boy might have agreed in Nigeria, but immediately the boy said, I did not agree with Ekwuremadu's position in Nigeria and everything. You are abusing the person, even if the person is an adult.
also illustrates potential sleeplessness when child is sensitive due to inadequate documentation success. And the UPL is not just because it's even organ transplant, donors and all these things. They have to be there. Besides going to even if you have a choice, going to this the other one happened in April. We took US and US out of this thing. The US based company and their non-US trade. After that, surrogate completely hand over its twins, citing and paying medical key factor. The surrogate provided the egg, traditional surrogate, think about it, see, that's a choice.
I think is the girl I talked about earlier. I shared her. I shared it on the jumbo group.
Authority on that child. And this was exactly what happened in this particular case. Let me read that again. After death, the surrogate refused to hand over the twins, citing unpaid medical bills. In fact, the surrogate provided the eggs. It was her egg. So the court was fair. They didn't get the egg. So that means you have more power over the say regarding this. And at the end of the day, at the end of the day, the surrogate provided an egg, traditional goods, including area and the egg, making her the biological mother of that child. The outcome, the couple faced significant consequences. The biological connection complicated relationship of them living without a child, without Nigerian surrogacy law, including so simply because of the medical fact that this woman is the egg owner of that baby, that was the only reason why she got it. But if the egg was sort of donated by someone else, she probably would have missed it. And we don't have any say this in law. We don't. Honestly, we don't.
I said the judge was confused the first day. She was like, she's never heard this before.
She has never heard this in her life. Like she was shocked, right? And that now gives
Yeah, Jimmy, hi. I'm here. I'm okay. Thank you. Yourself? Okay, yes. I guess I think I had Caribou. I wasn't very clear. It wasn't I think I heard him say that it's just the two women that are involved. Was he talking about a certain climb or globally? Oh, okay. Because I know the US has very strong I wouldn't say I mean the states in the US, or that of California is different from that of Texas, have very strong, particularly California has very strong surrogacy laws. And things are typically put in place, and of course that is why you see a lot of these celebrities. A lot of them have kids through surrogacy. Because the laws are already put in place. So like I said before, as long as it is legitimate, it is done legitimately and not by any way of exploitation. Of course, if there are no laws, then it becomes a bit difficult. Even though I know there is an agency on what do you call it, Instagram. There is an agency in Nigeria. I think they're based in Lekki. All they do is surrogacy. I haven't really explored on that. I haven't researched on that, so I don't really know. But I know there is an agency. They actually have a strong page on Instagram that do surrogacy. But if there are no laws, then it becomes a bit complex because the laws definitely have to guide. In Nigeria, oh yeah, in Lagos, yeah, I can find. I think I even followed them. I think there was some. Yeah, this is. Of course, I know. Yeah, it's surrogacy, not IVF. IVF is lots of hospitals in Nigeria do IVF. My very good friend, I just had a daughter through IVF. Uh, I think she done it. That is her third time. She's not married, and she just decided instead of being alone, and yeah. So I'm not talking about IVF. I mean surrogacy. Surrogacy is an agency, but of course, where there are laws, because there has to be governing laws within that crime. So if anything goes wrong, then of course you go to court. Like in California, I just read that there has to be a surrogacy agreement that must be drafted, signed, and notarized before any embryo transfer occurs. So that agreement has to be put in place with all the protective law clauses and all that before the embryo. So those are very, very important aspects of surrogacy. You don't just go in carelessly and get yourself involved, and anything can happen. So those laws must be there. I know I heard you ask a question about men, whether men are involved in. I don't understand how. I mean, I don't know. I think it's commonsensical for a man. Like I talked about if I mention their name now, everybody on this space will know them. 3 of their children are through surrogacy. And I know, he took care of all the bills. They did it together. So I don't agree that a woman who is married or a couple will go into surrogacy for 3 children with only the woman, calling the shots. I don't think. I think. Uh, I'm not sure. To me, it doesn't make sense. If I want to do surrogacy and I'm married, why would my husband not be part of the deal? He's not just there to donate his egg. If his egg is, sorry, his sperm rather. If the sperm is donated, then why will the man not be part of it? And most times the man even brings the bulk of the money because surrogacy is not for it's not even for the middle class. It's not even for the upper middle class. You have to be really rich because it's very expensive. I recall when they did theirs, that was a long time, some years ago. It ran into the millions at that time in dollars because they did it in the US. And they have three of the kids. I know it was her egg and his sperm. It was gestational surrogacy, not the traditional one. So I don't understand why. Well, I understand the aspect of connecting it to feminism. I think most times once we want to bring in feminism into topics like this, I think it kind of reeks of an agenda, an ulterior motive. I think we're trying to make it appear as if, okay, it's feminism again, roaring its ugly head into this and trying to destroy our society. But feminism or no feminism, most of the people who I know, and even the celebrities who have done it, are married. And if they're married, I want to believe that it's a given that a man was involved in consenting to, giving the go ahead. So, whether it is because of feminism or trying, I think the what do you call it? The goal and the motive, for me, is what really matters. If it is legal, like you have in the US, even in Texas they have strong surrogacy laws. Texas is one of the conservative states. And just like every other state too. So if these things are, as long as they're legal, I think I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Whether it is trying to push, the feminism agenda in a positive light. When we talk about feminism, most times we attach negativity to it. If it's trying to, whatever it is the goal is for people to be happy and people to move ahead. Because I want to believe that anybody who goes through surrogacy is doing that because they don't have a choice. And I don't want to sit down in my very privileged place as a woman or as a mother, or I don't want to sit in my privileged place and judge anybody who decides to go that route. And there is always a clause in my what do you call it, agreement with this. As long as it is not exploitative, you're not keeping a girl somewhere, a poor girl somewhere, and using her, exploitative. Well, however I wants to be, exploitation has a lot of meanings. As long as it is not within that realm or meaning of exploitation, it is okay. It is okay because people go through a lot, psychologically and otherwise, when it comes to having children. People do all kinds of things. Just like you said, Jimmy, it's only who knows. Okay, that lady came out to say, okay, this is what I want. Or, the celebrities like Kim Kardashian and there are many of them who had kids through surrogacy. Angela Bassett had a daughter through surrogacy. Many of them. Maybe, of course, there's a society where people are not ashamed to, talk about, their lives, their private lives and what they do. And of course, when people come out to talk about these things, for celebrities, known celebrities, they can't be talking about it if they cannot be talking about it if it is illegal or illegitimate, and I think most times it's just to open people's minds to, hey, this is an additional alternative if the other ones have not worked for you. Some people prefer surrogacy to even adoption. Because what the gestational surrogate mother, the only thing she does is just to provide the womb. I'm not talking about the traditional one, that's a totally different topic altogether. All she does is provide her womb. That is all she does. So some people even prefer it. At least, they know they know where the baby is coming from. Some people prefer it to adoption. Some prefer adoption. Even adoption now is very expensive. Even here or Nigeria, wherever, adoption is even very expensive. So when people want to have children, and I think some of us who were able to have kids normally, at times what I see lacking is empathy. Empathy. We just feel because it was easy for us, then we just stay in that comfort zone and judge other people like, why are you doing it like this? And life doesn't work like that. Life doesn't work like that. When we are discussing these topics, I understand how traditional we are as Nigerians and how some of us want to stick with culture and get stuck in our mentality. We don't want to learn, unlearn, and relearn. We just want to stay in. But the world doesn't work like that. Life doesn't work like that. That it was easy for you does not mean it was easy for the other person. So when we're discussing these topics, some people go to any length to have children. And it is also part of the pressure from our society. We put a lot of pressure on people, particularly married couples. Once people get married, we don't let them. Are you not going to get pregnant? Are you not going to get pregnant? There's this lady, Vicky James. The other day, she does all kinds of things on the internet with her husband. And the other day, I just decided to go through the comment section, and a lot of people were mocking her. Oh, once you get pregnant, oh, it is backward. It is backward to think that because a couple just got married, the next thing should be, children. And when you don't have children, go and hide yourself. You should be quiet. You shouldn't even show your face, because the next phase should be a child immediately. Actually, once you get married, why are you waiting up till now? Why have you not had children? Well, and when we see people who have stayed for long without children, they act as if they've committed a crime, because of the pressure. And that pressure that we put is as a result of our mentality about these things. Not letting people leave, not letting people do things when they want to do it or when it works out for them. It's all part of it. Having money is also part of it. When somebody wants to be part of this, being a surrogate mother, because she needs the money. And I'm not saying, it happens abroad, but I don't want to think the ones that happen in America is because, the person is poor. No, it is a business. It is a business. But in Nigeria, it's a business, but of course, some exploitation will have to come in, because even if we had laws, our laws do not work. Our laws do not work. Laws do not work. Our judges our judiciary is a mess. So if it doesn't work out, where do people run to? And that is why you see some people, they exploit, and then some people are hiding also to collect a little money and do it. In Nigeria, I wouldn't suggest surrogacy in a place like Nigeria. I wouldn't recommend that. If you have a lot of money, you want to do surrogacy, go to a country that have surrogacy laws. So, I think I don't think it's a feminine thing, because, like I said before, I have a very good friend who had 3 of her children through surrogacy, and her husband was heavily involved. In fact, they make a lot of noise about the children now. They moved to the UK because of the children, and the man is heavily involved. They're still married. So the surrogacy thing, when that child comes, I don't think it only covers the woman. I think I heard somebody say, no, it also covers the man. It covers both people. And like I said before, for those people who did not hear me the last time, people have a right to make their choices. It is not in our place to tell people how to live their personal lives. If people have money, they come to a place like the US, they want to pay millions for someone else to have their child, they have every right to. It is not our place. We should live and allow other people to live. It is not our place. Culture, tradition, it has not helped us in any, it hasn't changed the price of tea in Nigeria. It has not. It hasn't. So people should be allowed to do what they want to do if they can afford it. And as long as it's legal and legitimate. So Jimmy, and that is all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Jimmy, your mic is muted, so I can't hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Jimmy.
Jimmy, I can hear you very well.
Yeah.
I can
So
hear
I
you now.
can
Jimmy,
hear
no,
you,
I
yeah.
can hear you.
so
No, I can't hear you anymore.
what about now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, so I need to check which one is working and which one is not working. All right. Now, you can hear me, right, Sonia?
Yes, I can.
Okay, right. So, people on Twitter, I'm talking to the phone directly, but people on StreamYard can actually hear me through the mic. Everything is connected to the mixer. So that's the reason why she couldn't hear me for a while. But I think she can hear me now. So I reduced the volume on the mixer. But yeah, because people were complaining on Twitter that they're getting a feedback. So what I was saying is there is a proverb attached to the umbilical cord of children when they give birth, and it's which is the only thing you get to bury is an umbilical cord. You're not going to bury your child. Your children will rather bury you. And a lot of Nigerians, Africans, Yoruba people, they take this thing serious. That the moment they give birth, they go to the hospital, they carry their child, they always hand over the umbilical cord to the father, and the father goes to bury it. I was expecting more of these um, things as an argument from all these cultural people, all these traditional men, to come and say no, it's against the tradition. Who is going to bury the umbilical cord? Who is going to be responsible? That's good. That's good. And some instances, there are some cases where along the line, the child might need the child might you know might be misbehaving. The child might be misbehaving, and they'll say things like, ìyá tó dẹ̀jẹ̀ lé lórí, the mother that actually gave birth to the child. So now, how do you differentiate that? Is it going to be the egg donor, the sperm donor? Because they will tell you, baba lo loko tí mo bá wá sáyé, ìyá ni ọkọ̀ tí mo bá wá sáyé, meaning the mother is the vehicle that drove me to this world. My father is the owner of the vehicle that drove me to this world. So in the case of surrogacy, how do you do that? There's a traditional connection and a cultural connection to that back in Africa. Like when they actually want to do you good or bad in Africa, they would need to know your mother's name. And that's like the source of what brought you to this world. Like it's more like a DNA code of the car, the algorithm, that's the right word, of the car, sophisticated car, programmed car and artificial, all these AI cars now, all these electronic cars, EV cars that brought you to this world. That's the only way they can hack that car to derail or to, to have an accident just for them to get at you, to hurt you, right? So they use this terminology. We watch all these Yoruba movies. They go, hello moko yaro, adabati moko montage. We need the mother's name so we can get to the origin of how we came to this life. They always do this when they want to unalive people, and it could be the other way around. They always do this most of the time when they want to pray for people, and they will say things like, your mother, the one that screamed and cried and went through pain when giving birth to you, is the only person that can actually pray for you at this point in time. It's the only person that can actually what's the right word? It's not prayer. I'm trying to get the right word for it. The one, what was it that Jacob did to Esau?
Is it blessed? No.
Is he blessed? No, not blessed.
I know they say to Jesse Lori. Yeah, to Jesse Lori. Yeah.
So how do we?
Yeah.
That I was expecting that cultural aspect to come up, like people to say something like, no, it's not going to work in our culture. One fẹ́ more to Jesse Lori, one fẹ́ more this, one fẹ́ more that. I was expecting all that, but I guess that will be another conversation for another day. But the other segment that I'm actually interested in that Integrity brought up is, what has this got to do with feminism? And to be honest, this wasn't the topic I wanted to treat this week. So a particular space talked about this surrogacy thing. Sometimes I think it was on Monday or Sunday or thereabout. 3 people came to my DM and they were like, Jimmy, would like me you treat this topic. I know it will be larger on your platform, it will be this, it will be that. And it was afterwards, a couple of other people now reached out to me, and I saw it as, this is what the people wanted. Okay, so let me do this just so they get what they want. And I always welcome it for people to suggest topics to me, and I'll deal with it. Okay. So, but the point at which they were citing that topic that very day on the platform was based on feminism. That as a feminist, don't you think it is true that women has the autonomy to their own body, whatever it is they want to do and all that? But don't you think surrogacy turns a woman's womb into a rental service, pregnancy into contract, childbirth into transaction? I mean, radical feminist argues that when a woman's reproductive capacity is bought and sold, she's no longer free. She's a product. These are the key points that I read about when I, came across the topic, and when I decided to break it down into 3 segments. It echoes the same power of dynamics, as patriarchal and capitalism, where women's body are being used for other people's benefit. Feminism seeks to liberate the female body. Surrogacy recommodifies it, recommercializes it into something else. And it preys on the economic vulnerability of poor women in poor society. You don't see any wealthy feminist that would say they want to do that. It's not. I mean, the vast majority of surrogates worldwide are poor women. Check it out. We've been talking about Thailand, India, Nigeria, often from underdeveloped countries and low income backgrounds. The wealthy people don't do this. They don't. In fact, they are the one outsourcing the pregnancies to women who need money to survive. So feminism asks, is it really a choice when poverty made her do it? So it's not as if she's doing it because it's my body. She's doing it because she needs the money. These are the points that they are making. It reinforces another one. It reinforces gathered expectations of women as child bearer. Feminism fight for equal right. They fight to dismantle the idea that a woman's ultimate role is to bear children. That's one of their key goals. Let's be factual about that. A woman is not just made to bear children. That is one of the key goals. That is one of the points. That is one of their fighting points, right? Surrogacy, ironically, deepens that stereotype. By making a womb a central service, she can offer the society. Don't you think that is ironical? This also sidelines, our intellectual, emotional, and political identity. It is purely transactional. A liberated woman isn't defined by uterus. Alakija cannot say she wants to carry for anybody right now. Well, maybe because she's old. DJ Cupid would never say she wants to be a surrogate. So is it just for poor society, women in poor society? And another point, it erases the surrogate's identity after birth. It erases like the moment you give birth, contract done, bam, give us the baby, collect your balance, bam, they're gone. It's almost as if the woman doesn't exist or did not exist. It erases the surrogate's identity after childbirth. Once the baby is delivered, the surrogate is often legally and emotionally erased. As a matter of fact, due to emotional attachment, they go to another country, they lose contact entirely. But guess what? There are cases where, due to emotional bond, due to emotional connections, the mother refuses to even give out the baby. She was even offering to pay the money back and do some more work to give them the money back simply because of that child, even though she cannot look after that child financially. She doesn't have the capacity to look after the child, but due to the emotional bonding with the child during that 9 months, legally and emotionally, they will just erase them like that, with no ongoing connection, no recognition, and sometimes no mental health support. And the woman will be there thinking, I carried that child for 9 months. I can imagine what the child looks like now. It's probably 5 years old now. Or you're walking on the street and you just see a young boy running after shouting, mommy, mommy, mommy. And you'll be thinking, I have a son that is about this guy's age, this boy's age, is somewhere in America. I would like to see my son. I would like to, because now you are emotionally attached to that. Feminist argues that this mimic an historical pattern of women being used, discarded, and forgotten. So if that's the case, do you think it's justified for them to support this still? A woman is not a disposable machine for reproductive output, and that's a fact. And these are things that I think feminist actually stands for. It empowers the elite and silence the vulnerable. The vulnerable ones don't have say. It's the rich ones that are always calling the shot because they have the money. They are superior. They see themselves as superior because they have money. And the money they have could not get them what they want. So they use the money they have to get what they want. And that is the whole point. The commissioning.
Jimmy, I have some questions for you when you finish.
Definitely. I see your
Okay.
hand. Yeah, I see your hand.
Yeah.
So the commissioning parent, often wealthy, white gay couples, lesbians, they get legal protections, media praise, and social sympathy for whatever it is they're trying to do to get a baby, to get a child. They're not bothered about the tragic, emotional, tragic mood it leaves the surrogates. They don't care about it. It's just all about the money to them. The surrogates, often a young woman of color, she just gets silenced, eaten. Sometimes they even unalive them. They don't need them anymore. And they can easily just frame them for something they know nothing about just to get them out of the way so they can get away with the baby. Feminism is about empowering such women to speak up and amplifying their voices. So I think the reason why surrogate is mentioned is simply because of the point I've mentioned. I mean, to some extent, it contradicts the core feminist value. It does. Bodily autonomy, questionable when driven by poverty or desperation. If a woman is doing it because of money, they're becoming a surrogate mother because they need the money, then it's not bodily autonomy anymore. Freedom from exploitation. Surrogacy often exploit the poorest women. Then it's not freedom anymore because it's tit for tat. Trade by barter. Gender equality. It reduces women to reproductive tools. That is what the breakdown I'm actually explaining to the question you brought up, integrity, what it has to do with feminism. The feminist value is contradicting what the surrogacy does. I just mentioned bodily autonomy, freedom from exploitation, gender equality, dismantling patriarchy, which reinforces old power structure, just wrapped in medical gown. Men, um, a man from maybe America somewhere, just because they have the money, they can decide to be the short collar of having a child, and they want a surrogate mother from one of the poorest countries in the world. It is my money. I'm paying for it. That is what I want. We can't overlook that because we want to wrap feminism in medical gown. It reinforces that whole power structure that the women have been fighting for. At the end of the day, it will be either, most of the time, not all the time, because we have some lesbian couples, once in a while. Most of the time, it's always a man at the end that has the money to do whatever it is. They pay majority of the monies. All the cases I've checked out, every single of those cases, 90% of that research showed 90% are men that are doing the buying, they are doing the paying, that are doing the agreement or agreeing to having a surrogate child. Voice and agencies. Surrogates rarely tells their story because they are, most of the time, they are paid to stay silent. They go through a lot. Emotional threat. They go through a lot, but they don't get to speak. That contradicts the core feminist value. And that is why we're having this conversation. We're on the second segment, and I think it's only fair for us to um, have a full length of that before we move to the third segment. But before we do that, let me use this opportunity to sell my market with OBG Foods. Bear with me, guys. I'll be back in the next 2 minutes. Let's just hear the commercial service. Thanks.
Nige-
1 minute. 5, 6. Okay.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obiji Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obiji Foods, in Nigeria or abroad. Obiji Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients for our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obiji farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obijifoods.limited.com. Website www.obijifoods.com. Obiji Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I had to do that. These are the people sponsoring me, and I have to sell their markets. Sorry, I'm back now. I'm glad that that actually struck a nerve. Sonia, I just saw your message now on in the comment section. So this conversation is very dicey. Yeah, I mean, I always dive into the controversial ones, and I'm here for the intellectual understanding and the back and forth. I really want us to exchange knowledge, insight. Everything I've said is based on what I've done research on and my own little findings from yesterday till today, this morning. But of course, I'm welcome to listening to every single one of you's ideas, and I'm here to learn. In as much as I use my platform to dish out information, I'm also here to learn. I learn every week I come here. I might not say it, but I have noted out a lot of compelling points, gripping arguments that I just be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, that made sense. And I've learned from that. So, as I always say, don't take everything I say hook, line, and sinker. Take what is good for you and discard of the rest. And I implore you do that to every other speakers on my platform, and we can, all be a better person in our society moving forward. So thanks for being part of this, guys. Um, I can see people are going in and out. I mean, there's a juicy news there about a new party. Well, Nigerian problem, it's not going to end today. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to Friday is always politics. It's always good um, to talk about these things, because I've come to realize that we focus so much talking about our leaders, and we're playing a major role. We never paid attention in ourselves. We never did. And I think it's only fair we start doing that now. We have a damaged society, and we need to start talking about these things. Majorly minor things we easily overlook, and we don't take them as serious as we should. Um, yeah, I think it's only fair we do that. There is always time for everything. When we get to the bridge of converting to politics, we can do that effectively. All right, so people are saying they cannot. People are saying they cannot hear me, but I think they should be able to hear me now. People are complaining they can't hear me. I think it's fine now. Can you guys hear me on Twitter? Twitter guys, if you can hear me, please. 100 thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, I think there's a glitch. I think there's a glitch. No, I. Can anybody hear me on Twitter? Okay, there's a glitch. So this is what I'll do. Uh, so let me do this. I don't even think people can hear me on Twitter. That's the thing. If anyone can hear me, no one can hear me. Okay, so I'm gonna have to refresh. Uh, let me see. 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 Okay, think. Right. Reconnect. All right, guys, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very well.
Oh, Coyote can hear me. Right. So, all right. So I'm sorry about that. I had to refresh the app. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, I can hear you now. My wife had to call my attention to that. She couldn't hear me to herself. So I think everyone can hear me now. Integrity, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Yeah, it's the connection. So yeah, thank you guys. I had to go for that real quick commercial break from our sponsors, OBG Foods. I'm glad we got that out of the way. So we'll be moving on to the next segment that has to do with feminism. And Sonia, again, I read the tweet you just made. This conversation is dicey. It is, and that's the reason why we're having this difficult conversation. And I observed that people are on all those spaces listening to the juicy news of a new political party, ADA. I've received a lot of messages regarding that. Nigerian problem no go hand today. Um, We've been talking about politics for the whole week. I think it's only fair people relax on a Friday and just chill out, because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they're gonna keep going at it. And realistically, everything hands on Twitter. But I'm trying to focus more on things we can do, when things we have control over. We can decide to start seeing things from a different perspective. We can decide to learn. We have control over conversations like this, because we can change ourselves. We can educate ourselves. We can control ourselves to changing our perspectives, right? When we get to the breach of the political atmosphere, when we get to the deep part of the politics, we'll be making that decision by that point in time. But for now, I think we need to take care of our perspective towards life, how we see things, and issues that we don't really pay close attention to, and that's the reason why we're having this. But then again, thanks so much to everyone that has been on this platform since it started. People that are still here now, there are other spaces you could be part of, but you're here. I'm not taking it for granted. Thank you so much. Thank you. And to all the 185 watching live stream, thank you so much, guys. TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. Thank you so much. I I appreciate every single one of you, one by one. Thank you. All right. So, Integrity, I know you're meant to go now. Then Kyle Day in that order, but Sonia has been here. She hasn't given a submission whatsoever. I would love to hear from her, our own view. Then we'll come back to people on Twitter. Let's do it that way. Sonia, how you doing?
I'm very well. Good evening, everybody. So this conversation, because I do have, I am feminist, but this conversation is actually very dicey, and I think it's dicey for me because I've had friends, family who have dealt with infertility, right? And I always tell people that infertility is more than we actually know. It's, sometimes when you just have your own child and you enter, you don't really realize that there are a lot of people who are going through a lot of infertility, right? So I think me basically, I just want to break down the three types of surrogacy, because that will be easy for me to now drive to my point. So we have the traditional surrogacy, where a person, is pregnant, maybe gets fertilized by the intending couple, the man's semen, but she's carrying the child. I mean, her eggs are used, you understand, in the fertilization process. Then we have gestational surrogacy, where, and this happens most times, when a woman's eggs are okay, but for some reasons such as PCOS, um, um, maybe clogged fallopian tubes. There's one that I just found out. Something about something about the uterus lining being very thin, but their eggs are okay, but it just can't get there. And so what these people do is take their own eggs and put into someone who wants to carry the baby, right? So it's not her eggs. So meaning that there's no DNA link with that surrogate, not a single DNA link, not. And then we now have the altruism surrogacy, which is something that I attempted to do. And altruism is surrogacy where you don't take a dime for it. You're basically doing this either for a friend, family, or just want to donate. The same way people donate kidneys to people they don't know, or stuff. You just want to donate your body just to make someone else happy. Now, the truth is that it's very dicey for me, because in one part of surrogacy, I can understand the exploitation that can go on, including, but here's the thing, and I want to be honest, this same exploitation goes with everything that you part of the body that you can donate. Example, Ekwere Madu literally tried to, I mean, people donate kidneys all the time. In some countries, you can pay somebody to donate his kidney, and he donates it. He reached that one ton. He deceived the boy. I don't know I don't know what happened there. But all I know is there was no accusation of kidney being sold without the boy's permission, Kinikon and all that, right? That has made Ekwere Madu in jail today. So I understand exploitation. But Jimmy, I want to correct something. Because when you said it, I have to go and check the data. Most of the surrogates are above poverty line. So what it means is that, yes, they do it for money. But it's not necessarily because they are broke. And in some agencies, for example, because I've had like heavy interaction with that surrogates clinic in Nigeria, right? They don't allow single girls to surrogates. You can't be. I think you have to have had kids of your own before you can be a surrogate. Now, I think for me, now let me come to the feminist view about it, because it's actually also dicey. Because let me give you an example. Prostitution is exploitation for me, in a way. However, I can also appreciate that there are people who want to be prostitutes. I think 2 days ago, I was on someone's space and I was sharing how I went somewhere in Lakowe. Lakowe is in Lagos. And this girl helped me ensure that Agberos did not harass my friend. She came there to look at a property. And when she was leaving, I gave her money. She was so friendly, so nice. And I found out that she was a prostitute. So she called her friends to say hi to me because I gave her some money. I asked her, I said, what do you do? She said, oh, she's a prostitute. So I asked her, do you want to do this? And she said, no. So the ones who said they didn't want to do it, what did I do? I ensured that I made a few calls and got them new jobs so that they could leave the prostitution gang. One, because also they were being exploited, right? Somebody was coming to take parts of they were supposed to remit money to some guy every week or something. Now, there was a particular girl who said, listen, I like this work. Now, this work I do, and I'm not leaving it. No, so you're now drawn between your morals, the fact that this is her body, her choice, which is what feminism actually allows, which says, I mean, it's your body. I mean, liberal feminists will say, it's your body, do whatever you want. Radical feminists say it's exploitation, point blank, period, right? What did I do? I cannot force her to leave. She's an adult. What did I do? I went and chartered all the female condoms that I could see, and I packed it. When I went back to Lakowe, I gave her, I said, okay, so this is what you want to do. I told her the risk that is involved. And I told her, even though I know that she will be exploited in that job, but I can't force her. But she needs the money, right? So I can also understand the exploitation aspect of it. And this is why I believe that what I would be pushing, you can't stop it, no matter how much we ring an alarm. We're not going to be able to stop people who want to do surrogacy from being surrogate.
So Sonia, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so can I engage you on the points you just made now? I love I love the two points you just made now. So now I want to kind of create a differentiation between prostitution and surrogacy. Okay. And I want to differentiate them based on exploitations, right? So from a feminist perspective, prostitution is one thing, surrogacy is another thing. So I'm going to be focusing on different aspects, which is number one, function of body. Prostitution, the function of the body is used for sexual organ and pleasure, right?
There's no pleasure about it.
Yeah,
about prostitution, but let's continue.
No, the person getting the service is doing it for pleasure.
Yes,
I'm not. Yeah. So that's the aim. That's the primary goal.
So you know the reason why I put two of them together, Jimmy, is because both of them are objectification of the body.
Yeah. So
if you look at it,
of course. So I want to elaborate on that.
One is even one as a one that feels like, in quotes, renting the womb. One is renting the vagina.
The vagina. Okay, so now I want to expand that frame for you to now see it from different perspectives. So in this case, one is sexual, involves sexual organ for pleasure, which is prostitution. Surrogacy, use of reproductive organ for childbirth. Now, another one is physical intimacy or sex for money. The other one is pregnancy and childbirth
for money.
For pregnancy and childbirth for money, and you don't even need any intimacy or contact to get that done. It's just taking the sperm, egg, and giving the carrier. Another one, the prostitution is a short-term, one-time transaction. You do it for fun, within 10-20 minutes, you're done. This is
in a day in Lagos, Jimmy, one prostitute can sleep with 20 men.
Even if they sleep with 1 million men, it's just within a day. Well, the term for surrogacy is 9 months.
I understand what you're saying. We're talking about the duration of the. See, let me tell you why I understand what you're saying. Let me tell you why I understand it. They are, and here's the thing: if we put them on a scale, they are both dangerous ventures, because one person can find herself ahead in Ogun State, the other one can find herself dead because of the complications of pregnancy.
Right.
So they are both, there's not, I don't think with prostitution or surrogacy that they are on different spectrums. I feel like they are sitting on top of danger. Do you understand? But
Right.
here's what I am saying. I am more for pushing for safer, non-exploitative ways of, because I mean, like I said, Jimmy, a woman who has decided that she wants to do this, there's nothing you can do. She's an adult.
Right.
You understand? We can talk about how we feel about surrogacy. You can say, oh well, surrogacy is not. I mean, I think it's exploiting. I think it's actually reinforcing the fact that women's bodies are a production tool. Basically, I understand all that. And now, but here's the thing: that part of it is secondary to the exploitation for me, because I do realize that people get exploited. In fact, I wish I can call the lady that I'm housing. Somebody tried to do it to her. And at the time, she had just come back from the village and stayed in my house. And somebody called her that the one man and his wife can't have a child, blah, da, 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 da. And if she could get pregnant. And I remember sitting her down, knowing that, yes, the reason why she's even considering it is from a place of poverty and stress and feeling like she has let her children down by not being able to adequately provide for them. So I knew that the reason that guy did it is because of how because he knew her power. He knew why he asked for it is because he understood where she was economically. Do you understand? Now, I'm saying that surrogacy is already here. In fact, it's now legal. What I would say is, well, we can say that, Jimmy, this is one hard conversation. I'm not even going to lie. The reason why I say it's one hard conversation is that if you've never seen a person if you've never been around a person who has stayed 18 years, no child, I'm going to use Nigeria for an example, right?
Right.
It is easier for you to get a surrogate in Nigeria than to adopt a child. Let me tell you how I know. Because I tried. See, Jimmy, I tried. I was not looking for a child. I wanted, so it just got into my mind. One day, a friend of mine on Facebook told me that, please, if I ever needed to adopt a child, I should tell her. I said, why? She told me that, please, I don't want to mention any region, but in one region in the country, that when school resumes, that students are always dumping their children in the dustbin because of the strong cultural beliefs that they have. And sometimes, because they are not really in a place where people can adopt, where people are really rich, those children can't even find a good orphanage, and the orphanage has nothing. So most times, they just want somebody, they'll take them to the courts, the hospital will take them to the courts, and they'll go there and finish with the judge. You understand? And so, even though I didn't want to adopt at the time, it came into my mind to not like adopt, but I couldn't go all the way. So it now got into my head, and I'm like, you know what? Let me adopt a child. Jimmy, there are people who were on the queue for 4 years. They've not seen one child to adopt.
Right.
4 years. Literally, our government. Let me tell you, it is now the highest bidder. Meaning that if I have lots of money, I can bribe somebody, bribe. They will put me number one. Then a family who is just middle class, who has been staying, waiting for adoption for so long, just because they are middle class and I have more money than them, they will now be pushed to the back. Highest bidder. These are children. Also, that's what I'm saying. When anything like this happens, I want you to know that there's always there are always loopholes that people use to exploit other people. And what do we need to do? We need to seal it. You cannot stop people who want to be surrogates from being, even let me say my sister does not have a child now. Tudo. I said, Tudo. Oh, Jimmy, Tudo, why are you entering my mouth? Let's say my sister does not have a child. I didn't hear you, Jimmy, but let's say my sister does not have a child.
Tudo is actually here. I'm not saying good laugh.
Maybe I don't know why I'm calling you Tudo. Let's say my sister does not have a child, and I decide to carry a child for her full time, right? No money, she's my sister. She can also exploit me if I don't have good legal backing. Because the child can have one kind leg and she tell me that she does not want again. You understand? It is those loophole, and even though this is me, they're not paying me. Oh. This is me. I'm not poor. So it's not poverty that's making me do it. I'm just doing it because I want to give back to my family, right? But you understand that I can still be exploited, even though it's not something that I'm being paid for. So what I am saying here is, I'm not here to say whether surrogacy is good or bad, because I mean, there's no one true answer to it. And this is me being honest. The reason why we have the conversation of whether surrogacy is good or bad is because of the exploitation. The reason and the exploitation around it. The reason why people come today and tell you that prostitution is bad, sex work is bad, is because of the exploitation, right? Because there are people who are not doing sex work. They have more sex partners than the people that are doing sex work. You understand? So what me I'm saying is, I'm not here to say whether it's good or bad. I don't see it as bad, being that the people are adults that consent to it. I have never, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's my mindset. It's me telling myself that I'm not sure this is bad because there are people who really want to do it, even without money. And so, what about those who are doing it without money? Are they still being objectified? So, another question I want to ask is, if someone really needs to have a child of their own, because I think these are the questions I need to ask people who believe that, okay, this is objectification. And I'm not saying they are wrong. I just have questions like, number one, if you think that this is objectification, what advice do you have for someone like my childhood friend who went into marriage a virgin and tried to have children and couldn't have kids, and they found that her fallopian tube was blocked? And she has tried adoption and there were no children to adopt. What advice do they have for people like that? Should they just stay? Because we fail to understand how society maltreats women who can have kids. Oh my God. Tudo, when I tell you that this topic is it hits home, you would not understand. It hits home for me, this particular conversation, because I've seen it in family and friends. And trust me, if you're a woman who just got married, you lay down on the bed, next month you are pregnant, you don't even know the kind of luck you have. It's the ones that have been there, who have IVF is as painful for the woman they're extracting the egg for. Painful. Anything can go wrong. I remember taking a friend of mine to go and get tests done, and she was crying. They inserted something inside her and they were scraping her cervix to take something to do. Like, it's a painful, mentally draining process. And I wish that, honestly, I wish every woman who wanted a child could just have a child of her own without, using anybody or anything. You understand?
So Sonia, now your God
I
is
beg,
supposed to go
Carigwe,
they
leave
ask
me
you.
alone. Carigwe, leave me. Leave my God out of it. My God is merciful.
Carigwe has come on Restream now to overtake people on Twitter.
But I just want to end and just say it's a dicey conversation for me, because I know that not every surrogate is broke. And Jimmy, I'm going to tell you somebody that you can email just in case you want to have a surrogacy conversation. I cannot promise you she'll answer you, but you can give it a shot. Because this person wanted a child. She had two, but she wanted an extra child. And that's her right to want it. And she couldn't have a child. She tried, and she had painful, when I mean painful, years and years and years of painful fertility treatments. And then with the last egg, her doctor said to her, "This is your last egg. Oh. If you try it and it's not going to work, it's finished." And they said, "Why don't you opt for a surrogate?" And she found the surrogate. Now, Jimmy, I want to tell you something that I think is wrong with one of the stories you told. The first mistake was letting that lady breastfeed the baby because that's not allowed. And
Which
so
story?
that will create a bond. I think it's said one story that the lady that somebody could not come and then she breastfed the baby before the people came from the airport.
No,
Yes, now when you read this thing, the Denmark people have been Irish people.
no, I didn't. I didn't read any story like that.
You
Uh,
did. The stories you were reading, the issues that you were reading. In the beginning, Jimmy, don't do this.
there
In the
was no.
beginning,
Yeah, there was no story about anybody breastfeeding. There was none.
I thought you said that she nursed the baby.
So when I meant by nurse the baby was
Oh,
she changed her mind that she's not interested in the money again. So I'm referring to the bond she had when she was
oh,
not
but that case, did you see how it ended? She was
not
only given visitation rights.
so you've mixed it up. I said about
Is it not the M,
nine
baby
stories.
M?
So there is baby M. Baby M is
Yeah, baby
entirely
M.
so
Oh,
baby
I'm
M is
sorry.
yeah, baby M is entirely different. It shows you were paying attention to all the stories, but you've mixed it up, right? So baby
Yeah.
M is actually different because baby M's case is a situation whereby hold on, let me pull it back up again. Um
That one happened in New Jersey or so. I've been in New York. I've been somewhere in America.
baby M is baby Gami happened in Thailand. Let me see the triplets. So baby M, I can't say it already. So um, so I read another one. The one I think you're referring to is the Nigerian one. I think it's the Nigerian one. Hold on, I think it's the Nigerian one you're referring to, because that was when they went to court and the judge told them the woman will keep it, the surrogate will keep it, simply because it was her egg that was involved.
Oh,
And
yes, yes, yes. When is your egg? You can.
so
The legal battle is different. She can decide because her egg. That's the
exactly,
traditional one. Yeah. So the
exactly.
gestational one is not your egg. You don't even share DNA with the child. The
There,
person who carried
there you go.
and whose
So
egg is in there, they don't share DNA at all. Nothing links you with the child.
and that's the reason why I broke it down into different categories. I said we have egg. Hold on. We have sperm donors, we have egg donors, and we have the carrier.
Donors.
Yeah, and we have the carrier.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to look for that story again. So the one I was speaking about is the U.S. Family, that U.S. couple that came to Nigeria to look for a surrogate, and after giving birth, the surrogate gave birth to the twins, and she refused to release the baby, citing unpaid medical bills. And I think
Wait. You see,
increased.
now that's the exploitation that I'm talking about. You understand? That's the exploitation that I'm talking about. Why will you get someone surrogate for you and then the person's hospital bill? You wouldn't check if they've eaten. It is the exploitation and the fact that we need legal backing to ensure that the people, well, Jimmy, I don't know what to say. This is like the hardest conversation I've had here.
See, Sonia, I
Mhm.
think most times Nigerians or people that are from that go back to their country surrogates, they do that to exploit those people because I checked the prices. In the UK, you spend between 12,000 to
20.
So yeah,
30,000, 12 to 30,000 pounds to get a surrogate,
That's
and you
correct.
pay if the person has other children, you pay for their childcare and
and to
pay
be
for
very
the
honest,
time they will
sometimes
be
it's not
out of
very
work.
great, and sometimes it is not even the parents, of the intending parents that actually exploit these people. It is the agencies, Jimmy. I
Yeah, that is what
swear.
that's what I'm saying. So in Nigeria,
They
what
can
they pay
pay them twelve
surrogates in
thousand
Nigeria
pounds
is
now. The agency will pay them 2,000 or 4,000.
yeah, in Nigeria, what they pay in Nigeria is 1.5 million to 3 million naira, which is about just 800 pounds or 1,000 pounds. That's nothing compared to what you pay in UK. So if you know that they are going to pay this person that's 3 million naira and you do it, you are exploiting the person. Except maybe you pay the agency the normal price and the agency try to exploit the person. But if you pay the person, if what you actually paid is 1,000 pounds to get a surrogate, if the
Right.
person start claiming the child tomorrow, the
Right.
UK government will lock you up
Right.
because
Yeah. Yeah.
one you must pay
Right.
the person fairly. No
Yeah.
matter the country, you pay the person based on the going price worldwide for
Right.
surrogacy.
Right. Right. Right.
Yeah.
It's not seen as black market. It's not seen as illegal.
In Nigeria, in the US, for instance, because of things like also insurance and all those other things, you pay for the pregnant woman. You understand, depending on if you're in the red or in blue state, all of those things are what makes the price actually
Go
So
up.
it's not
Yep.
like it's
Yep.
it's
Yep.
one of those
Yep.
people that is getting paid. So
Right.
at the end of the day, when you see, because the woman will also pay tax.
Right.
So even what she's going to earn, it's not like she's going to earn the whole for him,
Right.
or she's going to earn.
Correct. Correct, correct. I love that. That's a realistic and that's a very very good point because it depends on the state. Some states don't even allow it, and in some cases, if there's complications, some states don't even allow abortion. You're fucked. You know, it's just gonna. There you go. So it's just gonna mess up the whole thing. And before I move on to people on Twitter back, real quick, Sonia, you were referring to Baby M. Baby M case happened in New Jersey, USA in 1986. So the summary of the case is a surrogate mother called Mary Beth Whitehead changed her mind after giving birth and refused to hand over the baby. So what exactly went wrong? The biological father sued for custody. A bitter court battle followed. The outcome was it was granted the custody. The man was granted the custody, but the surrogate retained the visitation rights. Um, that could be debated, right? But it's going to be whenever she wants to, see the baby, which is visitation right. Otherwise, they would have put something like limited visitation rights, but retained visitation rights. S, all the rights. Okay, so they can now come up with, agreement on when and how to see the baby. It triggered national debate on legality over morality of surrogacy. So that's the Baby M issue you're talking about. So
Yeah, but that's because she shares DNA with the child, so automatically that child is still hers outside
yeah,
of the contract.
I'm guessing it's our egg. I am honestly guessing it's our egg because they'll put all these things.
Yeah, if Jimmy, if you said, I think that's the reason why they gave her that
Yes, that's
visitation
the
right,
reason why
because
they
if
can understand. Because
the
here's the
baby
thing:
is
when a
still hers
woman
as
has
well.
a child, and as in her own child, the body releases oxytocin and
I don't think it's because of
and
the. I don't.
prolactin,
I don't think
and these
it's
are
our,
all the things that make you bond. It's her child. I googled it.
it's our egg.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know that. To be fair, I will check it
that's the
out.
argument that they had. You
So
understand?
because the
Because
first
Jimmy, let me tell you how surrogacy happens. A lot of people don't even make you know who your surrogate is. They
there
have
you
the open and they have the
there you
closed
go. Some
surrogacy.
people don't even
So
want to know. They don't want to know. They just want
exactly, they don't want to
they
know.
want
So when the
agents
baby is born, they just
know.
carry the baby. So you can't even and you don't even see the baby. They can't even identify the baby in a crowd. And that's what they really do with gestational one.
Right.
You understand? The gestational one, that's what they really do.
And so this is the reason why I explained to people earlier on that was why I categorized it into three segments. The first segment, cultural and religion. And I emphasized on that because as a Yoruba man, in our culture, when you give birth, the father will carry the umbilical cord and go and bury it somewhere. And I said it earlier on. They use it as a proverb. meaning the only thing you get to bury in your lifetime is the umbilical cord. You will never bury your child. Rather, your child will bury you, right?
No, they
So
give them the umbilical cord too.
I don't think so. They
They
don't do that.
do. I'm telling
They
you now. Let me
no
tell you
not
something. When the mother is in labor,
yeah,
the woman who has carried this pregnancy is in labor,
right.
the intending parents are right there, but she just can't see them. They're in another room and they can't see her either.
So that depends on
So when they cut the
on
umbilical cord,
so Sonia,
no,
it depends on the kind of contract it is. Again, some people don't even want to see the woman carrying the child. They just want to handle all they want to do is just the paperwork. They don't want to have that contact in a situation whereby they will see in the nearest future and they will remember. They don't want to have those kinds of memories. So they go through
yeah.
agents that are specifically into things like that to make sure they erase these things off. And that's the reason why we're having this conversation about the next segment now, which is it's dealing with surrogacy, which I believe Integrity wants to weigh in on, and Coyote. So, but my point is this: the moment that is done, when a child is born like that, culturally, traditionally, the father gets to go bury the umbilical cord, and they do party and all those things. And while growing up, right, while the child grows up, the child will start behaving somehow in the house, attitude wise. There are some things that my kids will do in the house here, and my wife will be like, Baba, you left it job. Now your papa, you use that one to resemble. What if the sperm donor native, this boy don't go school, don't carry that person to come house? Una no know because they will not write on the application form for sperm donor office. They will not go write say I be thief there. But somehow it's in the DNA. Now you've donated sperm and they've taken sperm to another person. Now that person picking now don't go steal. And in
And
the
that's
house,
why, so Jimmy, that's why most people prefer to use either someone they know or a family member for their egg donation and a lot
there
of
you go.
times sperm donation so that your
Mothers,
child will not start acting like Ted Bundy.
mothers have actually mothers have actually surrogated for their kids, either son or daughter. They've done that. Mothers,
Exactly.
because they want to retain that family bond of knowing the characters within the family. They don't want any strange behavior. That we see things in the house.
But
They be like,
Jimmy, please, I want to ask you a question about that thing you said in Yoruba.
sorry.
So are you trying to tell me that if the child was adopted, they can also say it?
See,
Sorry.
Jimmy, you know this thing where you just talk last now. It's just a cultural thing that Nigerians believe.
Of
There is
course.
no scientific proof that a child inherits maybe
Why
stealing
they
or
behave
bad
like
behavior
this?
of the parents.
Karigo.
No, there is no
Some
scientific
children,
proof.
not stealing,
Yeah,
no,
All
mental
those things.
problems, schizophrenia.
No.
Uh-uh.
Sickness is hereditary, but behaviors cannot be inherited.
I
Except
don't I
maybe,
don't want to
except
agree because there are certain
no.
behaviors that
The only
that
way,
some of my
yeah,
parents have that I do have.
yeah, the only way you can inherit that your parents' behavior is because you were living with them. If they raised you
Let me
elsewhere
Google it
than your parents, that your
because we
parents
are
are
in
not,
class.
you wouldn't have started behaving that way. So
eh,
behaviors are purely
no, I disagree.
nurture, not
I
nature.
I I I, I
Confused about your last one.
whi-
I'm
which
so very well.
which
I'm a
one?
little confused. Are you saying that surrogacy has to be someone else's sperm? Because I just talked about my friend. It was her husband's sperm that was used.
Yeah, so yeah, it comes in different
I'm a
methods.
little confused. Are we talking about a totally different topic here? We're talking
No,
about.
no. See, he was just giving an example, not that he's saying that that's what purely surrogacy
And
is.
so integrity again, I explained it in the beginning. I guess you missed that part. So you see, when I was doing the research yesterday, I found out how deeply scattered this whole surrogacy thing is. Guess what? In some situations, the husband and wife, they want to give birth, but the medical situation of the wife or the husband won't allow it. Whatever the case may be, right? The husband can decide to donate his own sperm. The woman, the wife, let me use that one. The wife can decide to use her own egg. So husband and wife, they're good to go, right? Now they need a carrier, which is the surrogate, that will be the carrier of the mixture of the egg and the sperm, right? We have that. But in some cases, there are situations whereby the man's sperm is not even fertile. So they now have to go to, they need to get sperm from sperm bank, right? And they go through. This is where it gets more specific. They will tell them what they want. They want a young mandingo from Africa with strong bones. 19-year-old, brown hair, brown eye, yellow lips. They give specifications. It might sound funny. They want a Caucasian with blue eyes. They are that specific when they're doing these things, right? So when they get the sperm, they look for egg donor. Egg donor, they need to be specific. They want to be certain that the person donating the egg is healthy. They want to have a medical record and everything. People are doing this thing they're doing it as a lifetime business. And when they do that, they will now look for a carrier, which is the surrogate, right? But in some cases, the surrogate could actually be the egg donor as well. Sometimes the surrogate will be like, okay, yeah, I can donate my egg as well. So they might pay double. She's the carrier for 9 months, and they're using her egg. But in some cases, they use other people. So the situations are different. The situation of your own friend is different because these are couples. They decided to do that on their own. But I'm looking at the larger frame of it internationally. It's now a huge business that people go into legally and illegally. So that's the aspect. So your own example is based on people they've done it that way. But there are other people, based on all the cases I've mentioned, about 12 cases that I've mentioned, it happened like that. So the last one I mentioned about couples from America, they came from America to Nigeria to go get a surrogate and everything. They got a sperm donor. It was not the man's sperm. They got a sperm donor, and
But Jimmy, sorry to cut you short, but it is not only in surrogacy that scenario happens.
I know.
Still be married and go sleep with any man.
Sorry?
A woman can still be married and go sleep with any man, even when her husband is okay. Have an extramarital affair, sleep with,
Yeah, so that is not surrogacy though.
Go for a conference and sleep in a hotel with a stranger she just met and doesn't know anything about. So,
Yeah, so but that's not surrogacy though.
you're not getting my point. My point is you are talking about donating a sperm. So whether it's surrogacy or whatever it is, but your point then was, what if you give birth to a thief because the sperm came from a thief? It's a man. We're talking about the man now. So,
That does not affect
my point is, I'm not talking about understand what I'm trying to say. My point is, it is not only within the surrogacy scenario that a sperm, sorry.
Child.
I cannot hear integrity again. Can anybody
Maybe
hear
she
her?
got a call.
No, hold on.
Jimmy, is there any app for this restroom?
Yeah, I think there is.
I've gone on App Store to check and no see you.
Are you using iPhone?
Yeah, I'm using an iPhone, yeah.
I think it's integrity still speaking. I can't hear anything.
Me too, I can't hear her, but I'm on stream here on
So
restroom. So
let me log out and come back up immediately. I need to check if I need to reconnect immediately.
And they can still have a one-night stand somewhere, get pregnant.
Integrity, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So we lost you for a minute. We lost you for a minute.
Well, making it sound as if it is only in surrogacy that things like that happen.
Yeah, so the reason why we're talking about that is because of the topic. We're talking about surrogacy. We just use it. I mean, when we get to that level, when we get to other topics that has to do with things, of course we'll mention it. So I only brought it up. Of course, it's not just in surrogacy that it happens. A lot of things like that happens a lot in different cases. So what I'm just trying to say is, I just chipped in that example in a way to let the people know that these things can actually be behavioral. So, Karigwe, before we go back to integrity and Coyote, you said something. You said some certain things cannot be hereditary, as per
Like
behavior.
like things like, you used armed robbery as an example. Things like maybe my
No,
mama the thief, or my father the thief, or my father
uh,
is, as in, is maybe turned to a sex molester or an evil man.
okay, let
Your
me read
child,
something for
your
you. Let
child
me read
cannot
something for you
inherit those
because
kind of
Caribbean, I went to
traits.
check. Carigwe.
I'm waiting for you to read what you want to read.
Okay. So they said, because I had to check and say, okay, give me examples of inherited behavioral traits via genes, right? And talked about temperament, fuzziness, adaptability, or sociability from birth, partly inherited, aggression, certain variants linked, increases impulsivity, aggression, especially when combined with trauma, risk-taking behavior, dopamine receptor genes, related to, hey, where are my glasses? Novelty seeking and sensation seeking behavior, impulsivity, ADHD, so many things,
Yeah,
anxiety,
see, Sonia, all these things you're mentioning
being
is,
an introvert,
yeah, all these things
addiction,
you're yeah,
addiction,
all
addiction.
these things you're mentioning is kind of mental health stuff. It's emotions are
If you are not mental, why are
mental.
you a
You can, if my father is somebody that I can inherit that.
Right.
okay? But if you are not a mental
Yeah,
person, why are you?
but what
Why
I
is the person
cannot
a thief?
inherit is if my father is, I can't inherit that. If my father is an armed robber, I can't
But what if
inherit
your
that.
father is a serial killer? Because a
If,
lot
yeah,
of
no,
serial
serial
killers have
killers.
been linked
Yeah,
to
that is it
abusive
now.
parents.
If my father is a serial killer, I will inherit that psychophancy trait that makes him a serial killer, but I might not be a serial
But here's
killer.
the thing. Criminality like theft, rape, and all that are all crimes of
Right.
power. And the pursuit of power is actually a mental thing when you talk about psychopaths, sociopaths, and all that, which are all linked to
Yeah,
mental
that
health,
is,
mental
understand
diseases, right?
understand what I mean. If you
All
are
right.
a
So so
psychopath or a
so so
sociopath,
so Sonia and Karigwe, I'm enjoying this. I don't want us to derail. This is a beautiful angle we come.
Okay,
I
no,
want
the reason why
yes,
we were talking about the mental problem is because he talks about the fact
right.
that sometimes people are weary about the eggs and the semen that they are
Yeah.
taking because they don't want children that will come and do chucky on them at
yeah.
night.
So
You
Sonia,
understand?
let me finish the explanation that I'm giving. If maybe I'm a thief, or
Thank you.
I
I want you
have,
to mention that.
I'm a serial killer,
To your submission, honestly.
my child might inherit that temperament that makes me a serial killer. But if he wasn't raised where he saw serial killing as something he can do, he might not toe that
But
lane.
most serial killers did not see their
No,
father's kill, but
understand
they
what I mean.
actually
See,
just
understand
picked
what
up.
I mean. No, those serial killers can still give birth to a child, and the child will have that psychophancy and sociopathy that they have, but they won't use it to do serial killing.
Exactly, which now leads them
Yeah,
to a down path of
it
crime.
might lead them.
Karikwe, do
But
you
see,
realize that
wait
it is
now.
because of things like this that Igbo people have something they call
Yeah,
Ijuase
see,
when you want to
listen.
marry?
That is where superstition comes. That's leading
Also
leading
superstition.
them.
Okay,
All
Wait,
right.
wait.
Sonia and Karigwe.
Leading them to killing someone is now what their environment triggers,
Kayode, you're
not
up.
what they inherited.
Please come back up. Come back
okay,
up.
Mm.
okay. If you say so, I mean you're the professional. I'm not going to argue your profession
I
with
think
you.
I understand what Karigo is trying to say. So I only mentioned that based on the Yoruba culture and how we see things like that, and the kind of things we say in our household regarding that topic. But yeah, these are the points that I made earlier on, and I was expecting people coming up to speak about this to emphasize on this point based on cultural and religion aspect. But we're done with that now. So my point I made before the what's it called, before the commercial break was based on feminism, Is it feminist empowerment or biological capitalism? And I explained the reason why I use those phrases, because a couple of topics happened during the week that had to do with this particular topic, and that's the reason why a couple of people reached out to me and I decided to talk about it. Now, it's contradicting to what feminism is, and the contradictions is based on what feminism represents and what being a surrogate represent. And I laid out a couple of examples to show how it contradicts, which is the bodily autonomy, freedom of exploitation, gender inequality, dismantling the patriarchy, and voice and agency. So these are the points that I made to make my case that surrogacy contradicts the feminist values. I would love to hear from Integrity. Then we'll move to Coyote in that order. Integrity,
Oh, Jimmy, I don't think surrogate. Let integrity talk first.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I kind of lost my chain of thoughts after that. But you were just going on and on, so I was.
Yeah, I'm
I have
sorry.
them lined up, but yeah, it's okay. I'm not gonna. I think Sonia actually even portrays most of my points, but I understand the exploitation part of it. Jimmy, I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
So when we say feminism, there's radical feminism. There's an extreme aspect of feminism. There's a moderate part of it. I would put myself into the category of moderate feminism. So my body, my choice. My body, my choice. My choice means I have chosen to go into, I've read through the terms of this contract, and I understand the terms, and I am willingly, it's just like getting a job, like my own job. The terms of my job is to work anytime I'm called upon. So my clients are global. So anytime I'm called upon, at times my husband will get upset, like, oh my God, why are you working till 2 a.m.? That is part of what I signed. Those were the terms of my agreement with my firm. I can be called upon anytime, so I did it with my eyes open, and I was not under any pressure. If I want to leave the job today, I can leave it, and I'll get another job. I have had answers after me every day. But of course, I have my reasons why I'm still there, despite the unusual terms of the contract. So my point is, as long as you have willingly, and that is not to take away from the fact that there is a part of it that is exploitative. But when you come to a climb where you have laws, very strong laws, that govern surrogacy, and people, do you know, my friend, this friend I'm talking about, is a very close friend of mine. After they used the same woman, a white woman, it was a white woman, but it was her husband's sperm and her eggs. It was a white woman that bore 3 of her children. Anyway, the other 2 were twins, and the senior one. They look exactly like her husband. So, but I know, it was a very private thing. She moved to the US. She was here for a very long time. But they tried for many years. So, there is a part of it where people willingly, I don't want to believe it, not statistics. I know I heard you say it was more. No, there is no statistics that shows that there is only poor women who choose to be surrogate mothers. There are also women who have their jobs and they just do it. It's like a business. If, like me right now, if I were, in my 20s, and you come with a very good offer, then I look at the terms and it's fine by me. Why not? It's just like any other business. So I don't think it is. We are being. I'm trying to find the right word. I don't think we are being realistic when we say that it is generally for poor people. Surrogacy is becoming a really big business. There's a lot of money involved if it is done within climes that have laws that govern it, laws that recognize it and protect it. So I will not. I don't think it is against what feminism. And when we talk about feminism, we kind of put every part of feminism into one basket. It doesn't fit into one basket. Because my type of feminism, it might not be the other person's type of feminism. There are people who are radicals, radical, extreme, feminists, who, everything is a big deal, everything, they don't want to have some balance. So if it's a business and, a woman who, a mature woman, of course there are laws to it, whether she's married, whether she's had kids before. There are lots of laws, that, are put in place to make sure, everything is a bit seamless. She signs a contract and you read through the contract, you have a lawyer, and, everybody is fully aware and not under pressure. Why not? Why is it exploitative if it's not, there's no pressure attached to it? If the person who is going to be the surrogate mother is not, unduly, is not poor, why would I call that exploitation? I can call that exploitation if, it is otherwise, the person is poor, under pressure. So, my point is, we shouldn't use one size fit all for all the scenarios. Because I know that, particularly, for states like California, alright, I know for sure that the protection would actually even be more for the surrogate mother. Because she stands, she's going to lose more if anything goes wrong. So that was that. Then Jimmy, and then I wanted to also quickly touch on this, having children who, you see, I want to use myself as an example. So my brothers have some traits. When you see my brothers, you
Sorry,
will know
Integrity, before you proceed, real quick, regarding the question you asked, yeah, there is a statistics that I just pulled that up now. So it says 60% of surrogates are poor people, 30% are middle class, and 10% are financially stable. I'll put the statistics out there. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but at least there is 10%.
Right.
At least there is a 10%.
Fair enough.
At least there is a 10%. There is some, at least, maybe not significant, but there is some percentage. So my point is, we're being a bit absolute, like it is only poor people.
Yeah, fair enough.
Absolute.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So that was my point. There must be exceptions. There must be exceptions. If my sister is I'm very, very close to my sister. If my sister is not able to bear a child now, and I'm within childbearing age, I will do it for my sister. I will do it for my sister with my eyes closed. There are people who giving birth, getting pregnant and giving birth is a piece of cake. There are women who are so easy, they get pregnant, boom, 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 they release the child. Naturally, no issue. Some people are just gifted like that. Women who are giving birth to 7 children, it doesn't mean they want more. If you allow them, they want more. So, people like that can, if you want to, be altruistic, then I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I will do it for my sister. So it's not necessarily, there must not naturally be financial compensation. There are people who have done it for free. I know one or two. So, and I want to quickly touch on the DNA thing, having children, because I understand that, we all want to be careful. You don't want a child to give birth to a child who is going to be a headache and all that. But everything in life is a risk. Including that child that you even brought out of your home is a risk. I was talking about my brothers. When you see my brothers, my biological brothers, my parents had some adopted ones too. you will see my father. Everything, even the hands, the fingers, like the face, you will see my father. There are many attributes that my father had that my brothers do not have. So that idea that you have a child and a child must act like you, I don't think it works for everybody. There are many fantastic features that my father has, behaviors that my father has, that my brothers do not have. I want to use my brothers because they're men, and they don't have. So I understand, we want to, but everything in life is a risk. There are many women who have done, many couples who have done IVFs, and it's worked out for them. There are many people who have adopted, and it's worked out for them. And I'm so happy that Nigerians are now beginning to get out of that mindset of, oh no, adoption is a crime, and they make it appear as if it's such a big deal to adopt. People are beginning to adopt now. I lost a cousin who died because her church told her that, oh no, if you don't, we don't give birth naturally, if you do it through CS, no, that God is against it. And she fell into that funny mentality, warped mentality. And she died in the process. She died. Her husband did everything. The doctors told her your blood pressure is very high. You can't push it. She kept insisting she will push. And she died in that process. So I think our major problem is if we can work on our minds, how we see these things. And that is not to say, like my friend who did the IVF in VI, one of the hospitals there, I know they use, according to her, they use medical doctors. They use medical students and medical doctors because, there's this insinuation that, anybody who's, of course, they go for the features and all that. But, so these things are not things that people just, most of the hospitals or agencies that get involved in these things, they understand the mentality of a normal person. Everybody wants a good person.
Right.
So I don't think, like the one she told me, they will give you the features of, what you're looking for, but they have all that. So they don't just go do random, generally, that is not to say that, they don't just go, pick any man on the street and, get his sperm. And, no. I think a lot of these companies are very careful, and that is why it is difficult for poor people, because money has to get involved. Money, there's no way somebody else will carry a pregnancy that is not hers, and money will not be involved. You're going to take care of her. She has to be going to the hospital. She's going to, her welfare and all that. So money must be involved. That is why it's not for poor people. When it's coming from the other side, it doesn't think. So I don't see it as buying a womb. I don't see it as that. I think we trivialize it when we make it appear as if it is a commodity. The womb is a commodity. Or working for money. Or, okay, I'm selling my womb, and, you pay me, I carry your child. It's as good as me going to work and not being paid the way I should be paid. And we know that a lot of people do not get paid exactly what they should have. So we want to look at it as a business. I give you money. Are you ready to do this? To give me what I want? Oh, I'm ready. And we got into a transaction. And everybody is happy as long as the both sides. And of course, like I always say, if it's done within a crime that has laws that cover surrogacy, then I don't think there should be any problem. So, even though there are bad sides to it, we also have to highlight the good side. And that's what I'm talking about, my friend. If I mention the name here, you guys will be shocked. Alpha was the top guy in NDPC. You guys will be shocked. I'm sure everybody here will know him. And I'm very happy right now. I'm very happy. In fact, the man is even happier than her. The man is even poor. He loves children. He naturally loves children. And having those children has balanced the wealth that he has. But he didn't have children for almost 20 years. So, while we surrogacy is bad. And I know that if we're okay, if people could do it or have children normally, they will not venture into adoption or even surrogacy or even IVF. People do this thing because they don't have any other choice. So that is where empathy comes in. So yeah, and I'm not trying to brush aside the exploitative side.
Yeah. So in fact, you've made some compelling points, and the moment you mentioned those points, I just did some quick search to find out because to be honest, I think I focus more on the exploitative aspect that has to do with money. But here I've found about, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cases where money was not involved. They were just doing it to help themselves, but it ended up in a very bad manner. It wasn't good. There was one, Angela Robinson versus Robinson Hollingsworth in New Jersey, 2005, 2009. Angela, the sister of the intended parent, agreed gestational um, surrogacy and to carry the twins. After birth, she claimed she felt coerced and a religious objective to the parents, same sex, of course, relationships surfaced. At the end of the day, the New Jersey court ruled um, that she's the legal mother and they nullified the contract. It has nothing to do with money. It was just a situation of sisters helping themselves. But somehow she now later realized it's against our religious stands and but at the end of the day, what went wrong? No money changed hand. They didn't. It wasn't based on money, but the pressure, expectation of changing beliefs. All of a sudden, that struck a huge blow. So it's not the conventional issues of money disputes, hospital bills, and all that. It's absolutely different. It could be emotional bond with the baby, attachment. It could be things like you saw something in your dream, or maybe you changed along the line. I mean, pregnancy can change you. Maybe during that pregnancy you gave your life to Christ, and things like that. The options are they are endless, and these things are actually real. There's another one, Nowakowski twins, a child too many, 1993. Um, it's a real life story. Patty Nowakowski, a Michigan woman, agreed to gestate twins for a wealthy couple. They wanted only one baby, so when the twins arrived, they rejected one infant. Now, the outcome is this: Patty ended up adopting the rejected twin, while the couple took the other. The case sparked a lawsuit and emotional fallout. Why it went wrong? No profit motive. Buyers changed their minds midstream, leading to the outbreak and uphaven of all the situation. So I think I've come across that story before, and it ended up in a very bad way because the other twin, when they grew up, the other twin was now asking for the other twin, and it was messy, right? But it wasn't a situation whereby they exchanged money. It wasn't a transactional thing for them. It was based on ethics that okay, look, we only wanted one child, but here you are, you have twin. So what are we going to do? We can only afford to look after one child, and that was where the whole thing fell out. And the lady involved, doesn't really want a child at that point in time. I don't know how. I mean, this is back in 1993. Maybe the sophistication was not that much of a thing for them to differentiate or to know the specifications of having a single child, twin or triplets and all that. But it happened. And it was a situation of, so what are we going to do now? But, I mean, we had an agreement. We only wanted one child, but now here we are. We have two. So what are you going to do? Well, we as a couple can only afford one. We only wanted one. Well, I don't want any right now. So she had no choice. She had to keep that. That created resentment, and due to what had happened between the two people, they now want to break the bond between the twins. I think they ended up meeting on later on. Maybe one side of them died. Maybe the woman died. I've forgotten the story. They made a movie out of it, and that was when the twins could actually reunite, and you know, they're identical as well. So it was an interesting one. But the point is to buttress um, Integrity's point that it's not totally about money. It's not about exchanging cash. Nah, it's absolutely not totally about that. But yeah, um, point well taken. And again, I don't come here to prove I know every single thing, but I'm always here to learn from people, unlearn some certain things as well. So thanks for people watching. Thanks for people joining. Um, I see some Josh, Peaceful Cow, Tunes, Nosre, Oluchi, Flying, what's that? Scholar, Sindula, TG, Captain T, Captain with the K, it's been a while. Chief, I see you, Chuka, God, Queen, Star, Joy, Amer, TK, Moni, Sam, Benny, Ideal, Chico, Best Bond, Emma, Gado, Honorable Baba Jide, Chimeze, Open Talk, Giddy, and 5 to 6 anonymous listeners. I see every single one of you. Thanks for being part of the conversation. Haribo, you want to say something before we go to Kyle? Because I know Kyle
Yeah,
is.
I wanted to add to that statement you made about surrogacy contradicting the feminist.
All right, go ahead, real quick.
It doesn't, as in the real feminism, the real ideology for feminism, and the real ideology for surrogacy doesn't contradict each other.
How?
For feminism, the real ideology for feminism, I'm not talking about people that used it as a doing radicalism with it. The real ideology is to promote women, and that includes body autonomy. Then the real surrogacy is not meant to exploit.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The real surrogacy is still giving that woman the autonomy to choose what to do with her body.
Yeah. So, but what do you call it when 60% of the people are poor?
Yeah, the 60. That means 60. That means every career in this world is exploiting poor people.
Yeah. So that's the but we know that. But we're talking about this particular case, and we're focusing on the contradiction between it and feminism.
When 60% of those people are poor, the thing there is, does this poor person know what she's getting into? Was she treated fairly? If she's treated fairly and she understands the risk and everything she's getting into, it's not an exploitation, it's her choice. Feminism is there to promote women's choice, not take it away.
Okay.
So what I do with my body, it's nobody's business. What feminism is trying to protect is, don't do this if you don't know what it is.
So,
if you understand what it is, nobody is exploiting you.
So do we agree that some people are driven by poverty or desperation to?
Yeah, the same way some people are driven by poverty and they go and join army.
So okay, let me take this again for the benefit of people that's just joining. The case I made is this: it contradicts the core feminist value, and I'll reiterate. Feminist value calls for bodily autonomy, right? And the contradiction with surrogacy is that it's questionable when it's driven by poverty or desperation. Number two, freedom from exploitation. Surrogacy often exploits the poorest women, right? Gender equality reduces women to reproductive tools because the 60% that I mentioned, after even when it's transactional, after getting paid for that to happen, they still remain poor. Out of the 60%, 98% of them still remains poor.
but Jimmy, that is not what I'm saying. If you look at the keywords in my submission,
right,
the real ideology for feminism and the real thing that surrogacy stands for, I'm trying to say if maybe every human being in the world are good and they follow things the way it's supposed to be, surrogacy and feminism don't contradict each other. Where the problem comes in is people that go and take a poor woman, pay them less than they are supposed to pay, treat them unfairly, and not tell them the whole risk that comes from surrogacy. That is an exploitation. But if I come back from the UK and meet a girl in Nigeria, pay that girl the going amount for surrogacy in the UK, maybe what I'm supposed to pay in the UK is 15,000 pounds. I pay that girl 15,000 pounds. She knows all the risk that comes from it, and she knows everything. Even though she's poor, she made that choice to do it. It's not an exploitation.
Okay.
What feminism is out to do is not taking away poor women's choice, but making sure they understand the choice they are making.
All right, fair enough. I think I get the point you're making. So, but I would love. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's crippling, but I think I get where he's coming from. And again, this is why I have, you know, topics like this. It's the quality of conversation I have with people, intellectual people, and we engage with debate, without shouting or yelling. We learn from what we say and we exchange wisdom. Thank you, Karigwe. Kayode, jump in.
Yeah, me jumping. I'm actually going to jump in from where Karigwe stops because there's also something I don't agree. The fact that it's £15,000 in the UK and it's $20,000 in the USA, it does not mean I have to pay that kind of money in Nigeria, and I'm going to explain why. And that's affordability.
It's actually cheaper in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to explain why that is not exploitation. If I need, because you said it before that coming to Nigeria, then that was when you were having a conversation with Sawyer. You actually said that in the same sentence with exploitation, and I don't agree. You know why? When I moved from Nigeria to the US, I said I don't want to work for anyone. I started to run a business. And of course, you know how it is when you start teething problems and all, because I have things I was doing already. So, I could not pay like 2,500, 2,500, which was like the asking price for people here for them to work for me, to do certain things for me.
Mm-hmm.
And when I people back home, I was able to get someone that was going to get me exactly what I wanted for $600, which is about 900,000 naira in Nigeria. Wow. And the person was working from home. Do you think that's exploitation?
Well, I think that's cheaper labor.
Yeah, but is that exploitation?
Cheaper labor is no exploitation, my brother.
It's fake. No, I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not exploitation. As far as when you're taking the best, it's fair. If you are and when you weigh the risk and the gain, everything involved, the money you are giving them.
Yeah. So it's different, guys.
No, it's not. Let me
it is. Okay. Sorry, before you go, the reason why I say it's different is this. Surrogacy in Nigeria is because the government is not paying attention to it. We don't have any strong law. Why do you think people go to Nigeria for IVF? Why do you think people go to Nigeria for IVF? We don't have any strong. Also, and why do you think it's cheaper? Why do you think it's cheaper?
And you actually have quality gynecologists, doctors that actually do.
Besides that, right? They have options of gene selections that they don't have in America.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And they can, if they want triplets, they can.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't do that here. So people prefer ethics. Thank you. That's the right word. So
let me shift you people. all those people that go to church and do testimony, I was married for 10 years.
There you go. God bless you. God bless you.
Nigerian Christian, this is what they
Do
IVF.
IVF. They do it with preference. They do it with preference. If they want two boys, if they want twins, one boy, one girl, they it's. There you go. There you go. Go ahead, Kayode. Go ahead. So I think that's the reason why I said it's cheaper down there, because if the government knows about this.
The exploitation, we need to actually knock off the fact that that's exploitation. And you see, there's something Carrie said that oh my God, I completely agree. Feminism. I think we should always ask everybody what feminism means.
It means a lot to different people, trust me.
No, what does feminism, the basic of
it means a lot to different people. Individually, so you have different people with different definitions. My goodness.
Jimmy, what she said is not, it's not, me now, Christianity, if I'm a Christian, Christianity might be a different thing to me than another person. But there is a basic, there is a lot of evidence. There is what feminism is. Before you now start adding your own, you know all those prejudices.
Yeah, so guys, Kayode and Karibwe, the reason why I said that is this. I've treated this topic many times. Feminism, masculinity, I've done it, right? And what I did was, I did my due diligence. I checked different dictionaries for different meanings, right? And you can tell there is a basic explanation. So you see that basic, You see that basic. Everyone that came on that platform that very day, they don't follow the basic. Nadia own. So I'm just trying to let you know that it means something else to different people. So even if you want to quote the basic now, right? Other people will still miss it. They will interpret it to their own belief. Well, it won't change the point.
Sorry, it's so easy. Nobody has ever spoken against the basic. What they only do is to add. They always have add-ons that but radical feminism. Yeah, even those alpha male, they don't question. They don't question the real basis of feminism. Yes, yeah. The thing is, what they question is how they view. How they view. You know why I'm actually having this conversation with the place. For those expecting me to give like a long conversation about it, I want to engage with these two people because I think they come from different angles, and I support one, and I definitely have certain things I'm actually worried about how Jimmy talk about this, because you know what you did, Jimmy, when you spoke about it, about an hour 25 minutes.
About what?
Monitor you. Yeah, I said you thought when you started talking about this, when you introduced it about an hour 25 minutes ago.
Right.
You know what you did? So you built a castle and like a lighthouse. You know those lighthouses now?
Right.
On the sea, those old lighthouses here. Then you built just a window. And you told everyone to only look into the house from that window. And now you're telling everybody to actually define what your house looks like. I'm a student of communication, and I saw certain things you did. But why I say that I'm engaging is because everybody actually tackled it in bits.
family aqua. But you know why there's a class limit to her? Because she's a woman. Because the things I would not think about when I want to go to certain things, they have to think about it because they are women. Because the system is structure and crime, which attacks women more, actually puts them in a situation that, and that's why I attached something to this surrogacy initially. If you remember, I talked about, I said something about, but and nobody talked about it. Why as there's a rising population of women who don't want to have kids, either because of the kind of body they want to maintain their body, or they are scared they don't want to die, or they don't want. So now, to me, that's the angle I'm going to come from. There is a problem, and that's what feminists, that's what they're fighting for. You know what that problem is? The problem is it is easier, it is cheaper to actually take care of men's health than of women's health. Classic. Go check it. Go look it up. It is cheaper and it is easier. Even though we know that the woman's body is more complex and it's more likely because of their biological makeup to actually go through a lot. It's still the patriarchy's training, even for science. And you know what that does? It makes them die a lot, especially blacks. Look at the maternal mortality rate for blacks, not only in Nigeria, even here in the US. You saw what happened recently when Serena Williams issue happened. Remember that was when that first time I was that athlete, that black athlete that also died because while she was having a kid, and when Serena Williams almost died, that's when the doubt came up that, oh shit, how come black women, and it's not about our gender, you're supposed to be the strongest. What's going on? Of course, the system has been structured, biased against the black women. So their access to some of the things that will make them, so they become very scared, they become worried. So do you know what happened generationally? Older women are beginning to pass it down to younger women that, when you want to have kids, you have to almost die. You have to almost do this. Do you know what happens? That's absolutely, that's subconscious.
They will create phobias for that.
Tocophobia, that's what it's called. I talked about it earlier. Tocophobia, fear of childbirth and not even just pregnancy and childbirth. It is crazy. It is so they talk about it like everywhere. When you go to like, what this person gave me, what this woman go through, all of those things is getting tattooed in their subconscious. When there were no much alternatives, the soldier drew. But when the cultural silence started dying, when they have access, they have easier things, they could do alternatives that will get them not to do it. Another person can do it, yeah. But you know what? You know where to become an exploitation? It's if the person that's going to do it, they're going to put a gun to the person's head, or just say, hey, you stay like you must have this child. No. You should realize that when the amount these people get given, well, it's not all the money in the world, but it also saves some things back home to those people that, some people get addicted. That's another thing. Some people get addicted to when they do it once, and they're like, how much is not free 2 million? Or they forget the 9 months, or they forget the pain, maybe some 4 or 5 months, and they want to continue. You know what? That is not necessary. That does not necessarily mean that they are being exploited by the woman that wants to be. The woman even wants the person to be taken care of. Have you been to where they're doing I don't know if Soya is here. She has an idea of some of the things I was doing back home in Nigeria. I'm going to miss you. I took over 470 women off the streets in 3-4 years. Believe me, madam, bro, women go through a lot in Nigeria. It is scary. And this also, you see this when it comes to this surrogacy situation. They call them, when you get to the hospital, they have psychologists. It's not just the gynecologists or the doctors. I don't know about, but I know two clinics where this is done in Nigeria. I know what? There is a whole team that talks and take care of the surrogates. They take them through mental. Maybe the third angle that should come in is actually how the business management, how you manage whatever money they get given. Maybe that's the other angle that will come to it. And that's where some other people can come in to actually help. But one thing that I know is that the person that is trying to get a child in somebody's, I know they pay a lot.
because they're always extremely vulnerable at that time. It's what the doctor tells them that you should give this woman. That's what they give. Exploitation might not come again. You see, mostly we have more gynecologists than men. Is it likely that it's still the men that are exploiting both parties? They are collecting this from this person and they're giving this to the last person, to the person that is going to be involved. So maybe what we should do now is to try to see how we can help those people back. Because, listen, that woman that is going through it, that wants to have a child, is not going to be everything for everybody. Especially for the woman. She's doing everything they tell her that the woman was bro. Jimmy, I want you to find out. I'm talking about facts. I'm not talking about, because data and statistics, especially social spaces, I get to work. As long as I work for certain research, especially when it comes to young people, girls, boys in public schools in 35 states of 36 states in Nigeria. Some of the things I see on social media, some of the things I see, even the United States, all research is complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense. Then people use, I said it earlier, people use India, Cambodia, and Thailand. That's why it was banned in those countries. That's why, please, I want you to go to at least two of those, or 10 of those countries, or those countries that they keep mentioning. Those countries are the most terrible places for women to live in the world. Those countries literally don't even give women choice to even put this sleep with. When the people get downgraded, they'll tell you in the police station in India, go to Cambodia, who asked about it, Bangladesh, these are countries that banned the surrogacy we've been talking about. America, the problem with surrogacy is not surrogacy. It's a problem of America. And you and I, Babaji, you know what American capitalism. Even regular guy, and it's easier for me to see a dentist in Nigeria than to see a dentist in the US. Because it's very expensive. If you can't afford the expensive insurance and your regular Medicare, or county care can take care of it, to see your normal doctor, to see a specialist in America, see an hematologist, it's easier for you to see General Hospital Lagos State, Lagos Island, than to see here. So America is more of a systemic issue too. But really, the feminists, what they are doing when it comes to this, they are not fighting. They fight for the women to have choices. They should not be the ones to restrict, oh no, this is the amount you should do.
Right.
What they do is tell the women that, okay, you know what? This person, you want to do it. Nobody should stop the transaction.
Right.
You're trying to?
Yeah, the time is actually up. You've been speaking for you've been speaking for 8 minutes. No, it's fine. So yeah, I took time to listen to you, and it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting how you've managed to pay attention to my conversation with the past 1 hour 20 something minutes. You've been paying attention, and all the things I've said from the beginning of the space didn't catch your didn't catch your attention. It's the feminist part that caught your attention. Well, anyway, you have your opinion to that. So
no, you told me to talk about it. That's what you told me.
Right. Yeah. So again, when I started the program earlier on, I mentioned categorically that I'm going to be dealing with this based on three segments. The first segment, culture and religion. We've dealt with that, and it was lengthy, but yeah, it's okay. And the second one was feminism, gender, and modern slavery. In surrogacy, feminist empowerment, or biological capitalism, and that was it. So I don't know exactly what you meant by me building a lighthouse and putting a window there for people to now go there and describe what their house looked like. So that might be a good explanation in your own view, but it is now your own right to enter that house and describe it the way you see it. I'm not going to gag you, I'm not going to hold you back. The bottom line is I have a platform I'm actually running, and I have a template to that so I can engage people. So I don't know how you've seen it. And as a matter of fact, since you started speaking,
I got about 40 messages. 40 messages. I'm not capping it. 40 messages, and I was shocked. I was wondering what was going on. If you guys are watching me on Twitter right now, you see the live stream there. Currently, I have 6,199 people listening to the conversation, and the people sending me messages were saying they cannot hear you properly, and this is the issue I have with Twitter Spaces. On the live stream, 6,199 people are listening right now. They could hear. That's where Sonia was speaking, Karibe was speaking on earlier. But if you want to join, you can join by just
Sorry,
talking about the The link is on the Jumbotron. Yeah, the link is on I put the link on the Jumbotron. It's the first tweet I made. So that way, I connected all the social media platform to the live stream. So that way, when you speak simultaneously, everyone is listening to you on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter at the same time. So that was how I started it. But I now got to realize that a lot of my followers on Twitter don't know how, they don't know about it. The Caribou is coming back now. So I now decided to start just doing Twitter spaces to pull people back in. So, but people are making more appearances these days. And I noticed that they prefer, engaging in topics like, um, politics, topics like masculinity, feminism, and topics like that. So right now is 6,285 people. So I think I got all the things you were saying, but people on the platform they couldn't, and that was why the message went up. So they're trying to get the volume and understand what was going on. So I think it's more important if people can start coming on the live stream. That way, when you speak, Karibu, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Can you guys hear how loud that is? Karibu is actually on Twitter, is on the speaker section, but he's here on the live stream. So when he speaks, 6,000 people are listening to him. But when you guys speak on Twitter, only 45 people on Twitter right now are listening. But on the live stream, 6,285 people. So the topic is quite fascinating because it's something people in America can relate with, people in the UK can relate with. I don't know where people are watching me from, but it's an important topic that I think it's only fair we speak about it from our perspective. You've spoken from someone that runs an NGO. You run an NGO, right? With your sister. Is that correct, Coyote? Okay, I guess it's not.
We got a little sorry. Yeah, what did you say?
You run an NGO, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So you know more about women in this particular context. When I say context, I mean surrogacy. How they have used them in. Okay, I guess someone is coming up again. Have used them in all the countries you mentioned. In fact, they will tell
It's
you
more of Nigeria. It's more of Nigeria.
more of Nigeria. Yeah, but I mean, you sort of have an idea.
Jimmy, Kayode, come to rest stream.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, I'm hearing him, but he's speaking as if he's talking from afar. Just use the link on the jumbotron and come.
So now I understand what the people are sending me messages. Yeah, so they're struggling to hear, but everyone can hear Karigwe now. Karigwe just interjected. Idea, are you there? All right, cool. Idea, are you there? Idea, you just joined. You're on Twitter and you're on the stream live as well. Are you there? Unmute your mic. You don't need to on your camera. Just unmute your mic. Idea. Karibe, can you hear me? I know Karibe can hear me.
I can hear you. Maybe Idea cannot hear you.
Yeah, Idea cannot hear me. So, Karibe, what do you have to say to what Kyle just said? I just want people on the live stream to hear the conversation from.
Yeah, okay, Jimmy. What Kayode is saying is the same thing that I said, if I remember correctly.
Right.
The real ideology for feminism is to protect women and promote women.
Correct.
The real ideology for feminism, for surrogacy, is for a woman to decide. If a woman decides, I want to be a surrogate, the real ideology is that she should be protected and treated fairly throughout the process.
Right.
So these two ideologies don't contradict each other. Where the contradiction comes is now those people that now use it to exploit others. Like the money they pay in Nigeria, the money I saw online that they pay for surrogacy in Nigeria, it is not fair considering the living standard in Nigeria at the moment. 3 million is too small for
Oh, right.
somebody to use her body as for you to rent somebody's womb. But if the woman is paid fairly, even if she's poor, her being poor doesn't mean she can make informed choice when she knows every risk that comes with the choice. But where the exploitation will come is if she even if she knows the risk and agrees she wants to do it, and you go ahead and pay her peanuts. But if you pay her fairly, surrogacy, the reason £20,000. Okay, let me go down to 15. £15,000 is something that people make yearly, working part-time.
Right.
So you are paying the person. Then if the person has childcare, you pay for the childcare. You also pay the person's rent while they are in the process.
Right.
And if
Right.
they are working,
Mm.
every time they miss work because of that pregnancy, you take care of it. You pay for them to travel to and from hospital. So if you go back to Nigeria and treat that person exactly the same way, pay them something that is equal to or above their yearly income, take
Right.
care of every other thing that comes from it, it is not exploitation. As far as the person understands this is what I'm going to do and made that informed choice.
I like that. I like
Yeah.
that. Thanks, Karigwe. Okay, welcome. Thanks for being part of this. Jump in. How you doing? Integrity, I'm coming to you. Don't worry, I see you. Ogateke, you there?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, that was a mistake. I'm going to go on mute.
Okay. Oh, you don't want to speak now?
you, yeah, I cannot speak the subject. I'm bastard. I clicked on the link and I'm not sure how it is, so I don't know how I ended up
So
there. But
you
now
click on the
I'll
link and
mute myself until I can run myself.
so it's as simple as that. So everyone can hear you. You click on the link and people can hear you. So I can see idea. I think Coyote, you're here, right? Coyote, is that you, K? K, your mic is actually unmuted. Are you there? Huh. And it's speaking. I'm not sure what is going on. Okay. Idea, are you there? Idea, are you there? On live stream. Okay, no. Okay. All right. So let's go back to people on Twitter. Integrity, thanks for your patience. Jump in, then we'll go to Flying Scholar in that order. Okay, I can see Sonia too is here. Hold on, let me confirm nothing is wrong with it. I can the capacity I can take here on live stream is 10 people, and I have 4 slots left. I have 6 people here already, including myself. So Sonia, are you there? Sonia, if you're speaking, I can't hear you. Karigu, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, beautiful. So Karigu, if Karigu can hear me, I believe everyone else can hear me. Idea, if you're speaking, I cannot hear you. K, if you're speaking, I cannot hear you. There is, what's this? Is it Dika? Diqa? All right. So, guys on live stream, if you want to speak, please just say something. I can hear you. So some of your mics are actually on, but I don't know why you guys are
I
not
think what's happening is when some people join live stream, join the live stream, it's difficult for them to speak.
right. Okay, so I think I know what is going on. So idea, you have to leave Twitter. You need to leave Twitter and focus on live stream if you want to speak. Okay. Kyle did the same thing. So I think there's a contradiction with your mics, and that's why you're having this. Sonia, are you there? Sonia. All right. I guess Sonia is busy. But anyway, let's move back to the conversation. Integrity, jump in. Integrity, you there? Can people hear me on Twitter? If you can hear me on Twitter, please 100, show me 100, thumbs up. If you guys can hear me on Twitter. Oh. Okay, yeah, people can hear me on Twitter. Integrity. Okay, so let's believe she's not near her phone. Flying Scholar, go on.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. But not as loud as you speaking on live stream. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So hold on, let me see if I can connect the phone I'm using to space to the speaker.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me? Okay, so nah, that's not gonna work. All right, so can you hear me now? Nope. 1 minute. All right, Flying Scholar, go ahead. I tried connecting it to the speaker, but it's not working. So yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Alright, thank you so very much. It'd be nice to be on your space again.
Right. So please, if you can speak a bit louder. 6,342 people are listening to you right now.
No troubles. I will try my best. Is it loud enough?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Manageable. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I said it's nice to be on your space again. Thanks for always organizing this very lovely debate.
Thank you.
Yes. So I really enjoyed the last two speakers. That's Reverend. I think it's Reverend Karigo and
Karigwe and Kayode. Yeah.
Yes, those were very excellent things. I mean, that was just when I joined the program actually. So kudos to them and the level of knowledge they had exhibited. One of the things I wanted to add to this conversation, because when Kayode was speaking, it reminded me of a course I taught at the university last year. But before I go into that, when we talk about feminism, it has to do with an advocacy that's focused on promoting equality for both genders. And this is where I align my thoughts with those of Coyotes when he says it is not gender specific.
Correct.
It's for everybody.
Right.
So that's why sometimes when women talk, they say even men can be feminists, not because they are women, but because they seek for equal opportunities for both men and women.
Right.
That is the whole idea. That's the background behind that phrase, feminism. Now, back to the topic on surrogacy. This is very beautiful, and I like the way you captioned it. It's a feminist empowerment of biological capitalism. Now, it can go both ways.
Okay.
Speaking from a feminist perspective, feminism also pushes for the agency of women, of their bodies. So, if you want to look at it from the feminist empowerment perspective, now this is where it speaks about the woman's body, her agency, her right to her body. This is the positive part of it, where all things being equal, a surrogate comes up and your class. The French class. Sorry guys. So now this is where both parties come up
Please take your time and attend to the young child. I have them too here, so I understand.
He wants more smoothie. Okay, so this is where, in terms of feminist empowerment, this is more of a positive part of surrogacy. Under these circumstances, the surrogate has her agency as a woman. Break it down now. I'm a Nigerian woman. I have somebody, whether financial or not, I have somebody who has reached out, or a family has reached out. They hope that I can be a surrogate, a gestational carrier for their baby.
Right.
Within my own rights as a woman, within my own agency, we're having a contract signed. This is in the transactional terms.
Right.
All things being equal. We have a contract signed. A fair contract. That's why I said I love Kayode and Reverend's submission.
Right.
I liked when they, stressed on this. That's my agency. No wahala. I mean, from the beginning to the end, nobody cheats anybody. Nobody exploits anybody. Now, me with my church mind say, I want to this thing. That's feminist empowerment. This is the positives of it. However, there's also the negative bit, which was where Kayode also stressed on giving India as a case study. And when I thought that was, I also reflected on India, that as far as back in 2015, due to the exploitative nature of surrogacy, the Indian government had to ban it, especially for foreigners. Why? Because there's this whole ideology that folks from the global north, this includes America, Canada, were exploiting their own women. But bro, research has it that the true people exploiting these women, just as our brothers had submitted, were actually the medical practitioners, not the would-be parents. Because in this case, there are two groups of people who are even getting exploited. The parents-to-be who are so desperate to have a baby. And the woman who, in most cases, these Indian women have husbands who don't work. That's their reality. So even when one gets offers as much as 12,000 USD to carry a baby, it doesn't even last the family up to a year because most of the men are drunks. And in that kind of scenario, everybody depends on what this woman brings back home. Now, exploitation tends to happen in this sort of circumstances because the woman signs a certain contract, her lifestyle is limited, there are certain limitations. You must not consume A, you must not consume B, and let me even go down further. There's also a huge bit of racism and colorism in clearer terms. In that, the brighter the woman's skin color, the more money she makes from surrogacy. If she's a darker complexion, they don't pay that much. Now, they house these women sometimes in very unhealthy locations within India. This part, they don't tell the would-be parents. All those people have done is milk these Americans, these desperate parents, and then they tell them, go, in 9 months' time, you come back. But the physical condition, the condition in which they have kept these women, nobody talks about that. This is biological capitalism. That's where the exploitation really happens. How about post-delivery care? They don't care for these women. After all, what you wanted or what we were offering was X amount. So at that point in time, even before the ban, the only framework in place in India, we're still using India as a case study because Nigeria has zero policy for this. So the best India did then was you must not carry more than 5 times for each woman.
But I think they've banned it now, though.
No. That's back in before.
Okay.
That was the kind of law they had then.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Absolutely. So I mean, your time is up. I'll give you extra time. I know what it is when we have kids like this. Don't worry about it.
I just want to round up that looking at these two sides of things, I'm just trying to say that the two of them coexist. What you
Right.
have stated there is the truth. There is the empowerment bit of it where things are done in a non-exploitative manner. That's the woman saying, yes, I want to do this, and she's well taken care of, and she has her own right to go to where she wants to go, eat what she likes to eat, and when the time is right, she delivers your baby for you. Matter close. Versus the other parts where she's kept under unhealthy conditions and they just use her as a baby making machine. So in other words, what critics and feminists are pushing for are saying, yes, a woman has the right to choose if she wants to carry a baby or not. However, each country should have legal and ethical frameworks in place that protects the rights of these people. That's the advocacy around surrogacy. Because then, as a woman, if I have the money and I don't want to carry a baby, and there's another woman who is open to do that, with all her rights being protected, she has every right to do that. That's the long and short of the whole matter. I'm really loving your sessions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Flying Scholar. Thank you. Please attend to the kids. Again, I have them as well, so I understand how these things can be when um, doing something like this. So thanks for that. Yeah. Again, I create a platform where people can actually share their ideas, ideologies, and mindsets regarding difficult topics like this. I do this every Friday. So I always tell people don't take everything I say on my platform or what people say on my platform hook, line, and sinker. Whatever is useful to you, take it, make use of it, and discard of the rest. That's just what it is. If people want to have a go at the live stream, you can come up. We have more audience there, about 6,428 people listening live now from all social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. It's louder there. Idea, can you hear me on live stream? Idea, seems you're having a network issue. Carigo, you can still hear me, right? Carigwe, are you there? Okay, Carigo is probably not next to his phone, but yeah. If you come on the live stream, when you speak, everyone can hear you simultaneously on all the platforms, right? Compared to just speaking on Twitter, only people on Twitter can hear the conversation. Um, I'm trying to improvise by putting it next to the microphone so people can hear much better. Carigo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I stopped hearing you. Sorry, I
Oh,
refreshed.
you
So I
dropped.
can
Okay.
hear you
All
now.
right.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. So for people on Twitter, you're probably used to the conventional method at which I do this. I just want you to have at the back of your minds that people are listening to you on the live stream and over 6,000 people. So, on my live stream, I don't do bans. I don't do foul languages and, no basketballs here, please, guys. Let's keep it civil and intellectual in that manner. Lieutenant, you were here before. Scar will take you. I need to hear your view on this matter. Then we go to Scar in that order. If there's anyone coming up, we'll take it afterwards. But yeah, let's go. 5 minutes, Lieutenant. How you doing? Jump in.
Hi, you able to hear me clearly? I guess I got headphones on, so just make sure that
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know. Carigwe, can you hear her?
I
Carigwe.
can hear her. I can hear her. Yeah, I
Okay, all
can
right.
hear her.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think before I go, I just wanted to ask though why you titled it feminist empowerment, like in regards to surrogacy, like where did you get that idea from?
All right. Good question. So, my topic for today is basically about surrogacy, and the topic is taxing people who, what matters, culture, religion, gender, or money. So the original topic was surrogacy, Who matters, what matters, culture, religion, gender, money. So I now divided it into three categories, three segments. So the first segment we've covered that, and that was culture and religion, the cultural and religious aspect of surrogacy, how we see it in Africa. Does our religion, allow it? Islamically, Christianity, and our cultural belief, our cultural views regarding it. I mean, and I used a couple of examples. Myself, as a Yoruba person, um, you know, back in Nigeria, as a Yoruba man, when you give birth, you as the father, you have the right of burying the umbilical cord, and they call it ibiomo. In fact, there's a prayer attached to that and an adage. Oh, based on ibiomo, meaning that will be the only thing you bury. You will never bury your child. Your child will probably be the one that buries you. So things like that. How does surrogacy affect us culturally, traditionally, and religiously? We talked about that already. So the second segment, which is what we're dealing with right now, is feminism, which is gender and modern slavery. And the content within that is surrogacy, feminist empowerment, or biological capitalism? Why is it mostly poor women who become surrogate? We did the findings, and about 60% of women that does it are poor, right?
Yeah, I get that part. I think because like part of the reason why I joined the space is because I found the title board, right? So when I found out about it is, and I do see like this is an overall trend.
And that's the reason why you asked, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, I get it. So I'm just trying to be surgical and pinpoint the specific thing that I find confusing. Of people tagging things that women do that feminism does not promote as feminist things. So it was odd for me was to see surrogacy, feminist empowerment, because the standard position of feminism on surrogacy is that surrogacy is exploitative, and it's something that most feminists argue against.
Right.
So that was why I was like, this is confusing. Like, why would it be framed as potentially feminist empowerment? Sorry, excuse me.
Ska, just don't worry. Let her finish. You have your time. She doesn't want to be interjected.
So I think that was what I found. Like the framing, I found the framing a bit strange, right? Because the standard feminist position would be that surrogacy is exploitative. I don't believe surrogacy is exploitative, but the demand, right, for surrogacy is something that stands to drive mass exploitation of women. And as you have noted, the majority of the women that become surrogates are poor women, right? So, commercial surrogacy as an industry, whether it's in India or even in Nigeria, there's a very big commercial surrogacy industry in Nigeria that's even like quite illegal. Like we have the baby farm problem in Nigeria where people literally kidnap young girls.
Baby factory.
Warehouses, yeah, keep them in warehouses and rape them to generate pregnancies, and then sell the children from these pregnancies to people that desperately want children. So, so my point is that, like, so tying into feminism, is interesting because feminism basically is a movement that fights against female oppression, right? Not just female oppression by males, but oppression specifically because you're female. And one of the oldest types of oppression because you're female is being targeted specifically for your reproductive capability, being targeted specifically because you're able to get pregnant and you're able to have children, right? And commercial surrogacy in third world countries, India, African countries, Nigeria, and so on and so forth, what you have on a large scale is vulnerable women being targeted and exploited specifically because of their capability of being able to get pregnant and have children. So I think that like my position is that altruistic surrogacy is like a different, kettle of fish. I feel like that's something that you kind of go on a case by case basis, right? If two people who know themselves, one of them has has fertility issues and somehow they come to an agreement or somehow they figure out something between themselves, that's a different conversation because one person genuinely wants to help the other person. The problem that we have is when people can just pay another person in exchange for a pregnancy and giving birth to the child, because at scale, what that does is that you are basically especially if the person is poor, you're putting pressure on that person to take a massive risk for you, right? And the risk of pregnancy is very downplayed, and it's downplayed because people expect it of women. So throughout history, people have expected women to face the risk of pregnancy and produce children, regardless of how they feel, regardless of how afraid they might be, regardless of what the pregnancy and the childbirth actually does to them. So if you're a woman and you have a child and you get damaged by the childbirth, or you get damaged by the pregnancy, suck it up, right? And so people are basically trying to outsource this risk to other people. And I'm not talking about the people who, the primary reason why they're pursuing surrogacy is because they have serious fertility issues. But even for people that have serious fertility issues, there's a different argument, which is that nobody is entitled to a child. Nobody deserves to have children automatically. A lot of people treat having children as if it is an entitlement that they deserve. But the truth is that nobody owes you a baby, right? So but that's a different conversation. I'm talking about the people that they don't even have fertility problems, and that is something that's very much on the rise. Women who don't have fertility problems at all, but they're wealthy and they just don't want to face the risk of pregnancy, so they outsource the risk to somebody who is more vulnerable.
Correct.
And who can be induced, with money. Yeah. So it's not a feminist thing at all. The feminist position is actually against it, to be honest. It is exploitation and it is capitalism.
Right. Thank you. Beautiful. You actually did that within time. Yeah. So before you came up, a lot of people have actually made their stand clear regarding that. Karigwe spoke on behalf of Feminist. Kayode did the same thing. Integrity. She was the pace setter for that. She spoke on behalf of women. But again, I just create the platform for people to have these conversations. It's not left for me to be the alpha and omega of how people speak. It's here for people to learn, and we have 6,464 people listening right now. So people are listening, learning, and unlearning certain things, and I'm glad it's happening now. Before we move on to the next speaker, my sponsors, they're on my neck, and I think it's only fair because I've not done that for the past 2 hours now. I'll use this opportunity to go on 2-minute commercial break from OBG Foods. Thanks, guys.
Give me better food.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad. Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings, from ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obgfoodslimited.com. Website www.obgfoods.com. OBG Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. That's OBG Foods, our sole sponsors of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Whether you're carrying a child, carrying the weight of society's judgment, nothing heals like a bowl of OBG pepper soup. I mean, it's man heritage. I had some couple of days ago. It was out of this world. I mean, I've been doing my African shopping in different African stores here in Chicago. The moment I got myself engaged with OBG Foods, it's been different. My Igbo wife, my goodness, she knows her onions, and I don't know what's so special about the palm oil. She's so attached to it, and there's a way they figured out which one is more organic and which one is not. But yeah, it's such a life changing engagement with OBG Foods. They sent me a package recently, and by the way, I know I've been saying it for the past couple of weeks now. We're getting to that agreement to finalizing it. We'll be giving out vouchers to our listeners. The package was meant to be sent to people, but come on, people are not going to be sending their addresses just to get package of food. And the package comes in 5 pounds packaged brown box. It has red palm oil, the ingredients you can imagine, name it. Suya pepper, suya spice, jollof rice, name it. Ugu, ogbono. They just pack the whole thing there. But in this case, we'll be sending out vouchers to people across America and Canada. You can just go to any of your African stores and pick up. I think is it $100 worth of groceries. OBG Foods. Thanks for being part of this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the topic at hand. Thanks for your patience. Scar, you missed the first segment. We're on to the second, actually. You missed the first. We're on to the second. We still have one more segment to go if we still have enough time. But yeah, let's jump on the second segment. I would like to hear your view. You disagree with the last lady that spoke. You have 5 minutes. I don't expect you to be interjected, but I believe people would have questions for you. How you doing? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm okay. How's it going? Thank you very much. Glad to be here. Now, it is a very false idea or statement to make that the standard perspective of feminism and personal surrogacy is against it. That is not true at all. Because for the most part, the core argument for feminism is a woman has the right to do whatever she wants with her body. So it is the truth of the matter is it is radical feminism specifically that is against surrogacy, which is among the least popular and the least subscribed among feminism amongst women. The vastly most popular aspect of feminism, which is liberal choice feminism, supports surrogacy to the highest order. This surrogacy, it endorses it, it allows it. Women and popular feminists like Sarah Bourdieu have publicly endorsed it for feminism before. So, which is the branch of feminism, radical branch of feminism itself that is against surrogacy. So, let's put that out there. That's a very long statement. I just want to say to the topic, this is not just about women alone. It is not just about women. It is about who we are as a society. Okay, it's the argument for surrogacy cannot be because about what a woman wants. It has to be about who we are as a society. Not just the woman is involved, contrary to popular belief. It affects the children as well, who are the product of surrogacy. It affects this system that is supposed to, they are deciding to use to enforce or regulate it. It affects the morals of our society. If this is who we are as a society to promise this thing or to refuse it, because there will be cases where it will need to be enforced. There will be cases where there will be in court where people will have to take side and make decisions based on it. There will be cases where people will have to be arrested, will have to arrest women, arrest the children Mr. President to enforce the laws that have been passed because of feminism. So we need to be able to argue about this thing, interrogate it on the basis of merit, not just on how or what women want, like, need, or how it affects them alone. Now, about the children, how does surrogacy affect the children that are out of it? How does it affect we as a society? That is where I would like to come in today. And the truth is, surrogacy in its most basic form is we are simply renting out wombs. That is it. It's a womb rentage. That is the commodifying of human life. We've turned the womb, which is supposed to be a sacred space, into an Airbnb for babies. That is what it is. It is insane that, and dehumanizing that anybody will be.
Did you just say Airbnb for me?
Yeah, that's what it is.
This boy, eh?
Oh my goodness. Go ahead.
Yeah, because literally, it's like literally, you understand, Airbnb are people's houses where you can rent out and stay for a while. You cannot stay for a while. When you're done, you go back to your own permanent house. That is what it is. A woman's home is a space you can rent for 9 months. The baby comes out and goes with you after 9 months. It's Airbnb for babies. That is the commercializing, this is literal commercializing of human body, and it's insane. It is dehumanizing that anybody, just because legal feminists themselves are promoting it.
But Scar, it's not usually transactional. It's not all the time. It's not transactional all the time. Some people just. No, Latona, hold on. I don't think it's going to allow that because you didn't let him do that when you were speaking. So don't worry. I know a lot of people have questions.
I'm asking you to be honest with me to respond to him. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, it's its own time. Even if it doesn't want me to interject, I wouldn't do that. I give people the opportunity to speak freely on my platform. So if he doesn't want me to interject or ask him question, I will just shut up and just write down my question. But I just wanted to point out to him because he's emphasizing on the fact that it's transactional. Some situations. It's not about the money. I mean, we have people that just want to do it because they love the family. Okay.
See, oh God.
I don't mind you interrupting me, Jimmy, but I don't want her to interrupt you. You is okay, but not the child. But it doesn't matter. Okay, you don't only pay. Money is not the only currency that we have. The fact that they don't pay money doesn't mean there's no payment in kind. It is not supposed to exist. This is a dysfunction of the highest order. The home is supposed to be customized. It's supposed to be a biological customized piece. It's not something that people should be using to interchangeably. No. Science fails in that particular aspect, and the fact people want to explore that dysfunction in science is quite insane. That is what it is. If Airbnb staff and decide to give you the houses for free, it doesn't change the fact that you are renting the house because it's not yours. It is not yours. And it is not about also helping people become, that's the argument. It's not about also helping people become parents. It's about demand and supply. Where children are customized and are made to order, like ordering from Glovo. And the human body becomes tools in the service of someone else's dream. It is not supposed to be. People who cannot have babies should not have babies. That is how it's supposed to be. That is what biology wants. If you cannot have baby, leave it like that.
But don't you think that is unfair? They want to do it, but so if that's how they were created?
No, let me say this. Okay, we have to the core form of maturity is accepting reality stems. The fact that as a matter of fact, it cannot be human beings themselves that are being customized or used to escape the laws of nature. It is even better to create a machine that can do it. When human beings were created without the ability to fly, it is that manipulating genes to give people wings because people want to fly. We created airplanes. When human beings were created without the ability to breathe underwater, we didn't start manipulating the gills or developing science to ensure people can breathe underwater. We developed swimming tubes. We need to accept reality on reality stems. Those people dangerous and it is wrong. Accepting reality on reality step should come first, regardless of how anybody feels, regardless of how unfair it is to people. Life is not meant to be fair. Life is not meant to be fair in any way, shape, or form. Which is why we have people who are smart, we have people who have IQ of this level, IQ of this level, we have people who are tall, we have people who are short, we have people who are fat, we have people who are slim. That is okay. We also have people who can give birth and people who can't. That is also okay. It will not be
Fine.
it doesn't have to be everybody. Now, it is not a sickness either. It is not a sickness. As a matter of fact, it is not just those who can't give birth from as a matter of bad illness that do it. There are people who naturally birth is not permanent. It stops after a certain age. At a particular time, you are not supposed to give birth anymore. The system of giving birth has passed. The particular block has said, oh, you cannot give birth after this particular age. Why must we go against that? Why must we go against that? It is there for a purpose. The biology of the human beings has a function and a purpose. It is supposed to stop after the certain age. It's supposed to let it stop after the certain age. Extending it for what? It is not a sickness. The reason why it stops at a certain age is not a sickness that needs to be corrected. It is designed to stop that way. Why does that not enough for people? Now, conclusively, one of this it is not progress, it is not science advancement, it is exploitation. If it is a man that does this, a man that is renting out parts of his body for money, subjecting it to hormone injection, invasive procedures, physical trauma, and selling away his legal rights to his body, we'll call it inhumane. It has happened before. We call it slavery. But when a woman does it, it's only because of what she wants. It's only because about convenience that they call it. We now call it altruism. It's not altruism, but we call it noble. No, sir. No, ladies and gentlemen. It is not noble. It is inhumane. We are legalizing and sanitizing a practice that is at its core deeply dehumanizing because they are not breeding stock. I'm not being dramatic here, but the biology wrapped in contract. You're making biology, trying to commercialize biology, trying to make human's body, making it a legal indemnity. Do you know what happens? Do you know how messy it becomes if, God forbid, the actual surrogate develops an attachment to the child? We would drag the woman to court. Oh God, if the woman who carries the baby for 9 months, God forbid, she said, oh, this is what I came from my root. I like this child. I'm attached to this child. You will actually drag this woman to court.
Yeah, I mean, there are cases like that. I've read them out earlier on. Right.
Sky, your time don't go.
Yeah.
Let's ask you a question.
Yeah. So yeah, 30 seconds. Wrap up in 30 seconds. So what I will do is when you wrap up, the space is getting busy. The listeners on the live stream are growing as well. So I've been getting some questions as well. But let me see how I can do this. So I think I'll prefer people asking not just text, not via text. I'm so sorry about that. So people on the speaker section on Twitter, if I think I can take 3 people. If you have questions before we move to the next speaker, because I already have a queue, which is Idea, Amurewa, Kayode, Umbrella Captain, and Ojogbo in that. Is it Ojogbo? Oh, sorry. Oh, former C. Ojogbo, right? Ojogbo Dereti or something. I'm not sure if it's the right pronunciation, but yeah, in that order. But people want to engage Sky. So Sky, if you want to wrap up in 30 seconds, I'm just going to take 3 questions so we can move ahead. If there are no questions,
Starting from me, where they rest stream.
don't worry. It's the rest, of course, rest stream as priority over Twitter. But yeah, wrap up in 30 seconds, then we take it from there.
I can say, God forbid, surrogate becomes attached to the child that he carries for 9 months in your own belly. He goes to not discharge, they will not say maternal bond, a human bond discharge. Oh no, that's a breach of contract. We will drag this woman into court to force the baby out of her arms because her womb might have been her own. But the context inside the property of the highest bidder. That is insane. It is insane. It is not civilized, it is savagery. We clap and we cheer and liberal feminists, we call it empowerment. It is not empowerment. Empowerment is not oh God, it is tradition bearing mask as progress. If you want to help people who don't have children, please support adoption. Support adoption and fund research. Stop, do not build an industry on the back of the bodies of women who are poor, women who cannot, because of you want children. You are not calling it love. You cannot don't love a child by buying that child. You love a child by raising the child, by sacrificing for the child, by not starting a relationship with that child with a bank transfer or a legal plea.
Right.
That does not take the intimate part of humanity.
30 seconds out. 30 seconds out. Thanks. All right. So Karigwe said he has a question. Who else has a question for Ska on the speaker section? How many people?
I don't have a question, but I have a response.
We're not taking responses, just questions. We want to take people that have not spoken, then I will circle back and take people that have spoken another 5 minutes before we wrap up. But at the point in time, in the next 30 minutes, I would like to officially log off from the live stream, or we can still carry on Twitter. That way, my video doesn't have to keep going on. I've been on for 7 hours now, and I need to wrap it up by, in the next 30 minutes, like give or take. So Karigo has a question. Who else has a question for Scott? On speaker section on Twitter. Nobody? All right, Karigo, let's go.
So, Scar, although I was finding it difficult to hear you from Restream, but what I heard you say, it's a sin and it's unnatural. The question I have for you is organ transplant a sin as well? Maybe somebody has a kidney failure and I decide to sell my kidney to the person. Is that a sin and unnatural as well?
Organ trafficking is a crime. Yes, but selling your body parts is a crime. It's not normal. It's not legal. Nobody does it.
In which planet is it a crime?
So
because it's not against the law. I did not commit any crime. I decided what I want to do with my body.
No. So I think the misunderstanding is between organ transplant and organ trafficking. Organ trafficking is a crime, but if you want to do organ transplant, you need to go through a procedure. Is that correct?
That is what I asked him. Does he have a problem with organ transplant? Because it's basically the same thing. A woman that cannot have a child
So
decides
Scout,
to pay.
let's hear
A
what
woman that does not have a child decides to pay someone else that is willing to carry the baby for her. Me, I don't have a kidney, and I decide to pay a willing donor to give me the kidney. It's the same thing. I'm collecting the kidney from this person and giving them money. This person, I'm renting your womb and giving you money for it.
All right. So yeah, he's asking a question. So but the thing is, I think Karigo's voice, considering the fact that he's on Restream, is overshadowing Scar's. So there's a difference between organ transplant and organ trafficking. So organ trafficking is a crime, right? So, but what? Sorry. Did you get his question? Did you get?
No, that the question I asked you is organ transplant, not organ trafficking.
Hold on, Scar. Karigo, take that question again, because
I told you, do you have a problem with organ transplant? Then I used somebody giving someone their kidney in exchange for them paying them as an example.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, both of them, I'm against both of them. You're going to pay somebody to give it a kidney. It's not even legal. It has to be a donation fee. And you pay the, as a matter of fact, in popular countries, you have to pay on a list and they give it to you based on your need.
Right.
They don't give it to the richest person.
Right.
They give it to the person who needs it the most regardless of money. So the aim is not about it cannot be about the money. Even if you're the richest person on the earth, if it's not your turn or you're not up on the list, nobody will give it to you. You have to wait your turn. And you cannot just, that is what a man did in the UK with a boy that makes him in prison today. You cannot just pay somebody to give that kidney because who makes you think it is to live? Why? Just, what are you people doing? No, you cannot. You cannot rent somebody's kidney, somebody's liver, you cannot do that.
Right.
What we cannot permit is even the air that we rent and we buy from people is still wrong. We are bound to be bound. Let us accept the reality on their stance. I'm against all of them, sir.
All right, thank you. I don't think anyone else has any question for him, so let's just move to the next person. I'm certain you're still gonna have objectives to what other people are gonna say, but Idea, you've been going up and down. I love to hear from you. 5 minutes, please.
I actually have a question for him. It just came to my head. I have a problem with the word he used, unnatural. Because he is a man, he would never carry pregnancy. He would never experience infertility in his own body. He would never face the choice between surrogacy and childlessness. And he would never be a surrogate.
So what's the question?
If a woman cannot have a child, it's okay, let it be. So, let's dissect that,
So what's the question? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm getting to the question, yeah? Is it natural for someone to use insulin when your pancreas doesn't work? And I want to also ask, is it natural to get heart surgery when your cardiovascular system fails? Is it also natural to wear glasses when your vision is not perfect? Because I want to understand where you draw the line on medical intervention.
Okay, beautiful question. I love that. Scar, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. It's the same thing when we ask. Is the heart you're operating yours? It is yours, of course. If women who cannot bear to it, their wombs can be repaired, of course. Of course, you can fix the womb or fix the fertility issue. You can treat it. Nobody's arguing that. But the idea of telling men are not, what do you mean men don't participate in surrogacy? A man's sperm is involved in the process. The childhood that will also come from that process belongs to two people, not just man. Two people create that particular child. What do you mean doesn't affect men? I will never do this. Men have to be fully involved. As a matter of fact, they pay for it most of the time. So it affects not just the women. The child too will be forced away from his mother. Growing up, you say, oh, I have to cook.
Yeah, right. So Kayode, hold on, guys. Yeah, so guys.
Giving insulin to diabetic patient, whose insulin are we giving to people? Are you buying the insulin from somebody for no? It is produced. It is insulin you are getting is being produced externally.
Right.
By E. coli, by protein bacteria E. coli to generate produce that insulin by itself.
So I want us to move on from that. I want us to move on from that. Kayode. Guys, please. I don't like muting on my platform. Let's be civil. When I speak, please respond to me. Don't let me seem like I'm speaking to myself. I don't like this back and forth on my platform. Everybody needs to have their go. I have people that have not, I have people that have not actually spoken. They didn't unmute their mic. So let's keep it civil, please. Thanks. So, Scott, there was a question from Idea, and I don't think you answered that question, and she's meant to go.
Let me repeat the question and then answer it. She said, what about she first of all said, I'm not a man, I'll never carry a baby, I'll never be a surrogate. And so she wants to ask, what about insulin? If I'm against this diabetic patient receiving insulin, if I'm against them having a transplant.
Right.
I have said that's not a very parallel analogy, because the insulin is not being brought from another person's body, it is being produced artificially. I mean, that's what you can buy. You're not buying it from somebody else's body. Heart transplant is what we say. You cannot buy another person's heart. It is a donation. The transplant has to come from a willing donor. Is either dead or is either dying. And it doesn't come to you because you paid for it. You can't talk about heart transplant. I know that what I talked about is something like
So Karigwe, let him wrap up so we can go back to Idea. Don't let him wrap up.
You cannot buy people's organ anywhere. You cannot buy it.
All right. All right. Noted. All right. Thanks. Noted. All right. So Idea, I'm regating your time for you. 5 minutes. Go ahead with your submission. If you have extra time, it will be people that wants to probably have ask you a question regarding your submission. But yeah, 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Before I give my submission, the thing is, if I remember correctly, Sky, you mentioned mentioned on this space when we were discussing, or you postulated on this space when we were discussing masculinity, that women should not put mouth in masculinity issues because they are not men. You know, I don't know how you put it, if I captured that correctly, but you said that, which I addressed, and that has been like ringing in my head. So you didn't say that.
So idea, you're referring to last week's topic, right?
Yes, exactly. I remember you saying something like that. You don't get to put, you're not a man, you don't know those things and all of that. But that is
I said masculinity is enough for women to define. I think you don't have to come out. I think
something like that. Exactly. I said that, you know, put it correctly how you said that. But that is exactly what I want to say to you today. Not necessarily to say, oh, it's not for you to decide, but then you don't get to decide what's natural or acceptable for women's body and choices. You don't get to tell women what they should want or how they should respond to their infertility. And you don't get to discuss your discomfort with women as
All right. All right. So guys,
that is like, you know, patriarchy. You don't.
Guys, please. I think I'm going to introduce another rule of dropping people now. If you interject, except the person actually wants you to interject. I'm not dealing with kids here. Please, let's be civil. When I speak, listen to me, please. I beg of you. I want everyone to have a go. It's unfair on people waiting on their turn. Please, let's do this civilly, right? So, idea. I mean, I would prefer you just carry on with your point. You've made what you've hinted on the point you actually wanted to hint on. Proceed with your submission. 5 minutes. I get your point. I was here. I hosted it last week. I heard it. And you have a compelling one. So just move on with today's submission. I mean, that's the reason why people come here. They listen. I respect the fact that you paid attention to that last week and you're using it as a point to tackle him this week. But I don't want it to be a back and forth between the two of you. We need to let other people speak as well. So I would appreciate if you can move on with your own point. 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, but I do not really want to delve into verbal altercation with him because that's a waste of my time too. But I want to say this: I have seen surrogacy create beautiful families, yeah, and I've also seen it exploit vulnerable women, like Lieutenant was talking about. I have seen women who chose surrogacy not from desperation, but from a place of genuine desire to help others experience parenthood. You know, to use their bodies, you know, to gift that experience to others. And in fact, some women found this process deeply fulfilling and always choose it again and again, you know. But the existence of these positive outcomes doesn't negate its systemic problems. The fact that some arrangements work well doesn't mean the system isn't fundamentally flawed, you know. And I think I would say that surrogacy isn't inherently exploitative, but it exists within exploitative system. You know, a woman carrying a pregnancy for 9 months, enduring every physical change, every risk, every moment of vulnerability that comes with growing a human being, and then handing that child to someone else. You know, it could be the morning sickness, the stretch mark on skin that is temporarily rented, labor pain for a baby she's contractually obligated to surrender, and even breast milk her body produces for a child she would never nurse. And in the courtroom, I've also seen the contract. I'm talking out of experience now. I have read the fine print. I've witnessed the reality, not personally, but written. And these aren't agreements between equals. These are contracts where one party, most of the time, a woman in economic needs, signs away her bodily autonomy for 9 months in exchange for a sum of money for this particular service. And as a lawyer, I have seen how this law treats surrogates. And let me tell you, the legal framework around surrogacy sometimes or right now doesn't protect women. It protects the transaction. The contracts are designed to minimize risk for the intended parents and maximize control over the surrogates. You know, apart from, you know, I heard, I think it's flying, somebody on the app here who talked about, you know, it dictates what you can eat and drink, where you can travel, even whether you can have sex, how you behave during pregnancy. And at this point, it's I think to me, when I read this contract, I see them as temporary ownership of a woman's body. You know, and when a surrogate changes her mind, because people are allowed to change their minds about their bodies, the legal system doesn't ask what does she need. It always asks, how do I enforce this contract? So I think right now, or greater percentage of surrogacy is now an industry built on economic inequality. Rich people buying what poor people sell. The rich, the woman who become surrogates, they have limited economic options from countries with weaker labor protections. And people who hire them are usually people who can afford this legal fees, medical costs, surrogate conversation, and often from wealthy countries, So I think apart from saying women have the right to make, or women do have the right to make decisions about their bodies, including reproductive labor, but also in a capitalist system with massive inequality, true choice is an illusion, Economic cohesion can masquerade as free choice. I think I read a case, I can't remember the case correctly, but I believe if I search, I will get the case here, where they were talking about the woman who couldn't feed. She relocated to another country and couldn't feed the children. She had to resort to surrogacy. But the uncomfortable question here is, if surrogacy is truly empowering, why are the women doing it almost always in more precarious financial situation than those hiring them? And when choice happens within economic cohesion, isn't really choice, because in the current system of surrogacy that is being practiced, check the hierarchy of needs. It's always like the first need is the intended parent's desire for a biological child. You talk about the medical industry profits gain. You talk about the legal system contractual arrangement. You have other things in place before you find the surrogate's well-being. It's always the last person on the list, because the surrogate physical health matters only when it affects the pregnancy. And emotional well-being matters only if it doesn't interfere with the arrangement. And her financial need, I think I would say her financial need is to secure her compliance. I'm not generalizing, I'm just speaking to what I've experienced in this surrogacy arrangement most of the time. And we need to center surrogates' well-being. That is my advocacy, right. Not just her compliance. And true reproductive justice means surrogates having genuine choice. Not
So, idea, your time is up, but I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay. They need to have, just like Karigo was talking about, fair conversation. That reflect or that exude the magnitude of their contribution. Because pregnancy is labor. That's the reason why it's called pregnancy labor. So, and we need to also have legal protection that prioritize their health and autonomy. These things are not negotiable. We need to, compensate them for their emotional, physical, and reproductive labor, even after labor. These are things that are not being talked about. Immediately you deliver the baby and hand it to the parents, you are long gone. No. Care should be given to you. People face post-traumatic depression, whatever it's being called, after giving birth. You go through a series of emotional distress. Care, absolute care, concern. They should prioritize their health. That is just all I'm advocating for. It shouldn't just be centered on what the intended parents want.
Right.
They should also put the surrogate's well-being,
right,
as a greater part of the contractual agreement or arrangements as well. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm only taking 2 questions. Besides Kaz, does anyone has a question for her?
Sorry, me, Kylie.
All right, so Coyote. All right, so let's do it that way. Scar, go first, then we do Coyote afterwards.
Yes, thank you very much. I think last speaker was the difference between centering the buyer's choice and centering the seller's choice. And what impact do you think it has changed? What about, is it not the same thing by centering just one person's choice? What about the baby? You will not center the baby in this. What about the baby? Why does it have to be about the woman specifically, or the poor woman? Only centering the poor woman better than centering the rich woman. Why is it about a woman? What the woman wants, the woman's well-being? What about the third party involved? I are you not also doing the exact same thing that the rich people are doing to the poor woman, to the baby that is God released from this thing? Are you not doing the same thing to us as human beings who have morals in the society? Are you not doing the same thing by excluding us from this progress and not centering how this makes us look, what this means to us as a society, and what this means for the children who are forced to discover that they were made other than a factory like an iPhone? What's the difference between what you are doing and what the rich man are doing? Please answer.
I don't know if this is a question, a contribution, but I would answer that. Like I told you before, you don't get to make this choice about what women do with their body. They take control of their reproduction. So using their body and making these choices has nothing to do with your approval and my approval as well.
So yeah.
Scar is so disruptive. Like, how do you
So let's do this, guys. One minute, guys. Hold on, Carigwe, hold on, guys. I've got this under control. Please listen to this, guys. Here's the thing. People know Scar. They know him for who he is, and he tries to be who he is. But anytime he comes on my platform, he's always cautious. I want us to know that for a fact. And he doesn't disrupt except he's in engaging someone. And the reason why he's engaging idea is because he asked a question, which is part of the topic. And the question says, who, let me repeat that for people that probably didn't pay attention to the beginning of the space. It says surrogacy. Who or what matters? Culture, religion, gender, or money? So it has, in fact, it's like the first time someone is actually mentioning that part, because I asked it earlier on. I said, does the man has a say in this particular surrogacy thing? Does the man have a say? I mean, it could be, it comes in different forms depending on the situation. We're dealing with different situations and we weigh in on that particular situation. So the three categories we have is sperm donor, egg donor, and the surrogate. Sometimes the surrogate could be the egg donor. Sometimes it could be husband and wife deciding to go for surrogacy. The husband donates the sperm, the wife donates the egg, and they look for a carrier. That's their own category, right? It happens in different forms and different methods. So when when an issue comes like this, we want to find out, we want to figure out, we want to dissect that particular issue based on the content of the surrogacy. So, in what context? In context is this particular suggestion you're giving? What Scar is saying is, i- does the man have a say in this particular situation, or the child itself? Because the child did not ask to be born. I gave some examples about. I listed out 15 examples, and I've read out about 12 of those examples. People were not here when I did that. I read out different cases that had to do with controversies about surrogacies. Unwanted baby, Japan 2014. The summary was a Japanese man commissioned 16 babies through surrogates in Thailand. What happened? After the crackdown on surrogacy, Thailand authority rescued the babies, and the controversy that followed was the man was suspected of wanting to create a baby factory, all for his personal interest because he wants to sell out the baby. Implication in surrogacy opening door to human trafficking. They ended up realizing he was using the women for baby factories. They were reproducing for him. Another one happened in Ukraine 2022. There was a situation whereby surrogates, a lot of young ladies, due to poverty, people from the United States, United Kingdom, they went to Ukraine to look for surrogates, surrogate mothers, as they call them in some places. They went there, they paid for the money, they got pregnant, and along the line, war broke out in Ukraine, and it affected them. The war in Ukraine stranded dozens of surrogate babies, as intended parent could not collect them. What went wrong? Babies were stuck in hospitals, orphanages, while surrogate mothers were fleeing war zones. The controversies is a baby born into chaos due to commercial surrogacy contracts. No plan B in that crisis. Another one happened in India. That's probably why they banned it in India. They banned it for foreigners in India. One happened in China, but I want to focus more on the ones that probably didn't it didn't have to do with money. For instance, Baby M case, New Jersey, 1986. Summary: a surrogate mother, Mary Beth, changed her mind after giving birth and refused to hand over the baby. What went wrong? The biological father sued for custody. So in this case, it was a situation of a woman that donated her egg. No financial attachment. No financial attachment. The woman donated her egg, the man donated his sperm, and they agreed on having the woman agreed on having the child and giving it to the man. That it was an agreement, a contract, but it has nothing to do with money. It's out there. You can Google it out. Baby M case, New Jersey, USA, 1986. Mary Beth Whitehead. That's the name. So what went wrong? The biological father sued for custody. A bitter court battle followed. What was the outcome? The man was granted custody, but the surrogate retained visitation right. The impact, one of the first and the most public surrogacy case in the US history. It triggered national debate on legality and morality over surrogacy. There is another one I read out earlier on about the fact that two American couples, they went to Nigeria for this surrogacy. The lady they used, the surrogate mother they used, got pregnant, gave birth. But guess what? She didn't want to release it because she didn't want to release the babies. I think they're twins. She didn't want to release the baby because um she's complaining that she has some outstanding hospital bills. And I don't know how much that outstanding is, that they refused to pay for it and they went to court. And she won the case. The Nigerian girl won the case simply because she's the egg donor. She is the egg donor, which makes her the biological mother of that child. It happened in Nigeria. There are different cases about these things to ask the question of where does the man stand? Where does the child stand? So in cases in which if the man donated a sperm, I think he should have a say. But if the man didn't donate sperm, but they got it from a spam bank, then it's a different ball game entirely. But the fact that you guys are couples, you've come to an agreement to do this, it should make a difference. And that's just what I'm just trying to say. So for people thinking otherwise, I think it's because it has to do with the topic. And it's not just focusing on feminism. It's just the second segment that we're talking about. But that's just it. Enough of that. We still have people waiting to speak. So
Okay, I wanted to, he was saying what about the baby and what if the baby, when the baby grows up and finds out he was bought? I just wanted to answer that. I don't know if you mind.
Yeah, so if we, trust me, if we want to do that, a lot of people will do that. We want to speak to that, but I want the people on the speaker section to actually have a go first, because I will wrap up on the live stream so we can focus on Twitter solely. I really want to do that. You don't read, so I need to wrap it up. So let me do that, so that way I can even bring up people to co-host and support me regarding that. But let me do this before I wrap it up on rest stream, then we can focus on Twitter solely. There are cases that I've read out earlier on that have actually caused a lot of controversies. There was a particular one that the couples wanted, they went through the process surrogacy, and it was triplet. They only wanted just one child, but it was triplet. So they abandoned 2 kids and wanted to take one. But the surrogate mother, she's not ready to even be a mother. She doesn't even have the financial capability of being a mother, but she's stuck having triplets, right? That one is on the side. Another one, They agreed on having twins. Okay, no problem. Good thing. They gave birth to the twins. But guess what? One happens to come with Down syndrome. So the couples are now rejecting the baby with Down syndrome and keeping the other baby. And now the surrogate mother is like, nah, that's not the deal. But legally, they have a contract, and they are telling her on the contract it does not say Down syndrome baby. It says baby. There is no Down syndrome there. They didn't. So what happens? And to some extent, when Scott said they're customizing baby, realistically, that's what it is. Because when they do these things, they can be so specific. I did my research and I watched some documentaries on YouTube. They can be so specific to the details, as much as saying, you know what, I want a baby, I want a sperm donor with blue eyes, ginger hair, name it. They have preferences. They will list out the things they want. That's the outcome of the kind of baby they want, and they will pay for it. These are the issues. But anyway, let me do this real quick so I can log off officially on the live stream. Thank you guys. I can see the all 6,601 people. Wow. This happens almost every time I want to wrap up. That's when people, I don't know the location they're viewing from. It's almost as if people are just living and walking. They just coming on, different social media platforms to watch the live stream. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You could be doing something else, you could be somewhere else, but you're here with me listening to my live stream. Thank you so much. I'm not taking that for granted. So let's wrap up with Ideal and Ska, then I'll officially shut down on live stream, then we can focus on Twitter. Idea, did you answer the question, or you don't have any response for him?
Actually do. I think my direct response to him is the baby's well-being is exactly why we need better protection for surrogates who are also the carriers of these babies. A system that exploits and dehumanizes the woman carrying the pregnancy, which is what I'm advocating for, to create a better system for the surrogates, isn't good for anyone, including the baby. And these babies deserve to come into a world where, the arrangements that are made, prioritizes the mother, or let's say the surrogate's health, autonomy, and dignity. So by doing so, I think you create better outcome for babies too. So talking about the customization, whatever, like I said before, you don't get to control women's reproductive labor. That is not. Don't try to make this about wanting a system that is morally standard and all of that. You don't get to do that bodily control something. But what I believe is that good outcome for babies and surrogates aren't mutually, they go hand in hand. Let me put it that way.
Right.
So they go hand in hand.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks for that. So before I wrap up, let me just let me do this for people joining my platform for the first time. They probably, getting to know there's a platform like this. So I do this every Friday, and I discuss difficult topics, controversial topics, sensitive ones, and it's unscripted, unfiltered, raw as it gets. And it's a platform where I've interviewed people and I've had difficult topics to discuss. But let me just quickly put out the my weekly jingles regarding that, then I'll call it a wrap on the live stream. But bear with me, guys. In the next couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes, I'll wrap up.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen in on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
All right. Thank you, guys. We've come to the end of today's episode on Off the Cuff with Jimmy live stream. Thanks for being part of today episode. It's a beautiful one so far. We've managed to unravel, untangle the threads of surrogacy, the biological myths, believe one meets wealth, where heard voices screaming for choice, whispers of lives that feels like they've been commodified. We've seen the beauty of parenthood and the brutality of profit merging. But here's the truth, guys. There are no perfect answers to some of these topics, just people trying to make the best out of impossible decisions. If culture shames people based on this, religion condemns them, gender divides them, and money controls situations like this, then who will speak up for vulnerable people? Who is going to represent them? Maybe that's the reason why we have my platform, Off the Cuff with Jimmy. And as we close for today, let me say a big thank you to everyone that's joined the platform from the beginning till now, being part of the conversation, and my unwavering sponsor, OBG Foods, for standing with us in the truth-telling, soul-stringing conversation, difficult, unscripted, raw as it gets. They don't just feel like sponsoring us; they believe in what we do, and they just don't want to feed the body. They want to feel our thinking, and I love every bit of it. I'm Jimmy. This is Off the Cuff with Jimmy. And remember, always think boldly, critically, and feel deeply. Until we meet on the next episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy, I bid you farewell. Thank you. Bye bye.